Mate, forget the eggs. Cars went up $20,000 just today. Thank you, the world is bad. I always forget to turn that back on right before stream. I'll get better at it. What's up, everybody? Good morning. How are you all doing? Good to see you, Istolf, Comrade Lennon, and of course you, the world is bad. Who needs a car? Just walk 20 miles to work? Well, I mean, that's kind of what they want you to do. The Supreme Court just ruled that sewage water in our drinking water is acceptable. RIP Healthy Living Standards. You know, just a little while ago, I did a story on more than 100 different contaminants being in US drinking water. Here's the link for it. What's up, Lanky Sapien? There's stuff from like heavy metals to chemicals to literally radioactive material in the water already. So, you know, there's that. Okay, so first off, I'm going on a panel today. In about a half hour, it'll be with Wick, Irrelevantly, and Admiral Gibbs. I am not looking forward to having to engage with MAGA. This is probably going to be your one and only chance to see me debate MAGA because I think it's a waste of time. So we'll see how that goes. It'll be about the State of the Union, and then later we have the State of the Union to cover, which I need you all to understand. The fact that it's not being called the State of the Union, they refuse to, it's a joint session to Congress. There's a reason for that. It's because they don't believe in the Union. Like, whatever it is. Don't drink tap water in America, not worth the risk without a purifier filter. Really, don't drink just tap water without a purifier anywhere. Saying that as someone who does in Australia. Hopefully not the Quibbles guy again. No, but honestly, it might be actually worse this time, Linky Sapien. Debate me, I'm basically the CEO of Woke MAGA. I mean, I could, but the thing is, like, I agree with most of your points, at least on the accelerationism front. I just don't think that you see what's actually coming. Because you're saying the fall of America is good economically because it destroys like the American hegemony, China rises in power, Americans learn their lesson, liberalism ends, you know, neoliberalism is over. Great. What comes after, though, is not better at the moment. Like, there is no indication that it will be better, and that's what worries me. Like, great, I'm all for the end of neoliberalism, but what are we going to get after that? All right, so real quick, let's just check in with the economy. This really is the State of the Union right here. I love how every news channel now is putting a active counter of the stock market right in the bottom corner there. Here, let me move my camera up so that we can watch the stock market crash in real time. I used to enjoy watching Destiny debate MAGA for years until I realized how futile it is to debate facts with people who are completely uninterested in facts. That's kind of the point, you know, like you say, Ben. There's a reason why I don't want to do that, and it's regardless of whether or not you're right. They don't care. They don't believe in reality. They're not even there to argue with you on the points. They're just there to argue with you to try and make you look bad and get some clips out of it. And most of the time, you know, not every single MAGA's exactly like this, but it's more often than not. Oh my god, hold on, I didn't switch the audio. Oopsie.
Be ground zero for the impact on the tariffs, Maria. This Dodge Ram truck, $80,000, instantly became $100,000. Could be ground zero.
$20,000 instantly just added to the cost of this Ram truck. Now, first of all, I hate these Ram trucks, so good. I want them to be unaffordable. Add $7 billion to the cost of this Ram truck and every other one like it. But, you know, like, it's not exactly only applying to this. The reason, by the way, car prices go up so much is because the average vehicle that is made by US companies has to travel between the US and Canada, I think about like 6, 7, maybe 8 times while it's being built, because they build part of the car and then they ship it over to Canada and they build another part of the car and then they ship it back to us and then we build another part of the car. So every single one of those crossings adds another 25% tariff to the cost of the car. So, you know, third world balkanized country status will make America a breeding ground for radical thought and hopefully left-wing radical thought. I mean, hopefully, maybe. For what it's worth, Tesla stock is down 84% since the election. Tesla stock is down over 81% in Australia. So I said 80, 43% since the post-election highs. Elon has legit lost 100 billion in the last 3 months. Yeah, like everywhere in the world, everyone hates Tesla, and that's good because most of his money is tied up in Tesla still. If this continues on, I mean, he has an out. He got himself $30 billion in government contracts for SpaceX, so, you know. Stock market is looking kind of communist right now. It's all red. True. They will just yell over you and then claim they won the argument because you either yell back or you can't get a word out. I mean, that's what they tried to do last time. That's what Quibbles tried to do. He tried to yell over me and he tried to make sure that I couldn't get a word out. And what I did there is I just made him look stupid because I didn't yell and I waited until I had an in to say something. And then the thing I said would be facts that had to be contradicted, which can't be done. It's so easy to make a profit, just short everything, and kinda. Okay, so here's what Canada's saying. At least the Premier of Ontario. Incredibly based.
Is off the shelves.
That's true, Captain
Also,
Buggy.
starting today, all U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement. Every year, the province and its agency...
That means that Canada just cut its ties with SpaceX as well. So again, what happened here is Ontario has got rid of all of its contracts with Starlink, with SpaceX, and has made it so that there is no part of at least this state, you know, Ontario, Canada, that the US government can send companies to work with. There's no connection here. They don't want it. This is what a trade war looks like. It means you are shunned by the people we're at war with, that the things that we use, that we take for granted, the connections that we need, all gone.
U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement.
I think this might apply to all of Canada.
The province and its agencies spend about $30 billion on procurement, alongside our more than $200 billion plan to build infrastructure. U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in revenues. They only have President Trump to blame. I'm also urging all 444 municipalities to do the same, and I'm thrilled to see some are already stepping up. For example, Mayor Patrick Brown in the city of Brampton and many other cities. As part of this government-wide procurement ban, we're going one step further. We're
hello, Tina, too. Thank you for the raid.
With Starlink. It's
shout out to Tina, too. Welcome, Raiders. Right now, we're covering the economic disaster that's unfolded today and yesterday, and will continue to for the rest of the week. And in about half an hour, I'm going on a panel that is going to be brain damaging in relation to the State of the Union with some other streamers, and then we have the actual State of the Union to cover. So, long day today.
Done.
Hope you're all
it's
doing
gone.
great.
We won't award contracts to people who enable and encourage economic attacks on our province and our country.
Get the fuck out of this country is true.
And the measures my fellow premiers are bringing.
They did close the stock market early because the stocks were crashing too bad. Yeah, it is very funny. I mean, look, just yesterday was almost equivalent to that of 2008 at a point. I need y'all to understand, this is what it was like the last time.
Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
We're red everywhere, essentially, down by 4-5%.
We're down over 16%.
Dow at the same time has fallen about 18%.
The stock market is now down 21%.
What in the world is happening on Wall Street?
Two-year no yields went from 190 to 166 in the blink of an...
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
Apple's under pressure.
2 days back to back, the Dow has lost more than 600 points. He should double down and tariff more countries. Yes, he should, Tina. In fact, every country should double down and tariff us. I love it. I want the American economy to crash so badly right now. We need consequences, guys. We need to learn our lesson. And again, it is nice that, some of these are being targeted directly at, I don't know, defense contractors. There will be no U.S. companies that have any connection to the government that will be able to work in Canada. This is my premier based. Go call him constantly right now. Start calling him until he turns off the electricity, because he's already threatened to do this.
The dollars of contracts
I need
that
this
we
to
have
happen.
with the U.S. We are the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world. We buy over 3,600 products from 35 states.
Turn the
I talked
lights
to the
off,
governor
man.
of Kentucky and Mitch McConnell. Don't touch our bourbon. I'm going after absolutely everything, and I don't want to. We keep the lights on to 1.5 million homes in manufacturing in New York, in Michigan.
Like, Canada could do way worse than this too. This is the beginning. Obviously, they've reserved half of most, actually not half, the majority of the tariffs for in 21 days in case, we decide to change our mind about the blatant self-harm that our country seems to be doing. What's up, Headless Chicken and Suckle Dragon? Yes, of course, everything is Biden's fault. And Obama's, of course. Oh, Biden, actually. Mikhail Theoret, you have no idea how much tariff Canada have. Tariff potential, Canada-wise, is very strong. Can't wait for us to sell California and the West Coast to Canada when we can't afford anything to run the government. I don't see that happening, but I do see maybe California breaking off first.
And in Minnesota. If he wants
Why
to
did Hillary
destroy our
Clinton do
economy
this?
and our families, I will shut down the electricity going down to the U.S. And I'm telling you, we will do it. It's unfortunate. I would rather ship you more electricity, ship you more critical minerals. I want to ship you more energy, more potash to keep.
We're not Canada isn't tariffing itself. Canada's tariffing us. We tariff them and they tariff us back. Do you not know how tariffs work? Probably not. Most people don't these days, I guess.
Your farmers going, and uranium that you use for your nuclear power, it comes through from Saskatchewan over to Ontario, and it's going to be a massive, massive problem. I'm telling.
I need him to shut the lights off in the middle of the State of the Union address. Like, I want Trump to come on stage, I want him to start talking, and then I want the lights to go out. Now, of course, like, they're not sending energy to Washington. Like you said, it's Michigan, it's New York, but even then, right. And again, Canada doesn't tariff itself. That's not how tariffs work. Other countries place tariffs on other countries. Canada has tariffs on other countries because of protectionist trade policy, which Canadians do have to pay. But like, I don't know any outside of the tariffs that are directed at the US. I want more tariffs at the US. Okay. Where does Canadian milk exports go to? Canadian milk exports. Let's see. Oh, look. In 2023, Canada exported $15 million in milk. The destinations for this were 13 million of it went to the United States. And I don't really care about the rest. Literally all of that goes to America. Those are tariffs on us. Good, Mikhail. Good. No amount of Russian oil or Saudi oil will save this, which is good. No, but Russian companies might. What you're not understanding here is what's happening is what we did to Russia following the end of the, following the fall of the Soviet Union. But when we did this to Russia, Russian companies got to take all the privatization and the consolidation and form their own oligarchy in Russia. It was Russian companies. Whereas here, there's a pretty decent chance that it might end up being Russian companies that are engaging in our economy. Thanks for the sub, Headless Chicken. Just yesterday, Trump removed the regulations that would stop a Russian company from setting up base in the United States and siphoning wealth away from Americans. We covered that on last stream. The Russians are literally, like, evil. They own the government, they're evil, and they want to use us to do bad things all over the world, and then they want to steal our money at the same time. But, like, remember, we voted for this shit.
Maybe y'all saw the news out of Nebraska today. Apparently our entire state is going to go bankrupt.
If you're an oligarch, Tyler the Flower, drop me a dono. I'm poor as shit.
In 2 quarters. Me and my husband owned a cattle ranch here.
Headless Chicken is based enough to do it.
I can confirm that all of the cattle ranchers here overwhelmingly voted for Trump. We support him. We voted for him. Something like 70% of our entire workforce is undocumented immigrants.
What's up, Sharks Fork?
They straight up are not showing up for work anymore. They have all either fled the country, fled the state.
Nebraska's going to be bankrupt in like a year.
They have just moved on to work somewhere else. And straight up, we are going to go bankrupt now.
Yep.
We are going to go bankrupt. And yeah, we voted, we knew.
America voted to bankrupt itself. And again, like, this is what we're watching this happen again.
Yahoo down 8.5%, Cisco 6.5%, Research in Motion 10%.
And we're not getting the bid wanted. We're not getting the stock trading, and we see.
The funniest thing to me is that every time Trump was speaking, they had the actual stock market bubble next to him so you could watch it plunge as the tariffs were announced. This is what the people who voted for the economy are doing right this second, or actually were the entire time. Every single MAGA, all of them. I mean, every single MAGA that has under $1 billion. Again, like, this is what the Atlanta Fed predicted. A negative 2.8% growth for Q1. That's a massive drop. Now, this is likely to continue in Q2, which makes it technically, definitionally a recession. There's no way that this trend is solved within the first quarter of 2025. No way. And so, we're looking at a recession. Me entering life, that's all of us entering life, unfortunately. And at the same time, like, understand the things that are happening in the country around us, the things that we are seeing. You know that they just made it so you can't wear masks at protests anymore, except Trump supporters and violent, like, right-wing militias constantly wear masks when they do their rallies and their protests. I feel like maybe this might be a law that is ignored when it comes to the right and is directed specifically at us. There are people who are watching their life savings being washed away right now and are going to kill themselves. I'm like, unfortunately, yeah. And if you're one of those people, I hope you don't kill yourself. Donald Trump's going to die one day, and you want to be alive to see that happen. Wear your mask anyway. Fuck it. I mean, yes, you should, Lanky Sapien. If you're going out for a protest, you wear a mask. You don't want them to catch your face. It's not against the law unless you're on, like, a college campus or some shit in this instance. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's for health reasons, yeah. You know, you gotta wear the mask so you don't get measles, tuberculosis, dysentery, bird flu, polio, COVID, literally every disease that's running rampant in the United States right now.
Run. That's what they want. Run from the truth. Run from the warnings. Run from the history
You don't have the right to free
from
speech.
the ashes of every civilization that thought they were too strong to fall. But there's nowhere left to run. This is happening now, everywhere.
I like his voice so much.
It starts small, a whisper in the cracks of society. A leader tells you that your struggles have a face, an enemy. They tell you the immigrants took your jobs. The other community ruined your values. The poor are bleeding you dry. The journalists are lying to you, and you listen. Because anger is easier
like, again,
than
the
fear.
country fell weeks ago. Shardsborg, you were there. We watched the inauguration, and I told you that this was the funeral for the United States. We were watching the inauguration, and as I said, we've been dying for a while. We got shot in January, like, 6th of 2021. Biden winning the election was the moment in which we got shot. That entire process up until he was in office. For the duration of him being in office, we had a bad wound. We were trying to survive. We were trying to use first aid to resuscitate the country. And in November, when Trump was elected again, that is when we died. The country was killed in that moment. Then we had the funeral. It's just that simple. And yes, he does have a documentary narrator voice. They say, "Will kill," say the killers. "They will steal," say the thieves. "And they will take our jobs," say the people who are selling your jobs to, I don't know, Russians, I guess. Merrick Garland sealed this deal. Partially. I mean, there's a lot of blame you could throw around, guys. It's not just on any one person. It's not just on Biden. It's not just on the entire Democrats as a whole. Like, this goes very far. We're all at least a little bit at fault here. Every single one of us, in fact. I would argue even people who voted for Kamala. Because you know why? You know why we're all still at fault in the end of this? Is because we didn't do this. Where are you? Whatever. It's because we didn't do this. If we did that, we might have survived. But we did not do this. We did not do what Georgia did. We did not step onto the streets. We did not get shot with water cannons and tear gas. We did not fight for it while we had the ability to. Which, by the way, was my point in why you should vote for Kamala instead of Trump. Because under Kamala, you would have still been able to do that because she would still suck and we still would have to fight. And she would not kill us for doing that. Now, of course, it's not like the Democrats will not crush rebellion. You saw what happened at the college Palestine protests. But it'd be a different kind of crushing the rebellion, you know? One that we could kind of get through. Whereas Donald Trump's just going to use the military to shoot us if we get too rowdy. Which we have to let happen, as bad as that sounds. A lot of us are going to have to get hurt to make this better. That's kind of how history works, you know? I'm not saying you should do any violence. In fact, you should not do any violence, but violence will be done to you by the state. We've been at the end path for decades. I mean, yeah, we've been on this road for a while. Unironically, Samuel L. Jackson would be based in 2028. I can see that. I can see that. We should tier president tier list where we base them entirely off face value. What's the fun in that? I like analysis. Face value is boring. All of this is actually my fault for voting for Bernie in 2016 and the 2020 primaries. Exactly, Captain Buggy. Exactly. Although I will say, if Bernie had won, we wouldn't be in this position now. So the people who voted for Bernie in every primary, you're still less at fault. But we are still at fault for not stepping outside, not screaming, not getting, hurt, not making them make the change. Again, look at Europe. Look at any European country protesting right now for literally any reason. They go way harder for way less, and we're literally having our democracy ripped away from us. You know what? I will bet money that we are going to drop the sanctions on Russia tonight. During this speech, Donald Trump has said that it will be a big speech, that it will be featuring special guests, that it will have surprises. We're just going to drop sanctions. And I'm not saying it's any of your fault in particular, obviously. It's everybody. It's the collective's fault for not standing up and stopping this before. You can't place the blame of an entire system failing. What time is the speech? It's at 9 p.m. Eastern. So it'll be a couple hours. I'm hoping that this panel goes on for about an hour and a half, and then we can do some analysis after. What do you mean we will sanction the EU, not Russia? Well, I don't know if we'll sanction the EU, but I know we're going to drop the sanctions on Russia. And what I need, by the way, what I need to happen is the moment we drop sanctions on Russia, I need every fucking European country to apply the same exact sanctions that they have to Russia on us and add US specific ones. We're not against Russia. We're literally allied with Russia. By the way, How many direct quotes do you think that we'll see from Trump to Hitler's first speech as chancellor? I'm going to go ahead and say we'll probably see at least 2 direct quotes. So this was Hitler's first speech as chancellor. By the way, I heard someone say corpo today since you wanted to... I've been saying corpo for a while. But yeah, people are unironically saying corpo now, and that's Preem Captain Buggy. That's how you normalize shit, you know? So, I'm going to link y'all this, and I want you to take a look while you're watching the State of the Union, or rather, the not State of the Union, the joint address to Congress, because again, they're against the Union. And I want to see how many similarities in quotes there are to this. Remember his first inaugural address was titled American Carnage? I forgot. Holy shit, yeah. It's been so long. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you. Good to see you. You guys are in for not a treat, though. Because, again, like 10 minutes until this panel starts. Aye, aye, aye. I suppose we can finish this video in the meantime.
Because pointing a finger is easier than looking in the mirror. But while you're watching the enemy, they are watching you. Because this playbook, it's old, and it never fails.
Tyler.
Germany blamed the Jews. Rwanda blamed the Tutsi. Cambodia blamed the intellectuals. America blamed the indigenous. Then the black. Then the immigrants. Then the activists. Who's next? Because there is always a next. Tyranny does not stop at the first scapegoat. It spreads.
Oh, holy shit. Look, there it is. Reuters. White House seeks plan for possible Russia sanction relief. We're dropping the sanctions, and he's going to announce it tonight. I'm positive of it. Also, how much you want to bet Kanye is going to make an appearance? He said special guests.
It consumes. It is a fire, and once it starts burning, it does not stop until everything is ash. And yet, some of you still believe it can't happen here. You think democracy is too strong, that people are too aware, that we are too advanced. Let me remind you, it took 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes for the Nazis to dismantle a constitutional republic. 1 month. Now tell me, how long do you think it would take today? When lies travel faster than truth. When
it wouldn't take very long at all. Hold on, I want to see this because then I have to start getting ready to like move over to the panel.
Scroll up.
If nobody hits the salute, I want a refund. I'm sure someone will. America is now Russian vassal state. You're right, Headless Chicken.
A moral compass and a soul. MAGA, pay attention. It
oh my
isn't
God,
the liberals that are...
I can't play it because of the music in the background. I'm going on a panel to debate the State of the Union. There's going to be MAGA there. I'm going to hate it. It's going to be interesting, but we'll see.
They're currently crashing the stock market.
I'm not excited for this.
It isn't the LGBTQIA that is currently firing tens of thousands of people. It isn't the trans people siding with our nation's known enemies.
Whatever, I'm going to get copyrighted for this
It
anyway.
isn't black people or
Might as well
Hispanic
finish it.
people that are driving up the cost on damn near everything today. Every single thing that Donald Trump campaigned on, he is causing and exasperating. Every single...
I'm genuinely curious what their arguments are going to be. Because, like, what is the positive pro-Trump argument that can be made?
Fear-mongering
right now,
pain
even by
point
Trump
that he said at every single rally, he is actively doing in 44 days of being the president of the United States. There is no boogeyman that is ruining this country. There is only one man, and his allegiance to our known enemy, Vladimir Putin. Canada is not our enemy. Canada fought alongside us in Normandy, in Vietnam, in Korea.
I know, but I want them to say it at the very least. I want them to make sense. I want them to openly talk. I want to stop the bullshit. Can we just can we get to the point now where we've had all of the conversations, we've seen all of the bullshit. I just want them to be honest. Drop the euphemism. Just drop the euphemism. Say you're a Nazi. Just say it. They're gonna kill us and at least going out with a fight. I mean, same. You should. Don't just let them, take you, but they're fucking ghouls, every last one of them. I can tell you their arguments, Captain Buggy. So, some think we can actually tariff everything, then start producing everything here. Yeah, I've heard that one before, even though it would take a decade and the immediate harm isn't worth it, and the wages wouldn't go up to match the ability of, you know, buying power of the Americans who now have to make things that are more expensive. Yeah, I've heard that one before. And then the other conservatives are actually mad about it, but they still like how reactionary Trump is, so they support him. Well, that is what I'm expecting. We'll find out. I've never talked to either of these. I would rather literally stub my toe infinitely on a beehive than ever have Andrew Tate on my show. This man is a convicted sex trafficker, and he's now doing Nazi shit, by the way. Here, I'm going to put that up for you, and then I'm going to go pee.
And they are what?
Racist.
Nazis.
Yep.
Nazis.
Yep, for sure.
So they use World War II. Let me ask you guys a question. If they use World War II to subvert white nationalism to the point of extinction, wouldn't it be truly treasonous if the story of World War II wasn't even true? What if there's another?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, to be fair, he might actually make an appearance at the State of the Union. That's a good point. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to start setting up. Join in. I won't be able to see chat while I'm doing this, so there's that. What the fuck is right? But I mean, like, are you really that surprised? Wasn't watching, was that tater tot? Yes, it was. Indeed, indeed. This will be the one and only time that you see me engaging with MAGA in a way that isn't directly opposed to them. Like, I mean, to be fair, I am going to be opposing them, but I mean, like, mean. No, I'm going to be mean anyway. Willingly. Why am I doing it? Because Wick asked me to come on a panel, and I said yes, and then I didn't find out that it was MAGA till after. There's literally ads on X, by the way, Simply Steve, for Nazi content. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that Hassan got unbanned? Pretty cool. All right, let's give this a go. Oh, I will be mean. I'm gonna, like, these people are stupid. I'm just gonna have fun laughing at them. All right, I'll be right back. Hassan got banned yesterday, SN and Headless Chicken, because he fed posted about a government official. Stupid people think smart people are stupid ones, and then there's no winning with the brain rot. You're not wrong. All right, I'm going to shut up now because I'm in backstage and I'm waiting for the others to join. I can indeed hear you. Let me turn my camera on. Oh. It does indeed. It does indeed. I'm just full screening it now. There we go.
Beautiful.
Really should turn my own little camera bar off. Do you guys want chat on screen or not? Asking my chat. Because there's going to be 4 people, so y'all pick. I'll make a poll.
We got a little time. Oh, here we go. Oh, there he went.
There you go. There's the poll.
I saw Irrelevant for a minute.
By the way, how are you, Wick? What's up?
It's been a time, but we're getting through. We're
It's definitely been a
powering
time.
on. I'm not excited about all the bullshit that's coming down, but you know what? What can you do, right? You got to just kind of go through.
Yeah, you just kind of got to get through it as best as you can. The economy crashing isn't going to stop today. It's going to keep going.
I'm aware, though. I have seen reports that Trump is considering rolling back the tariffs, and I hope to God he does.
Oh God, that would be so funny and embarrassing. I mean, to be fair, we're already been humiliated on the global stage, so.
That is what it is. Irrelevant. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, my bad. Yo, I am live. Is that okay?
That's cool, right? That's cool.
Sweet.
We're waiting for the other gentleman to arrive.
Hello, Irrelevant. Nice to meet you.
Oh, can't. Oh, you muted
Oh,
yourself.
whoops. Howdy. How are you?
Okay. Great.
Aye.
Just trying to get everyone else in real quick so we can have an actual debate.
Nice to meet you as well, by the way.
Oh, yes, thank you. Lot going on.
Indeed.
How's it going, Gibbs?
And here we are.
Making the dream. I'll have my camera on in 1 second.
Okay, where's your buddy?
He
Hopped in the server. I've seen him hop in the server. I just haven't seen him show. So
I'll send a message.
Gibbs, Headless Chicken says hi. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Yeah, it's my boy. I like Taylor's chicken. He's good people.
Huh? Well, there you go. That made him happy.
I'll speak to the devil. Okay. Everyone's here.
Oh, I didn't know this was
All right, 10 seconds. I'll be live.
Yeah, sure. I'll just explain the rules once Grid undeafens. I don't want to do it twice. That's all. Let me DM him. Oh, speak of the devil. Okay, great. So here's how this is going to work, right? I'll just give you the rundown, and then we'll start the show. So I will introduce a topic. I'll say hi to my audience, and then I will give each of you, and I stress this, please, a brief, concise, short statement to introduce yourselves, as well as give opening thoughts on the subject at hand. Any questions before we go live?
How might sound okay?
Can you turn yourself up? You are low.
I'm low.
That's a good question. Do we all sound all right?
Everyone except for Grid sounds fine.
All right, good.
Here, I can turn you up a little, but you're gonna have to do most of the work on your end.
Yeah, working on.
And a camera if you have it.
Yeah, I've got the camera. Just give me 1 sec. I don't normally do Discord, so
all good.
I don't have everything set up here. Looks like I have the output volume. Yeah, there we go. Is that better?
Yes, it could use a little more though.
We're all. Looks like it's. Pardon me. It looks like it's all maxed out as far as Discord's concerned. Give me
Then
1
that's
second.
what we're gonna have to go with. Okay. Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get this shit show started.
Have we all consigned ourselves to the point that this is going to be a shit show?
Hey, look, we're starting the show now. Okay, I'm gonna give my intro, and then we can talk about that once Grid gets his camera on. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, Have we got a show for you? Later tonight, President Trump will be briefing joint sessions of Congress to talk about all sorts of things. Who knows? It's Trump. We don't know, right? But I wanted to have a debate, a discussion on the state of our union. Is it strong? How has Trump and his administration performed so far? How we doing? What's the state of our union, gang? And we're going to talk about that. I'm going to give each of these lovely, wonderful individuals a chance to introduce themselves and have some brief opening statements. And we will start with the lovely Visora. Go ahead, give us what you got.
Oh, well, thank you. What's up? I'm Visora. I'm a streamer on Twitch. I talk about politics and sometimes some social issues. I'm a libertarian socialist. And as for the state of our union, I think our union is in a lot of trouble. I don't think it's in any good state at all. As you can see, the economy from today and from yesterday, as well as a lot of other social issues, law-related issues, ignoring of the courts, as well as some insane shit with Elon in the federal government and the treasury. Like, everything is bad. We've just dropped all of our alliances with Europe and are now allied with Russia. The entire global, like, order has flipped on its head, and it looks like we're coming out on the bottom. So that's my opening statement.
Well, thank you for being here, and we'll see how it goes. What do you got for us, Gibbs?
Hey, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I host the Debate Championship Series and the Give Me a Break panel. Let's see. I gotta say, I want y'all to know my pronouns are I am correct. That is my pronoun. So if you disagree with me, you are wrong. And guess what? Here's the facts. America is on pace to be the greatest it's ever been. Potentially. I'm so excited. It's like America's healing since Trump has gotten in office. Kathleen Kennedy is stepping down from Star Wars. We got all sorts of good shit going down. I'm excited to get into this and why Trump is goated. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will get into it, I'm sure. Thanks for being here. Next up, Irrelevant, please.
Howdy. I'm Irrelevant, AH Relevant on all platforms. As for the State of the Union, I think we are very much headed for disaster. I think we're already in a disastrous state. The weaponization of the DOJ and corrupt actions from the Trump administration has made this regime already a nightmare. People have felt the economic squeeze already, and based on the projections for the tariffs, it looks like it's going to get much worse. So, yeah, we're definitely not in a good state. We need to rein this in and figure out a way to, not have this get much worse. And I'm not sure there's much we can do. We just have to, just hope people come to their senses.
Oh, what a great strategy. But thank you for being here, and we will certainly get into it. Next up, first-time guest on my show. Hopefully not last time. We'll see. Grid Motorsports, what do you have for us, sir?
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I do commentary, interviews, and that sort of thing on my channel on YouTube. Don't do really much of anything on Twitch or Rumble. It's just kind of boring, so I pretty much stick to YouTube. And yeah, that's about what it is. As far as the State of the Union, I think definitely we're coming out of some shit. We're going to have to move forward into we're going to have to go through some more before it gets better. But I do see I see bright lights on the horizon. I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, I'm ready to get into it. Let's go.
Okay, and with that, let's get into it. I guess let's start with one of the big questions on my mind: the economy. We've seen projections come out that in the first quarter we're going to have a GDP drop of about 2.8%. We have seen the Dow Jones lose over 1,000 points in the last 2 days. What's going on here? Gibbs, why is this a good state? Sell me on this.
See, listen, if you are an economic savant like I was one such as myself, then you will realize and you will know that stocks are just indicative of like a day-to-day feeling. They go up, they go down. I could tell somebody that tea was going up in China, and then semiconductors prices would go up in East Estonia. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much on a day-to-day basis. In fact, in the words of the great conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he did say something that's pertinent. Trump's going in there to clean out the swamp and get things back on track. I don't expect him to get not to get shit up to his ankles. So whenever we've been sitting here dealing with all these unfair trade deals for such a long time, it's wonderful for him to come in here and slap some people around and get some deals done in our best interest. I don't like Trudeau today. I don't know why Trudeau wants to play chicken with a American grizzly that is our economy, but he's going to lose that battle. And I think that once again, it's wonderful that we're sitting here doing these things because they have been taking advantage of us. And I see a lot of people on the left sitting here screaming, "Woe is me." Well, I'm sorry. Sometimes the status quo needs to be shaken up, and the status quo has been real shitty for like a lot of Americans for a real long time. And it's wonderful now that someone's sticking up for those Americans.
It's an open discussion. Go ahead,
Okay.
Gang. What do you
I
think?
just want to throw in there that the United States imports about $400 billion worth of goods from Canada every year, whereas
Cool, what are
Canada
those goods?
imports about $270 billion worth of goods, whereas much of the things that we in America can make require base raw materials that we also import from Canada, such as lumber for houses, such as steel for buildings. Much
I
of
know something about this. Can I help you with the lumber thing? Because I actually know something about that.
No, go for it.
Yeah, so the Canadian companies got really pissed off back in the day because we did put a tariff on the lumber, and what ended up happening is that they actually found it cheaper to buy lumber area, basically acreage. Actually, in my state here in Tennessee, they quit that because it's cheaper for them to actually raise the trees in Brazil, South America, and they ship them into the U.S. So they've been paying tariffs anyway. So it doesn't really matter. I think that's a really great talking point, but it's a very poor thing in reality because it's just a Canadian company, and what they'll do is they'll just become an American company, and they won't have to pay the tariffs anymore. Gibbs is right. It's just business 101.
I disagree entirely. So first of all, like those exact lumberers are happy that these tariffs are going through because it's going to create a larger economy in Canada that is separate from the United States. Secondly, that lumber that we import from Brazil, the specific like grow the trees so we can cut them down for wood, that wood is shit. It's garbage. Everything we make with it is weak.
Actually, that's untrue too.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
because
that's
where do you get this?
Because the
I
wood
literally
that is grown quickly to be cut and sold does not have the time to become as
straighter. Okay,
you can tell the difference between let's say
it's strange.
Just hold on. One at a time. Finish Visora, and then you can respond.
If you cut a tree that is 100 years old, same kind of tree as the other one, right? You cut one and you make a wooden plank out of it. Then you raise a tree, the same kind of tree, and within 1 year, you cut that down and make a plank with it. Which of these planks is stronger? Are they the same?
Wait, you want us to cut 100-year-old trees down?
No, I'm asking you a question.
I find it
Do you
shocking
think
that
there's a
talking about lumber
difference?
here, but I will educate you if you'd like to learn.
I just want to know, do you think there's a difference between
No,
the wood?
if you'd like the truth of the matter, I'll be glad to help you.
Sure, go for it.
Tell us the truth.
So the reality is that the best white pine in America comes from Louisiana, where it grows really fast and really straight and not very knotty. But it grows better in Brazil. Same reasons, because all of the various things that go into the reasons that trees and things grow really fast in the jungle and the rainforest. Very ideal conditions, I guess you would say. But now it's true that if we're looking at walnut or oak or hardwoods, which are very expensive, and we don't actually get very many of those from much of that from Canada, but we do get them from, say, Texas, where Gibbs lives, and Tennessee, where I live, and Georgia, where they grow. I got a walnut tree in front of my house. I'd love to get rid of, but
you've yet to answer my question.
But that's very expensive wood, and you would be correct about that. If you try and grow a walnut tree in Brazil, it doesn't really work because it's a hardwood. Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about construction lumber, and construction lumber is largely white pine. And white pine grows very fast, very straight, and with excellent grain structure in Brazil.
Okay.
I love
Is there a
talking points
difference?
provided by people who don't know anything about lumber industry.
I love
but
asking
it's
a
great.
question and getting a giant like answer that has nothing to do with my question and still doesn't answer it. Is there a difference
Hold on,
between
that was a-
is
how do we
there a
answer your
difference
question?
between the
Answer
white
your
pine, the planks that you make from it? Is there a difference in quality between a 100-year-old tree?
Yeah, the 100-year-old one is shittier. Better. 100-year-old one is shittier. Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, that tracks with what I think about you, Gibbs.
Okay.
I'm just telling
So
you.
can I just
let's get Irrelevant in here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Give it
what does this have to do with the fact that it's going to become more expensive to import? I don't know. You can talk about whether or not
Brazil
it's going to
doesn't
come from
care.
Brazil. Doesn't matter. It's going to be more expensive to import at end of the day.
Sure.
But we're
Because
already importing
Canadian
it from
companies
Brazil.
will do exactly what they did the last
Okay,
time
hold
this
on.
happened.
You just said we already
That's not
import
what they're doing.
and that's not an argument. We already import it.
Yeah, we're
It's
just
going to
it'll
the cost of it is
it'll
going to
probably become
increase.
cheaper.
That's not an
And
argument.
Canadian companies are not
Okay,
coming
hold
to America.
on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. One at a time, because you're all talking over each other. Irrelevant, ask a question. I want to give. I see it, but I want to give Gibbs and Grid a chance to answer his question, and then we can get you in there, Visora. Okay. Irrelevant, ask a question. Go ahead, answer him. Gibbs, go ahead, answer him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's real simple, right? We have evidence that last time we put tariffs on Canada, having companies move down. They moved down here to America, which opened up more jobs. Secondly, as Grid's already stated, basically the 100-year-old tree, it's shittier. I'm sorry, it's just shittier. And first of all, if you are actually eco-friendly, you probably don't want them cutting down 100-year-old trees. But hey, this is the party of the ecology over here. They want us to cut down 100-year-old trees for lumber instead of the fast-grown, better trees in Brazil. But hey, what do I know? This is the real Einstein take over here. But furthermore, yeah, I mean, we already know that they'll come to America when we've done tariffs. We've done it before. A bunch of companies already are considering moving to America. That brings jobs to, guess what? Americans. Name one. All right, cool. I got a list here. Let's go to
because
6 of them.
Canadian companies.
KMPG. We got let's see. I got a whole bunch of just Google these. I got about 100 of them saying they're back.
What are you Googling?
All you gotta do is Google. Companies planning on moving to America due to tariffs. I mean, it's not hard to look up. KPMG right there, specializing in tax and law. They're going to be opening a new administration center in America. That's one right there. I mean, there's just I don't understand how you can even argue. This is how it works.
So two quick questions.
Really quickly, please. Let me just. What the fuck does tax law have to do with tariffs? Like a company that does tax law doesn't pay tariffs
anyway. What does tax law have to do with tariffs?
They're not paying tariffs doing tax law. They're not producing anything. But whatever. I want Irrelevant to ask this question.
You think that if you own a company in another country, because this is something I'm familiar with now, because I do have franchises in other countries. Yeah. You think that if I have a franchise in, say, I don't know, Belgium or the UK, that they don't have to pay UK taxes or Belgian taxes?
No, of course they do. But do you think that has anything to do with tariffs?
Of course they do. Yet it has to do a lot with US law, doesn't it?
Exactly. Hold on, if I may ask, because I'm confused now. Did Trump put tariffs on tax companies?
No, that there's companies.
Okay, so why are we talking about
directly due to the tariffs? Wick, that was the question was asked? They're moving directly here, and that was just the first one I pulled up. How they're building offices here? They're moving their headquarters here.
I mean, why is that connected? If there's no tariffs put on that those companies,
because it's a new industry, fam. It's a new industry.
Okay.
To be clear, we weren't talking about tax companies moving. We were talking about lumber companies moving. So let's make that clear. Do you have a list? Do you have one? No, you were asked to name a lumber company who was going to move to America from Canada. That's what you were asked to name. You have a list of some Canadian lumber companies that are moving to America.
No. You didn't have. Nobody said lumber. This is something.
That's what's the topic of conversation. If you weren't following, I mean, that's tough.
No. I'm sorry. You're not following. The question was name one company moving to the U.S. and I named one.
In the context of us talking about lumber, it was us talking about lumber.
GVA Lighting. How about JLD Epoxy Coating and Rebar? How about Micro Art Services Inc. How about
so I'm going to ask my questions then. If all of these incredibly prestigious big companies are moving over, if all of these incredibly big prestigious companies are moving over to the United States, tell me why economists, tell me why the people who are investing money in the United States are pulling out.
Good question.
Why is the money
What?
leaving?
Cares.
Why is the money
Nobody cares.
leaving if,
Let
according
them
to you,
leave. Let
these
Americans
big,
get it.
huge $billion, these huge companies, big companies are coming to
Like who?
America? Why
Like
is
who?
everyone pulling their money out, bro?
Who's leaving?
Why are they
Who's
pulling?
leaving?
Have you looked
What do you
at
mean?
the stock market?
Have you seen the stock market, bro? We've tanked.
It's 1 day of stocks.
Two,
One day.
actually.
How many
It's not
stocks
1
do you
day of
need to-
stocks.
how many
It's been
stocks do you
been
need to own?
several days as well
Two
as
days.
projections.
Let
As
everyone
well as
finish. Let
projections.
everyone finish.
2000, the economic impact of just the last 2 days has already surpassed the 2008 financial crisis, you fucking moron.
Wow. Yeah, this just sounds like people that don't know how to invest. All my stocks are up, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, listen.
Wait,
you
hold
you're
on.
talking
Which
about
stocks do you
overall
have?
value.
Yeah, which stock?
Tesla's down. Wait, are you like
Tesla's
Elon? What
down.
Tesla's down? What are you
Nvidia's
investing?
I don't have Elon. I don't have Tesla stock.
Nvidia.
Don't worry about
Wait,
mine.
no,
everything
you
is
just
down.
said your stocks are up. Which stocks do you have? Tell me which stock.
Don't worry about
Tell me your
it. All
portfolio,
of them.
bro.
I can
My
tell you.
portfolio is fantastic. What's your
All of them?
portfolio?
Then
Do
you're
you have
down,
stock?
bro. The Dow Jones down. The S&P down,
The
bro.
only
What
stocks that
stocks
are
do you
up-
have?
Do you think that just because the overall market's down, that every stock in the
No,
whole
I'm
market is
asking
down?
you. You
gone
just
up.
said you
This
were
is
up.
economy
What do you
101,
have
economics
that's up?
101.
What do you
Don't worry
have
about
that's
it.
up?
What do you own a stock? Like at
Yeah,
all?
I have money in the
What do you
S&P
own?
500. It's not doing
Cool.
well.
Oh well, that sucks. Get better fucking
The
accountant, better
only-
fucking.
Yeah, I'm looking for a better
Better,
president too. Now you said you were up. You said you were up. So tell me what you're up.
I'm not gonna divulge all my.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
stocks
Okay.
that have
All right.
gone
All
up-
right. Dude.
The only
Okay, bro.
stocks that have gone up
I mean,
that are U.S.
listen,
companies
this is not
are
the first time
defense
here. I've been
contractors.
plenty of stocks that I have. I'm just not sitting
Okay.
here.
What do you have, like Novo Nordisk and Wegovy?
Let's talk.
Defense stocks have gone up.
Yeah, defense stock.
And guess what? I probably own a lot of, huh?
But
Surprise,
here's the deal.
surprise.
Okay.
Enjoy making your money off.
We're getting
the,
beside the
debts
point a
of
little bit, right?
brown children.
I guess let me just start with the baseline so we can kind of get where everyone is.
Prison stocks.
Raise your hand if you think that the tariffs that Trump has applied to Canada and Mexico are going to be good for America. Whether short term, long term, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Why?
Yeah.
Give us that argument, and then we'll. I'm going to give it to Grid. Give us your argument, and then we'll discuss it. Why are the Trump tariffs going to be, in your opinion, good for the economy, or good for America, I should say? Grid, you're up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was. I thought you said Gibbs.
No.
I apologize. I was maybe not paying attention. So overall, I think that when we look at tariffs, you have to really understand that every country in the world has a tariff on American goods going in, and we actually subsidize them bringing their goods here, which actually has hurt American manufacturing and production over the years. And it's a really bad thing, I think, especially when we're complaining about the loss of jobs. We're talking about not making things here, not building things here, not, when we're offshoring all of these various jobs, including tech jobs and that sort of thing, then tariffs start to make a lot of sense because you start buying at home. Now, we can argue, and I think unsuccessfully, but you could argue that the raw material aspect of it is a big deal. But we have a lot of raw materials here that we choose not to use because up until now, it's just being more convenient to have material that has been subsidized by the government brought in.
Can I ask a question?
With all of that ending and the raw material that we're offshore or onshoring from other countries being brought in, that makes American lumber again attractive. And again, I'm picking on lumber. I shouldn't. Well, let's just use American-made fucking anything. Like silicon chips left Silicon Valley and went to Taiwan and Japan because they could just make them cheaper. And maybe now they can't. Now now all of that production goes back to Silicon Valley.
Can I ask
To be clear, Biden stimulated domestic chip production. He spent a lot of money on that. That's Biden.
Literally
by the way.
everything Trump
It's
is
not
taking
Trump, it's
credit
Biden.
for.
Actually,
Exactly.
no,
It is Biden.
Biden okayed that.
I have a question,
move,
though. A real question,
offshoring
please.
chip manufacturing. Trump denied it the first time. He said, no, can't do
Understand,
it.
I agree with you that under normal economic circumstances, this would bring jobs to America, right? Now, here's my question for you.
You just don't like Trump.
No, here's my actual question for you.
That's it.
If goods are produced in the United States by American workers, those goods will cost more to buy as a purchaser. Like if you buy a shirt from Shein for $2, that's a different cost than if you go to an American-made clothing manufacturer and you buy a shirt from them. Now, what I'm asking you is what policies are in place that will ensure that your wages will go up enough that you will be able to afford the increased cost in the goods that now have to be manufactured in the United States? Is there any policy, is there any talk, any mention of raising your wages in any way? Instead of like just creating jobs is one thing.
First of all, the government doesn't control wages. That would be communism if they did, and we don't have that as a
we have a federal minimum wage. Man.
Wait, the minimum wage?
Yeah, I mean, that is socialist tendencies right there.
Well, the federal minimum, nobody actually gets paid the minimum wage, bro.
That's not true at all.
Yes, they do. In Alabama, as to my knowledge, in Alabama, you get paid the minimum wage.
That's fine.
But hold on, dude.
The state minimum wage is lower than the federal minimum
$7.25 per hour can give you. But here's my question.
What is the cost of living in
Why would your
Alabama?
wages go up? Why would
Cost
your
of
wages
living
go
is
up?
low.
In any way.
Oh, there you go.
The government. Give me any reason why your wages would go up.
You guys just said minimum wage, and I refuted that by saying nobody makes it. The guy working at Chick-fil-A can't hire people at $14 an hour. Federal minimum wage is what,
$7.25, yeah. But like, forget that. Forget the federal minimum wage.
That's double minimum wage.
Get the government out of it. Why would it happen?
And they literally can't even hire people at that because there's so many jobs where they can make more money.
Yeah, McDonald's is average. McDonald's average pay is like $14.50.
Okay,
now.
so if you
they
get
literally
rid of minimum
advertise that
wage,
on other things, so minimum wage is a non-factor. This is just a lefty.
Why would your
bullshit
wages go
talking
up then?
point.
If we take minimum wage out of it, why would your wages go
do,
up?
Do you understand how the free market works?
Yes,
the free
I do.
market?
I do actually.
Yeah,
do you
so it's called supply, demand.
Do you understand how capitalism works? A CEO's job
I do.
is
I'm
literally
quite good at it.
A CEO has fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the stockholders, the actual like people that they work for, gain as much as possible, which means there is incentive to pay you as little as possible, which has been evidentiated for literally decades. If you can't agree with that, then you literally don't live in reality.
You're wrong. You're wrong, because there's also an expression, and this is a age-old business expression, you get what you pay for, right? It's called you get what you pay for.
True.
And so if you hire quality people and pay them market value or better than market value, guess what? You retain better people and your business thrives. This is age-old business tactics 101. This is what I do in my business. I don't pay my people a minimum wage. I don't pay my people below minimum wage. I don't pay my people shit. My goal is to make them as rich as possible. And guess what? I have a like 80% higher retention rate than almost any other company in my industry. That's why, like, it's just really that simple. So you're just arguing these things that are unequivocally not true.
Because you are not a manufacturer. You don't own a fucking factory. We're talking about
manufactured goods. Well, I am a manufacturer. I'm a cattle manufacturer.
I do.
All you produce is grift. So, like, what are we talking about? Physical goods.
Grift.
I actually own a
grift. I own a ranch. I produce cattle. Like, I also do B2B sales. I own multiple businesses. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you produce other than bullshit? I actually produce beef. It's what's for dinner. Might have heard that one before?
Oh, you know that's bad for your testosterone levels, did you? I don't produce anything.
Hey, that's still good to
this
eat.
is my job.
We are far off the beaten path.
I produce content.
Okay, Grid, I'll give it to you, but we are. I want to stick on tariffs, but go ahead, Grid.
Yeah, so I actually buy and sell companies, and I own. I can't actually tell you exactly what, and I can't really talk. You know, so I was really quiet when we started talking about stocks because I legally can't talk about stocks in a public setting because I have insider information, so I can't do that. Even in general terms, I don't risk that. But one of the things is that why do you think a company pays more for good help? Because it increases production. Because only the lowest level of jobs get paid shitty. And I'm just going to take a welder for example. Right now, I know I can buy a welder for $14.50 to $16 an hour, but he's going to be a shitty ass welder and probably not going to show up every day. And I need shit done. So I pay up to $40 an hour for a welder. Sit there and weld. That's blue collar as it gets, baby.
Okay,
So
what's
I don't know
this have
what
to
you're
do with tariffs?
I honestly don't understand how you guys talk about corporate when you have no idea. Have you ever employed anybody? I've employed people. I've written out the taxes. I've written out the checks to the government. The reason, you know why you don't see very many like true leftist business people is because they have to sign the fucking check to
No,
the
it's
government.
because we don't believe in it, you idiot. That's why I don't. It's because we think it's
Let's get it.
immoral.
That's why. Well, that's so you don't want to live off our teeth.
You never employed anybody because you can't.
It's
Let's
immoral.
Let's give it to Irrelevant.
That's
who's
why.
trying to get it.
Yeah, so to be clear, you guys are talking about, oh yeah, they're going to just pay their workers more or whatever. You understand, even still, if that was the case, that's going to make it so consumers also have to spend more on these products. You act like it's a perfect dance and that there's going to be a perfectly adjusted wage for everything. There's a reason why it's harder for people to afford education, housing, and things like this over time. Your guys' philosophy is that it should be perfect. Your ability to afford a home is the same as it was in the 50s as it is today. Laughable. Absolutely laughable. Your ability to buy a vehicle, your ability to afford an education. No, I'm not done. Your ability to afford an education.
Let Irrelevant finish.
Is not nearly as affordable for average people in even average households as it was in the past. This just mythical idea, oh, businesses make money and they'll just pay us proportional over time. It's just not true. Anybody with Google can prove it's not true. Not even Google. Anybody who's been alive for longer than 20 years can prove
I mean, what's really crazy about this is these are all problems that the left caused.
The cost of pickup trucks went up $20,000 today. Where is the money going to come from for an American who wants to go buy a Ram 1500 to pay the extra 20 grand?
The age of a home buyer in the 50s was? What do you think the average age?
What about the average wage?
What do you think was the average age of the average home buyer in the 50s?
I don't know what the average age of the average home buyer was, but I do know that the average individual was more as a percent of their wage, they were more capable of affording a house than they are today.
Well, whose fault is that? Age is 56 now. I'll let Rick finish. I want to.
I mean, I think it's a mixture. I'm not going to say it's only Republicans' fault.
No, I'll tell you whose fault it is. I mean, 16 of the last 20 years we've had which president? We've had a Democrat, right? So yeah,
for 60 years, we haven't had one president for 60 years. I'm afraid
116 for 16 of the last 20. Yes, 16 of the last 20 years we've had a Democrat president. Correct?
Sure. This goes back to Reagan.
So hold on. Okay, just follow my logic. And now the reason why the economy's in the dog shit and nobody can fucking buy anything is because of meddling in the economy by Democrats with overregulation and bad trade deals and bad foreign policy. This is fact. It's 101. It's that simple. You can't sit here and blame. You can't sit here and blame Trump and all these other people when we're sitting here trying to fix the mess y'all have had 16 years of the last 20.
I blame Reagan. I blame Milton Friedman.
Y'all been fucking. We're Reagan, bro.
Yes.
Reagan was 30 years ago, bro.
Yeah, no.
Like 40 years ago.
Let me try
Friedman. I blame him. I blame Bill Clinton. I blame George Bush. I blame Obama. I blame Trump. I blame all of them because it's all laissez-faire economics that is harmful to humanity. It's anti-human. Your ideology is literally a death cult. It's anti-human.
Right. She said that.
You want people to suffer so you can gain from it. But you're not even
aware that
that's your ideology.
Yes, listen. Well, all right. You're socialist. I got it. You're a purist. What about you, Papa? Let's talk about reality. What is your thoughts on that?
Yes, sure.
You're gonna have to, Papa. Who are you referring to?
Oh, I was looking to. I can't see his name. Irrelevant. Is that your name?
He called you Daddy. Go ahead, Daddy.
I mean,
I call everybody Papa. Yeah, everybody Papa.
All she was saying is that there's mechanisms by which people are responsible for these things. If you want to get into like whether or not those exact things that they're critiquing are socialist, you probably have to break them down. But I personally, for the reason that we're in this economic state, I wouldn't say that there's one particular thing, frankly, because I'm not fucking stupid. So I'm not going to blame just specifically Democrats or just specifically Republicans. What we are talking about right now, the context of this, is Trump tariffs, and that there is economists, very educated individuals, spent their entire lives looking into these things, looking that the projections are not good. The projections are not where you're claiming they are, right? And also, again, the stock market that we can materially see isn't in a good place. Also, when people are going to the grocery store, they're seeing stuff, they're seeing stuff that they don't like. They're seeing prices they don't like. So when you talk about the consumers, they're seeing stuff they don't like. We're talking about the experts, they're seeing stuff they don't like, and the investors are seeing stuff they don't like. I feel like you're trying to sell me that the sky is green. The sky is blue, brother.
So here's the thing. What's really interesting is now that I've been looking at this, is it's this is only a 4-month low. It's the low since October. So we've had gains up until then. So we've had one little hiccup now that's happened.
The S&P erased all its gains.
I don't know if you know this, but usually these things kind of go like this. And then they go up, there's little dips and edges. But, I don't know if you...
Yeah, do you think economists don't know that? So when they're making projections, they're just like, they totally forgot about the boom and bust cycle? You think they just, whoops, I forgot about a fundamental part of capital.
Y'all are sitting here, screaming, woe is us, after Trump has been in there for office with net gains. With net gains, Trump has been there with net gains up until today, and y'all are sitting here going doom and gloom.
All of those were erased today.
When y'all's best guy, Biden, had it at this point in October. So it's after
every gain that you're mentioning was erased today.
So I'm just saying, wow, it's one little thing, and overall it's not bad. It's just like most of this is just on projections. Projections don't mean nothing.
Do you believe
Results
in reality?
mean something.
The market is
I
moving
do, apparently you don't.
off of extreme fear, according to the fear index. All of the gains that the market made since Trump got elected, going back to even November, have been erased just today. So, you're making shit up because all of that's gone. It's all gone.
Okay.
You think the line just, the line does
even if it's
someplace,
erased,
but
that's still
occasionally
better
the line
than
goes
Biden
really
at his best
fucking
after
far
3.5
down.
years.
Can I
You
ask
realize that, right?
When did the Great Depression start with?
Do you understand
back to, fuck 2008. Tariffs.
The Great Depression?
Yeah, it started because of tariffs, banking instability, and social... Literally, you people are destroying the economy. You have no idea. You're killing yourselves. You are harming yourselves.
Did you know that?
Okay. Interesting.
Okay,
that's some kind of take on revisionist
I'm gonna give
history.
Grit a chance to respond to some of this because he's been pretty quiet, and then we're gonna wrap up the tariff thing. I do have one more question about that, but then we're gonna move on to other portions.
I mean, it's an interesting thing to me because we have Trump and we leave Trump's economy and everything's great, and then everything goes to garbage. I mean, we were at I could have bought a house at 1.9% interest. In 90 days, you guys smoked it down and it became 7%, 6%, whatever the fuck it was. That's crazy. You're talking about buying a house. That's crazy. I really like the way that all of these appeal to authorities for the experts. I honestly don't care. I honestly don't care. I don't listen to experts very much because most of them are just trying to get in my wallet. I mean, look, I have people call me every day trying to tell me, hey man, I can predict market, bro. You want to make some money, come in on me. No, I paid more in taxes last year than I would give these people, which I actually paid a lot in taxes.
I want you to pay more in taxes.
I'm sorry?
I believe it. We believe that. That's something I believe.
Okay.
You do?
Yeah.
How much do you think I paid in taxes there?
I don't know, but not enough.
Don't take the bait. Of course she is. She wants you to pay all your.
I don't really care.
Okay. This I don't care also about how much you paid in taxes. I'm
just saying, you guys talk about soak the rich. You're sitting. I mean, you got me.
You're just happy because you get the Trump tax cuts.
I want to ask just
you get to take people's Medicaid
question,
money,
and then we'll move off the tariffs. I just want to ask one question. Can those of you who are supporting the Trump tariffs, can you point to me a tariff that in history that has made the economy better?
Sorry, what?
A tariff that has been implemented in the U.S. in the last, let's say, 100 years, that has made the economy better.
I mean, I didn't have my quick Google search, but we can look that up real quick. I mean, you're looking at it only from one perspective, right? If you look at it from a view, go ahead, Ruben.
I know that, and I'll just pick on the auto industry for a minute. So I know getting rid of tariffs on our side made other countries rich. Japan is the best example, right? So, and it hurt American production. GM used to sell a shit ton of trucks and cars here, but the Japanese, I don't know, People wanted Japanese cars to come here. Japanese wouldn't, they would cost too much comparatively. So we did not tariff Japanese vehicles coming in. But they tariffed every single car we put when we sent over there. They didn't want our cars there. So they would put this massive tariff on there.
Can I ask you what the point of tariffs are? Like, what do you think that the point of them are?
Well,
what's the tool used?
That's what
I'm explaining to you that they've hurt our country. So why is it that why do you think it's okay for every country to tariff our goods so that we can't compete offshore, and yet we subsidize other countries bringing their products in here? Why do you think that's okay? By the way, when the government is literally subsidizing this by not having a tariff on it, how does that benefit the average citizen?
The government literally did this by making it easier for American companies to go overseas for cheaper labor. Like, it's the same thing. I don't think that we need tariffs on other countries. I don't think that we should give a shit if they're tariffing us.
Wait, hold on.
I don't believe in protectionist policies working more often than not. The only one I can really agree with is the CHIPS Act. So, like, tariffs in general are trash.
But it's not a protectionist policy.
It is a protectionist. That's the whole point of tariffs. The point of tariffs is protection of your industry. It's so people can't bring cheaper goods that will drown out your production, and people buy the other foreign goods that are cheaper.
So you
put the tariffs on them, so it increases the price
of foreign goods. We hurt
the
American economy by not having tariffs on Japanese vehicles.
So how does it help
No, we don't hurt.
Wait, hold on. How does it help the American economy for prices to go up? How does that help the American economy? Because again, that's the point.
All right, well, hold on. How does it follow that if we put tariffs on Japanese cars so they can't bring them in, that American-made cars that are already made here are going to go up?
You know, American-made cars
because the reason why we're buying Japanese cars is because they're cheap and effective.
True, and also American cars have to cross the Canadian border 8 separate times as they're being built. You can go look at them. They're built in one piece. They cross the border. Pieces are added. They cross back to Canada. More is added. About 8 times a vehicle has to
I watched
cross
through those
between.
speech too, honey.
Okay, so you want to pay for all of that. Again, $20,000. A Dodge 1500 just went up.
I would just rather the factory be located in Michigan.
Okay, and what about the workers?
Not ship it across.
The workers are going to get paid more to
cover? I don't
cover?
care about Canadian workers.
No, I meant American workers. What about that?
I would just rather the factory be made in Michigan, and so I would care about American workers. I don't care about Canadian workers.
Okay, I'm not talking about Canadian workers. I'm talking about American workers.
Speaking of good old-fashioned American workers that need to make American money, right? Let me read some super chats. Okay, cool. And then we'll keep going. $5 from Non-Fun. Thank you for the $5 to say this. Trade is mutually beneficial. That's why it happens. The U.S. has not been hurt by trade, even if when countries have tariffs on us.
You should get Non-Fun on for economic stuff. He's good.
He is. I've had him on before. I'll have him on again. $2 from Non-Fun. Grid, debate me on tariffs on Gibbs' show. Okay, well, you guys can set that up.
Yeah, he really wants to debate me on tariffs.
And then $2 more from Non-Fun, who's apparently funding my show today. Tariffs protect jobs at the cost of other jobs. Thank you for the $2. Okay, I think we've.
Can I say one thing before you move on, because I didn't get to answer that. I'll be quick. I'm sure.
Please.
But okay, so I'm not going to sit here and Google and go through all the U.S. history because I'm sure there's some example of one tariff somewhere that's done good that we can sit here and point. I'll point to more recent history from another country. We can look at China. They've had tariffs on us, taking advantage of us, and they become the largest economy in the world as of like 2015. So whenever you sit here and tell me tariffs don't work, well then you're telling me that China's economic policy is bad, and just based off what they've done since in the last 50 years. That means you're an idiot. It's that simple. China's very good economically, right? And part of that has been the tariff system. Now,
which has
as
been
for
protectionist
America
policies.
specifically, hold on. The other thing is I don't see tariffs as purely an economic tool. I think they can hurt us economically sometimes. However, you might be doing this in order to get geopolitical gains in other areas, right? You might be doing this to send a message. I might tariff one person to send a message to another person.
Now,
I might do all sorts of different things. So as far as geopolitically concerned, I think tariffs have been wildly effective thus far.
Wick, I want to talk about geopolitics so much. Can we do that one instead?
Well, we are transitioning
cool.
into
I thought you were going to
transition then.
All right. How is it good for America to abandon all of our allies? and change the entire global order to ally with the Axis powers. Explain this to me. How is this a good thing?
The Axis powers.
We're literally going to be
Axis
dropping
powers.
Yeah,
That's great.
literally
let's
the people
go.
that are
Good one,
invading
bro.
other countries and killing them. The people who are not giving a shit about global law, order, not giving a shit about human rights.
What is that? Wait. You know, you're a purist. For you were purist. Say my ideology.
What do you
is
keep
evil.
saying
You know what
purist for?
ideology
Do you
is
have
evil?
any idea what-
International rules-based order. That is evil.
I
That
don't
is against
believe
the
in
norm.
pure
I'm
anything.
sorry. Don't believe
and
in
I'm
that.
not saying that the order's even good. In fact, I agree with you. I'm happy that
Oh,
America
well, okay, so
destroyed
there's
the
no
entire
international
global
law then, so the
hegemony.
problem's solved.
I'm just smart enough to know that it's not good for America. I'm happy this is happening.
Hold on,
In fact, I want them
Wait, hold
to
on.
take
So,
it
like, when
further.
Can you clarify
Rwanda
why it's not good
invaded
for America?
Because
Hold
we
on, I got
are
this.
because we are
I
now
wanna get this one,
isolated
Rick.
from
So
all
when
of our
Rwanda
allies and
invaded-
nobody trusts
Stop,
us.
stop,
Yeah, you're going way off topic with it. I don't give a shit about that question.
No, I'm not
I
going
want to
way off
answer
topic.
the question of why is
Grid
this
has,
bad for
Grid
America?
has to, hold on. We'll get to you. I promise.
Yeah,
But
Grid, it's
first
bad
of all,
for America.
for my
I just
audience,
wanna clarify-
stop, both of you, because first of all, for my audience, you guys are using a lot of terms. My audience not so read so good, okay? So you're gonna have to define these terms, okay? So your international rules-based order, define it. Go.
Grid.
Me?
Me to do it, Grid.
Someone
Okay,
define
like,
the international
okay,
rules-based order for my audience.
Literally the
Is the,
United Nations.
concept,
Okay,
Don't
the
piss
United
off the
Nations,
UN.
global
there's
hegemony,
laws
that
that
kind
every
of thing.
country have to follow, and borders don't change.
International
That's
law,
what it has to
war
be.
law, ICC and ICJ rulings, all of this stuff, right? Okay.
And to be clear, your stance is that the international rule-based order, Gibbs, I'm asking you,
It's bullshit.
Is bad for America.
Yeah, it's bad for America. It's bullshit.
And your stance, Visora, just so I get this clear, is that the international rule-based order is good for America.
I think that it is both good and bad in different ways for the entire world, and I think that it needs to be changed. Now, I'm not a fan of how this is being changed. I think this will hurt America. At the moment, I think America was better off with that rules-based order that they were in charge of.
I want to give Grid a chance to ask his question now that we got our terms.
I appreciate that. So I'm just before I get into it, I want to give my worldview on this because then you'll understand where I'm coming from. I'm an isolationist. I don't believe that we should be giving other countries American tax dollars for anything. I really don't. I really don't think that we should be giving Germany money just for being Germany. I don't think that we should be giving the UK money. I don't think that they should be able to have the ability to depend upon the might of the almighty U.S. taxpayer to provide the protection from which they sleep every night. They should have their own armies. They should have their own everything, right? Like that's fine. I don't want to be the world police. I think it's a suck ass job and we shouldn't do it. So that's my worldview. So okay. And mostly mostly I come at this from why are we spending all of our money and time defending other nations?
Because it's morally correct.
And so I'm very curious as to why you think that we should and why you think it benefits America to do so.
Because it's A, we should do it just because it's morally correct, but B, it benefits America because we do this and gain soft power, which means we gain influence. We get more from all of these countries than we give them. A significant amount more. We get investment, we get workers, we get alliances that protect us both in trade and militarily. We get assistance, we get intelligence. Australia, for example, major US ally, Five Eyes. We had a deal to sell shit to them, like AUKUS was to sell nuclear submarines. They have in a US and Australian joint military base in the middle of Australia, which is how we can see China, the Middle East, most of Russia. Pine Gap exists because of this. You would not have this, which means you would not, A, have intelligence, being available to you for US defense, at least not in the wider capability. But at the same time, the point of being a global hegemon is not to just give shit away freely. It's not like we did this out of the goodness of our hearts. America was the global hegemon because we stole from these countries. USAID gave money to shit, right? All you right-wingers are like, oh, I don't want to pay for HIV medicine in Africa. Why do you think we do that? It's not because we give a shit about the Africans who have HIV. We do that because it it gives America influence. It counters China's belts and roads, at least now it does, because that started well before China's belts and roads. And C, it gives us connections to these governments, which we can use when we want to extract something from those governments.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, what she said sounds real pretty and all.
I'm sorry, Gibbs. That's the most absurd thing I've heard in a very long time. I have to say, I don't normally hear such things in my daily life, and that was great. So let me get this straight. Not one country from World War II, except for Finland, has ever paid back their war debt. And you think it's okay for us to just keep giving them money, and then somehow that builds our our social credit score?
No.
Are you going to say social credit score?
No.
Are you? Come on, say it. Come on.
I don't believe in that shit.
It's okay.
I don't believe in that shit.
Okay,
Stop
but you
being
just
so
said
fucking
that
condescending
that's
with your
why
little
we go down to
fedora
Africa.
neckbeard incel
Because we
ass.
owe these
Shut the
people.
fuck
We
up
don't
instead
owe
of putting
shit.
words in my mouth.
We didn't steal anything.
We
I mean,
are
you did
stealing
basically say that.
constantly. And on top of this, I don't believe in a social credit score, but yes, you know what? I don't think they should have to pay that debt. I don't think they should. I don't think Ukraine owes us any money either. I think that it's morally right, and we gain more from it in the long term.
$1 billion? You don't think they owe us money?
No, I don't.
You fucking crazy?
For Ukraine or Europe? Ask me
Gibbs,
which. Pick one.
Gibbs.
Ukraine or Europe?
I don't
I know who I'm borrowing money from next time.
Hold on, Ukraine.
Brian,
or Europe?
I'm saying, bro.
You think Ukraine owes
You don't
us
have to pay
money?
it- you don't have to pay
Because
it
we
back,
didn't give
bro.
a cent.
Okay.
We didn't give a
Hey,
dollar.
you got
to
$40 I can borrow.
We
You got
didn't
40
give
bucks
a
you can
dollar
borrow?
to
I promise
Ukraine.
you'll pay back.
What we did is we sent them old military equipment that was about to be decommissioned, and then we bought new ones from U.S. military companies. That money that Ukraine somehow received just went to Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing. Like, none of that went
Big fan.
not a single dollar of that went to Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, so all of what you said, well and good, and I don't give a shit. I'll tell you why. Because when I look at international rules-based order, it's bullshit. It fucks
I agree.
us. Let's look at Rwanda. They were involved recently. I don't know if y'all know y'all's African history, but they were recently involved in the biggest war since World War II.
It was a
largest loss
genocide.
of life was the great. Yeah, it was a crazy shit happened, right? This
Literally a
is about they had about
genocide.
2 or 3 other wars before that. But guess what? Rwanda has taken over policing from France in Africa. They now also are the biggest provider of troops to the UN for UN peacekeepers in Rwanda. Now, all of this has some merit, importance to this conversation for this reason right here: the rare earth minerals. The DRC used to be Zaire, has a bunch of them, and Rwanda, a U.S.-backed ally and UK-backed ally, just invaded last year, and now it controls them. And they went from not even having rare earth minerals in their area to now being the leader in the on the continent for rare earth mineral production. And guess where they all go? Here.
Citation
So when I say international rules this order
Citation
is
needed.
bullshit, it's saying we're getting. I mean, cool. You can go watch real life war. There's one like an hour long video on it. I'm
Yes,
not gonna
that's
sit
true.
here and
That's
take
a
time.
citation. I wanted, like, I don't know, like a news article, maybe like economic statements.
They have the site for the. I mean, you can Google it. You want it right here? Look, just
No,
go
I wanted
Google.
you to
top
say it.
producers
I
for-
don't need to Google.
I don't need to
You
do
need to
this
back
for
up
you.
your
This-
claim.
listen,
You're making
it is
the
not
claim.
my job.
Yes,
I'm making
it
the claim.
is.
Cool, and my claim is backed up by Google.
You're
It's
literally
not
in
that
a
hard.
debate. It
This
is your
hold on,
job to
listen,
back your claim.
You haven't
If
backed
I
up any
say
of
the
your claims.
sky
The
is
only thing
purple,
you
I
have
have to
to
prove
prove
to you
is I
different.
gave you the source.
The
I gave you
fucking-
one source. Hold on.
Hold on,
I
the
can't even get my point out
audacity of
because
saying
she's
that you don't have to
screaming
back
over
your
me saying the
claim?
source.
Why am
I already
even
said
here?
my
Wait,
source.
hold on,
and
hold
you
on,
chose
hold
not
on.
to
Some of
accept
you
it.
shut up. All of you,
Wait,
all of you.
I'm
all
about
of
to
you, shut
leave
up.
if we're having a conversation in which someone can say, I don't have to back my
I
claim if
already
we're having a
gave
literal
my
fucking
source
debate.
and you didn't accept it, and then
You
I
gave
gave
me
you.
the
You
name
didn't
of the
back up a
YouTube
single
video.
source. Hold on. I've already posted 3 article things here about the sources here in multiple chats.
Where?
You posted
Where?
0. So I
Where?
mean, maybe I didn't post it in ours, but I could
No
post
one
it on my
asked me
other
for a
shit.
source to post. I don't have anything to see. The chat
Oh
says
my-
messages failed to load is what it says, but like, understand,
I don't
like,
see
I
any.
wanted
I don't see
a
any.
real source.
I don't see any
I mean-
sources.
And even
posted
if
in the group
even if
chat.
it was just the
Okay,
video,
fine. I posted
all
it
I
in
said
the
was-
Twitch chat, but I'll post whatever.
all
But
I-
anyway, you gotta
I
go
just
right here.
wanted
Let me
a
just
source.
pull up the little Rwanda thing.
I
Oh,
know
sure.
what
I gave you
Rwanda
one.
is.
Real life lore. I gave you
Okay,
one right there.
hold
real
on,
life
stop,
lore.
because
And
we
you
are
didn't
we are
accept it.
far. I have lost the point.
Oh, I haven't even
okay?
got to say my
Gibbs,
point because
be
she's
concise with
interrupted
your
me.
point.
I'm
and then
being
we'll carry on.
concise. Hold on.
Concise,
Wait, I
concise.
object. I will be. It's funny that I'm being told to be concise when I got interrupted before my second sentence. But here's the thing. They have become the #1 producer on the continent for rare earth minerals. You can look. Real life lore is the source. If you want to go do further research, there you go. But now, As for that information, they provide most of the trading of rare earth minerals to the United States and the UK. It clearly is in our benefits to go and back some of these countries sometimes to invade other countries, especially when they're aligned with foreign powers or that are adversarial to us. And for you to sit here and go, oh no, it doesn't benefit us. Well, what has it benefited us so far to be in NATO? It's European centric. It should be American centric. Instead, we're over here having to pay way more than anybody else on our GDP for our military, while Greece and Italy don't even pay 1%. And we're just sitting here backing them. It's crazy.
Why do you think that we should need to, as the
and
richer and more powerful country?
Y'all are so stuck on the status quo that y'all can't accept reality that alliances change due to geopolitical changes throughout history.
We can.
And guess what? Maybe the tides are turning. Maybe there's new alliances that need to be made.
We're going with the bad people. That's the point. The problem is we are joining alliances with the evil countries. The countries that don't care about human life, that are literally authoritarian-run fascist dictatorship.
Yeah, the socialist
Take that away from the socialist country. Yes, sure. The person who literally could not define socialism. Take this on top of that, right? You're citing me a fucking YouTube video. Then you're talking.
Wait, do you think Russia is socialist?
Yeah, this idiot probably does.
Got socialist elements.
Okay, do you disagree that we're aligning ourselves with Russia?
Neither of those are socialist. They have market economies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. North Korea is absolutely socialist.
But again,
no, hold on.
Really quickly, I just want to respond to what Gibbs said. 95% of the rare earth elements in Africa are controlled by China, first of all. Secondly, China is not a socialist country. It has a market economy. Literally, definitionally not socialist. That's it. That's all I wanted to point out.
You're right.
Irrelevant asked a question I want an answer to. Right? Irrelevant asked a question you want an answer to. Can you ask the last question you just did? I don't want to mess it up. Irrelevant. You asked, do you think you're aligning with China or Russia or something?
Are we, from your perspective, are we aligning ourselves with Russia? Gibbs?
With Russia? Are we aligning ourselves with Russia? No, I mean, I would hope not. But if we are, then whatever. I mean, I'm open-minded.
Can I post a link to a...
Do you think calling Zelensky a dictator, pulling military aid from Ukraine, and saying that and refusing to call Vladimir Putin a dictator, do you think maybe that would be aligning ourselves with Russia?
I'll say something shocking. I have been the most avid supporter of the Ukraine here on the right, and I know of in the right circles, because I own military industrial complex stocks. There's some of the ones I own, and guess what? The ongoing war increases my money. So hey, I've been backing the Ukraine play. However,
so you're Zelensky acted like
hold on.
A demon.
Cool, you happy demon. You're right, absolutely. Anyway, Zelensky acted like a baby back bitch in the Global Office and threw a little tantrum, and he got his baby bottom powdered and tossed out on his face. And guess what? When you act like that, aid gets frozen. It's that simple. You need to sit here and prostrate yourself and grovel when your country.
Can you tell me one thing that Zelensky said that should have had the aid to his country frozen?
When he called the vice president of the United States a bitch.
Are you talking about the super muffled audio that sounds like he could have said like several things? Is that what you're referring to? Are you referring to?
Y'all have canceled people from left.
And him responding with, I've seen videos of it. Okay, look.
I mean,
understand right here. First of all, I posted a link to it's a Reuters link that's saying
where are you all posting these things?
I posted it in this chat. In this chat. Like there's a show chat button.
Post in the group chat.
I put it in this chat.
So we can all see it.
It says show chat. I pressed that button and I posted it. Can you guys see it?
Okay. Don't do that because that's bugged. On my
Okay,
Discord.
so where should I
post it
post
in the group chat in the Discord? In the Discord, the group chat, I've
the one that you put us all in? Sure.
Posted that, please.
There it is. There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, on top of that, I would just like to add in that wait, sorry, I forgot what the last thing you said was, because you say too many like random things all at once. Gibbs, what was the other point that you were making beside from we might not be partnered with Russia, but if we are, we... Oh, sorry, yes, it was the fact that you're a literal demon, that you make money off of the death of other people, and you're happy about it. I think stocks are immoral in general, but if you're literally investing in stocks in defense companies, and you are happy that conflict continues because of this, then you're gonna burn in hell for all eternity, and I'm very happy for that. I'm not even Christian. But listening to you talk makes me hope that the Christians are right.
Good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go buy some more now, just because
we are right.
I'm curious. Grid, do you have the same opinion on the Zelensky thing?
Yeah, I mean, I can get into that. Yeah. So, I think what Zelensky did was poor form. He should not have done any of the shit that he did on this stage. As far as us like aligning with Russia, look, you guys, come on. This has been the narrative since Trump even decided to run. Was that Russian collusion?
Yeah, all of it was
Putin
correct.
This, Putin that, all of that.
Do you deny Russian interference in the elections?
That was proven.
That is proven.
Pumped up dossier. Are we going to get into the dossier?
No, I'm asking from your point of view. It's a very basic question, bro. Did Russia interfere? Did Russia interfere in the 2016 election?
Did Russia interfere in the 2016 election?
Yeah, and we could even talk about the 2020 or the
2024,
the most
with
recent
the 40 bomb threats.
We could talk about any of these.
Are we about to argue over election interference? Is that what we're about to do?
The exhaustive FBI investigation that showed that the Steele dossier was completely fabricated and paid for.
That FBI agent who said that is now in prison for Russian collusion, by the way. Like the literal FBI agent who announced that is now in prison for Russian collusion.
Okay.
So
yeah, but the person who paid for the dossier is not. So why is that? Why is that?
The question you still haven't answered though: did Russia collude in 2016?
I have no.
She didn't want to answer that question, did she?
What do you mean you have no idea? Wait, why are you? Wait, why are you even? It's a very. You can literally Google this. If we, Gibbs here, you can literally Google this instantly and find a litany of intelligence documents showing. You can find a litany of intelligence documents showing you that it is the case.
Just this year,
Russia did interfere.
We had intelligence.
There is no
documents
debate
showing
on that.
this year of Russia, China, India, Turkey, Israel, like literally every country in the world interfered with our election.
You just call Gibbs on making a claim.
Sure. What would count as proof to you?
The intelligence documents aren't proof.
So we can bring up intelligence documents and
literal FBI or CIA finding in the world court saying there was Russian collusion.
In the world court? Wait, so now we have to go into international politics now?
FBI. And a literal FBI finding that there was Russian collusion aiding Donald Trump. That would be fucking great if you could do that.
Russian bomb threats.
Wait, Russian collusion or Russian interference?
Interference, yeah, interference is the word.
Wait, I don't understand.
Okay, let me clarify. Stop, so we can clarify because you're about to talk about two different things, and I want to make sure you're talking about the same thing. So there's two threads here. The question that Irrelevant asked was there Russian interference in the election, which is a different thing than Russian collusion. The Russian collusion was Trump and Russia colluded in order to get Trump elected. That is one claim. The question, though, that Irrelevant asked is, did Russia interfere in the election, which does not require collusion?
I just posted a link from the FBI, by the way, about that.
Yeah, give me a second. I got to get over to it. It's on an entirely different monitor.
Okay. And it's a simple question. Do you think that Russia interferes in the American election?
Hold on. Did you literally post this thing about bomb threats that there's literally no proof? It literally says none of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Seriously?
Credible as in like there was no bomb. They were just bomb threats. The point of the bomb threat isn't to bomb anything, it's to scare people.
Which appear? Look, please stop.
No, Grid, that is a very basic thing. They called in a false bomb threat to clear out a polling place.
It literally says many of which appear not proven. There's no proof.
Literally, because
wait, are you reading a single word out of that thing and then acting like you understand the whole? Bro, you're headline scamming right now, bro. There's no shot. We're live, bro. But no,
mistake. Can I say just randomly say appears? Come on, man.
Do you think that a government agency like the FBI is going to write black and white writing like that when none of this has been taken to a court of law?
All the damn time.
No.
I deal with them all the time. They do not. They do not.
You're lying.
If it says
if it has no proven law, if it's not been to court, if it involves a foreign country that's possibly hostile.
Need to grasp at, lady?
How many more straws do you need to grasp at? You're living in a delusional fantasy land.
Grasping.
You think that
wait.
For
proof. I said proof.
The FBI isn't proof then. Yeah, sure. Okay. This is why I never even bother to talk to MAGA, because all of you retards won't even look at a piece of paper and read it when it's given to you. You're asking for evidence that you're too dumb to comprehend. Most again, 65% of Americans can't even fucking read.
You think appears means proof?
No,
Yeah,
I don't think it means proofs. I think it means that 60 appearances of possible bomb threats that originate from Russia in this election.
It does not say originates from Russia. It says appears.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
To originate from Russia, plus the last few years, anyone who has some, I don't know, ability to do critical thinking can put the pieces together and find the timeline of a consistent action of this keeps happening. What keeps happening, and every time it's pointed in the same direction, so likely, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Absolutely embarrassing.
I mean, hold on.
It's
yes,
terrible.
I'm embarrassing. Of course. Again, this is why you never even bother with these people. You're asking for information that you're not going to read because you don't want to read.
Wait, hold on. Why is Hillary Clinton not in jail?
She should be.
For the Steele dossier, which we actually have proof she paid for.
Weren't you all mad about Benghazi? What about Elon Musk setting up private servers in the Treasury and taking your information? How about that? Because everyone was mad about Hillary with Benghazi. Do you think it's okay?
I love the fact that you go from read only to stealing my information.
Do you think that read only means fucking anything? You can literally copy and paste from a read only file.
Okay. I would like to remind everyone the topic
Russian
of
interference.
today's discussion.
There's all the Russian interference in the world. I will grant all of it. How does Trump treating Putin with respect mean that we're aligning with him?
He's a literal war criminal who has wanted warrants out for his arrest. Was
that Yahoo?
I would give. Hold on. I would give Irrelevant a chance to answer that question.
Yeah. Can we start with a basic just heat check here? Did Russia invade Ukraine?
Yeah. After Putin said, "If you cross this line, I'm going to go to war with you."
What line?
And they crossed the line.
What line?
That's not my take, but
yeah, that's not what happened.
Okay, all right. So
I'm curious. What line? What line did they cross?
Russia wanted continued access to the only all season deepwater port. Ukraine said, "No, that's ours. We're going to keep it. We're going to tax you for it. You're going to pay us."
It is theirs.
Said, "No, it's been historically it's been we've had access." And
okay.
He said, "If you close this off, if you force my hand, we'll go to war."
How about?
And he put tanks all along the border.
Flip this.
No, stop. Let me deal with this. No. Okay, so
never make that argument.
Just to be clear, and so I understand. Grid, your argument here is that because Ukraine refused to cede the territory of the water port, right?
Are we talking about Crimea here?
Season water port, right?
Are we talking
we're not talking about Crimea. We're not talking about Crimea.
That's where the war started.
It's not Sebastopol. I always want.
Crimea was 2014.
That's when the war started. They were occupying Ukraine since then.
We're talking about the invasion. Okay, well, let me ask Grid. Are you talking about the 2014 thing, or are you talking about the 2022
Yeah, it's important to clarify.
The 2022 thing, when after Crimea happened, Putin and Trump came to a deal. Putin backed off.
Minsk agreement.
Zelensky became aggressive to Russia again. And Putin's just not a guy that you punch in the balls. And
you were providing nothing. First of all, you're stumbling your words because you're making this shit up as you go along.
Hold on.
I'm not making this up.
It's really important that I understand what he is saying. So again, Grid, what line in 2022 did Ukraine cross that justifies in your mind?
Yeah, it wasn't a line on a map, okay? It was the line that
what ultimatum that they refused to do.
Remember, Trump went to Putin and said, "Putin, I've worked this out. Everything's good. Ukraine's good. We're all good. Crimea's good. We're no fighting. No fighting, guys." Remember that? Do we all remember that?
The
in like
Minsk
2017, 2018?
No, the Minsk agreements weren't with Trump.
Well, I know it wasn't with Trump.
Well,
but
Trump was president,
Trump.
but Trump had nothing.
Trump was president anyway. So
But
Putin
no, I don't
backed
remember
off,
the
right?
2018.
Putin backed off. He was like, "All right, cool. I'm good. I don't care anything about Ukraine at the moment." The minute Trump left office, Putin's like, "Okay, I'm going to continue to not be aggressive, but Zelensky was, and that's just my take on it. If you have proof that I'm wrong, go for it."
Okay.
No,
I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Yeah.
Like, what did he just say?
He just made some shit up. That's what he just said, Irrelevant.
Hold on. Are y'all trying to get a gotcha on grid? I can try to
we're
elaborate.
just trying to understand where you guys are on the, like, what's your, we're, like, all Irrelevant was trying to do was get a heat check, and it was successful in that neither of you believe in reality. The question was, did Russia invade Ukraine?
I didn't even answer. I haven't even answered, so neither of us believe in reality.
What is your answer? Did Russia
you're the one who's talking about, like, stock is immoral. I mean,
did Russia invade Ukraine?
I did say Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah. We got your answer, great, but I'm asking Gibbs. Did Russia invade Ukraine?
Oh yeah, I'll give you a real simple answer. Russia did what they wanted, and they invaded Ukraine. It's real simple. People, they can't come up with some bullshit reason. What did Putin say in that interview? Something like ethnic refugees. Let's boil it down.
His reasoning was that he was afraid.
You let me finish. I thought I was just adding into you. Hold on. I'm just saying. Putin straight up just made up some bullshit himself. So something about ethnic Russians and invaded. I'm not sitting here pretending that that's not what he did. So you're not going to sit here and get me with a gotcha on that shit. He just came in there, just like every country in the world comes up with some bullshit. I used Rwanda as an example earlier. They invaded the DRC to protect ethnic Tutsis, right? Like that's something all these countries do all the time
the drug
to do whatever they want. Yeah, like, sure. I mean, sure, we can do that with the cartels right now. We can protect American interests by invading Mexico. I mean, I hope so. It would be fantastic. But, like, regardless, yeah, I don't see what your heat check is here for that. I mean, if we're going to sit here and argue about the, like,
well, let's ask Irrelevant.
It was a very basic question to be
Irrelevant. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it was a very basic question because there is a catastrophic amount of conservatives who refuse to believe that Russia, including the president of the United States, who refuse to believe that Russia invaded Ukraine. I don't feel like this is a crazy thing with the president of the United States, the person that you two, Grid and Gibbs, have come here to so staunchly to defend, denies that Russia invaded Ukraine. I feel like this isn't a wild question, and it brings us to it grounds us in reality, because I can accept what you said there, Gibbs. You know, there's a lot of times that people wage war for bullshit reasons and stuff like that. This was one of them. And now when there is somebody who has a war that's waged on them for bullshit reasons, I think it not only is in our geopolitical interests to be able to protect this entity for just totally selfish gain, right? Let's talk about the alleged $500 billion in rare earth minerals. Guess what? If Ukraine doesn't exist, Russia gets those minerals. If Ukraine does exist, we got a shot. We got a chance at being able to do that. And it's not even just a chance. It's very realistic. There is a pattern, a history of us projecting soft power and then getting favorable trade deals with the countries that we project soft power with. That's why we do it. So the idea that there is absolutely no purpose for us doing it, it's ridiculous. Also, just to put this out there, because we touched on it a bit earlier, we have $30 billion in loans that we have given to Ukraine. We're getting $30 billion back from that. Just to be clear, the idea that we're just handing over all money and stuff like that. And the vast majority of it, as previously mentioned, is military equipment.
So you say we're going to get this money back. And my question is when? And Grid brought this up earlier, and y'all tried to hand wave it away. But we never got our money back from World War II.
We didn't ask for it.
Why would these countries... yeah, we did. Oh, listen.
England, I was wrong, by the way.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I did forget about that. You're right. We did ask for it back.
One fact check. One of my chat fact checked me and said that England actually was the second country to pay us back in 2008. 83 million was the final payment.
Yeah, so my point is most of these countries haven't paid us back, and they've sitting here, they've sucked on our teeth. A lot of them don't pay their fair way in NATO. Ukraine was, before 2022, did you know we had a higher trading partner, like GDP trade partner limit, whatever the number is, I can't get my words together here, with Haiti than we did with the Ukraine? So when you're sitting here acting like Ukraine's this big, they might be a big influence in Europe. It's like, okay, I get it, but hey,
you don't
sometimes
understand
you should
the point
say
of Ukraine.
it's not our problem. But hold on. Listen. First of all, I want the war to continue forever. And because guess what? I make a bunch of money.
Yeah, because you're a demon.
Hell yeah.
But like you
And
don't
Russia,
even understand
yeah,
the
cool.
war.
Yeah, we got that.
You're a
In
demon,
Russia,
we get that,
in
but
Russia,
you don't know
in
the
Russia,
war. You don't
in Russia
understand the
isn't
map.
Russia. Shh, I'm talking.
Don't fucking shush me.
In
You
Russia,
don't know what the hell you're talking about. No,
Russia
I can't do this,
is an
man.
average. Listen,
You're fucking
listen,
retarded.
cool.
You don't even know the
fine.
map.
I mean, listen, hold on. I don't want to appeal to credentialism, but my undergrad, I got a political theory from a D1 university. I got a minor in history, and then I got 3 certificates from a presidential library in political theory. You can go fuck yourself when you tell me you don't know. I don't know anything.
If you don't understand the fact that Ukraine is as important for economic reasons. It's important because it's the entry point into Europe for an
You won't even let me
invasion.
finish, so you don't even know what I'm talking
fuck
about.
this
But
shit.
cool.
I'm out,
Yeah,
man.
cool,
I can't deal with these retards.
All right, cry some more.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Hell no. These people are so fucking stupid. I'm not doing that shit ever again. No way. No way. No how. Hell no. Fucking retards. Give me a second. I'm gonna DM Irrelevant and say, like, you're based. I'll talk to you. Well, where are they? I was like so close to Fed posting. I could not handle it. So that was that. I think it was a good idea to see what the other side thinks like for some of you. Because we talk about a lot of stuff and I make a lot of claims. I talk about how the fact that these people are a death cult, they're demons, they hate everything, they don't believe in reality. And these are claims that need to be proven. And I mean, I feel like that did a pretty good job of that, did it not? I mean, they're talking about, I want the war to go on forever. Literal demon shit. Did he say a D1 university? He did, and who gives a shit? Yeah, I'm done with the, like, honey and the shushing and the focusing. I'm not doing that. I want to be respected, and I understand that when I'm in a debate with, like, right-wingers, I'm not gonna be respected, but that was, like, a whole other level. It's just they don't believe in any reality. Neme Sotul, you lasted longer than I could get about 5 minutes before I started calling conservative slurs. Yeah, it was hard. Is that the state of the U.S. now? No middle ground? Yeah, that's the state of the U.S. Cape. That is what politics is. Relevant is Giga-based and handsome. I love him. He was pretty cool. I wasn't, like, I didn't know any of these people aside from Wick beforehand, so... The other side is willfully stupid. That's what I mean. Like, it's not that they don't know because they're incapable of knowing. They don't know because they don't want to know. And some of them are just fucking demons. I had to mute it and go to another tab for a while. My blood pressure can't handle this level of simultaneous stupidity and dishonesty. It's hard. Cry some more at the end. Like, of course they were going to say some shit like that, but like me backing out was just like, okay, that's been enough. I've seen you guys complaining in chat that this is painful. I didn't want to put you through too much more pain. And plus, like, we have other shit to talk about now before the actual State of the Union starts. So, if you give me a second to line some stuff up, I'm going to get that ready. And then I need to go pee. And then we can, like, do a couple actual segments. Yeah, just giving my boy a shout out as good people. Probably one of those reasonable and sensible people in Twitch poll. I do hope to see a DM from Irrelevant after, because I did like their points. Hold on. Hold on. What? I got sent this. Visora is far enough left, I'm bound to disagree with her eventually, but so far she's been crushing this panel like they're school children. That's from Wix chat. Like, they didn't have anything. I expected at least effort, man. But, I mean, I shouldn't have, because they didn't give any effort when I was debating, what was his other name? No, the other, Quibbles, that guy, yeah. Geez, you need to treat yourself after enduring all that? Yeah, I'll treat myself to, more water. They were too low information to conduct those conversations. Yes, that's actually, that was the problem. If it was just me and the liberal, it could have been a productive debate. What's up, Ginger Fluff? Thank you. You just missed the worst part of it, so that is what it is. All right, I'll be right back. But no, Captain Buggy, you're actually correct. And that's what I tried to like say, is that you're asking for information that you're too dumb to like understand. You can't read the text that you want. And sure, I'll bring you the cat. Don't worry. There's the cat. How long did that go for? Like an hour? Oh shit, we're like at the 2-hour mark, so probably like an hour and a half long. Not that bad. Oh, it's over? Hope you had fun? Yeah, fun. Jesus Christ. What does a duck talk like again? Exactly. Yelling over people makes us smart. I don't like yelling, but there was a couple times in there where I just could not help myself because they were making such a stupid point that I really just wanted to point it out. I wanted to hear the response for it. But like in that, every time with me, it's like whenever I'm in a group of conservatives, I can't get heard unless I yell. And that's obviously because they hate women, so. And genuinely, Gibbs gives Nazi vibes. Like I'm not calling him a Nazi. I don't know if he is a Nazi, but he sounds like a Nazi. So when the guy started devolving into veiled misogyny and saying he hopes the war goes on forever was a good point to drop out. Yeah, like at that point, there's nothing that I can say here that even remotely is relevant to the argument. If you want the war to continue, what the fuck am I supposed to do there, you know? It is what it is. All right. So let me set an alarm so we don't actually miss the State of the Union because it's in 45 minutes. Visora, do you ever read r/leopards eat my face? No, I don't actually. I don't tend to scroll on anything, very much including Reddit. They didn't answer any of my questions. Blanky Sapien, yours and Irrelevant's explanations on how soft power works went way over their heads. Yeah, of course they did. Blind man walks into a bar, a chair, and a table, steals some eggs, and gets kicked out. If you lie confidently enough, it becomes the truth, and that's what they were trying to do. It just doesn't seem to work when there's someone who knows the shit in front of them. I don't know. They're killing the country, guys. So, this is a lie, by the way, but apparently, they want to fuck with the banks now, because Canada does allow American banks to do business in Canada. That's not true at all, what Trump says there. But banning Canadian banks from the United States, that's something they could do. Again, every accusation is a confession, so I wouldn't put it past them. The fat guy's mic seemed louder than yours? Probably. I mean, it wasn't standardized. He kept KPMG. When he said KPMG in answer to the very first question, that was enough. What was KPMG? Oh, by the way, thank you for you guys on YouTube. I'm literally 1 follower off 600 on YouTube, and that would be awesome. Thank you all, by the way, on Twitch. They had no references. They had, to be fair, I walked in there with no references either on me. But I mean, I have my source document. I didn't need to go to Google to find an answer to one of their questions. I can just look up the document through my source document and pull it up for them. The only one I Googled was that FBI thing that immediately was thrown into the trash because, again, you never give these people any information because they don't actually believe it. They don't believe it. They never do. It goes against their capability. Their mental pathways don't fit in that. Thanks for the bits, SN. So, here's Trump talking about how we're going to have a deal with Russia. And I will turn on my camera in a second. Oh, is the tax company he claimed moved to the US because of tariffs? They don't understand how tariffs work. They don't understand how economics works. They don't understand how wages work. They laugh at me because I'm a socialist. They don't understand what socialism is. Like, what was the FBI thing? It was, kind of like, it was, has the FBI ever posted something like, oh yes, Russia interfered with the election. And so I pulled up the FBI stating that 50 or so bomb threats, or, I'll just post it in the link here. A bunch of bomb threats were sent to polling locations on election day. Here it was. This was what I posted. That was the, it's not good enough. I'm sorry, I couldn't watch. It was too overwhelming for me. I don't blame you guys. I really don't. I would not want to either. Bro, they were arguing we aren't aligned with Russia after all of Trump's done. Like, for fuck's sake, even people like me admit Hillary was right now. True, Captain Buggy. They went to the Steele document again immediately, which, by the way, like, at this point, you could just probably just say true. And on top of that, like, they agree. They did acknowledge that when I said the guy who was responsible for the FBI closing that case in 2016 without finding collusion is now in jail for Russian collusion. They agreed with that. We call women too emotional to be president, and we elect this guy. Like, Kamala's way more level-headed despite being spineless. But again, this isn't about being spineless, Comrade Lenin. We're just on the Russian side.
Under President Obama, they got a nice big submarine base, a nice big chunk of land where they have their submarines. You know that, right? Crimea. Under President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing.
Did you just say, oh, Biden?
President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing. They tried to get the whole big Ukraine, the whole thing. If I didn't get in here, they would have gotten the whole thing. So I can only say, you can go back to Bush, you can go back to Obama, and go back to Biden. They took a lot. The only one they didn't get, you know what I gave them? I gave them anti-tank missiles. That's what I gave them. I gave them
the javelins. Yes,
sanctions on Russia.
Oh, sanctions
I gave them
on
javelins.
Russia.
You know the javelins?
My favorite
when
topic to talk about, sanctions on Russia. White House seeks plan for possible Russian sanction relief. Again, he's going to announce this at the State of the Union today. I'm an atheist, and when I was younger, I would have debates with people of various religions. Priests, and debating MAGA feels exactly the same as debating devoutly religious people. Well, it does, because it's a cult, and it works the same way in the brain.
Took out all those tanks. You know, the tanks were heading to Kiev by the hundreds, and they were unstoppable. And I gave them javelins. So, I really, Putin is the one that will tell you this has not been so good for them. The fact is that I just want fairness. I want fairness.
Here's what his coked out son has to say.
Or didn't have Russia invade, unlike all the prior presidents and Joe Biden.
By the way, admitting that Russia invaded, first off.
Their neighboring nations. Why don't we bring that back? Ukraine can overperform. I mean, I don't think they're winning. It seems like, the news will say, every time Russia makes a gain, it's not really a significant strategic victory. Every time Ukraine makes some sort of gain, it's very significant strategic. No one knows. Okay, they don't know. They're trying to make it seem, but this has been going on for...
You're just too dumb to know. People know.
Forever. Obviously, Russia has underperformed. Everyone thought this thing would be over in 2 weeks, but when they ask for F-16s, then what's next? Where does it end? Where does the blank check stop? So, like everything that Trump's been right about, you can see his tweet on Truth Social, like, first come the tanks. It's gonna never end. Until we say enough is enough, no one's coming to the table. Until we say we're not funding...
Listen, the plan is we're going to cut aid to Ukraine.
...this crap anymore, no one has an incentive to negotiate. At what point does Russia say, hey, you know what? Now that we're at war with the United States, essentially, now we've been in a proxy war for basically, a year at this point. I mean, since its inception, right? If you miss, your taxes by, $2, the IRS is coming to visit you.
Except for you.
What's a couple $100 billion?
Hey, Don Jr., what did you pay in taxes last year?
Between friends. So I imagine there's more money being sent over there. So, and as long as they're doing that, and I imagine as long as people are grifting,
again, it's always imagining,
off of this and making their billions and stealing whatever it is, and, we see the Taliban's now selling our vehicles that we left there of the billions in equipment there to Russia so they can use it against Ukraine, who we're supporting in this proxy war.
Guy.
When does it end? When do people in Russia say, hey, we're fighting the U.S. at this point, and escalate? Because that's what I'm worried about. This stuff should be over stat.
Yeah, okay, so he's just giving away the game here. I just got my first protest check. Not sure if I have to pay federal or state taxes on it. I will just deposit it into the Cayman Islands. Good, do that. It's not illegal, and I don't want you to pay taxes in the most legal way possible. If it's legal for you to not pay your taxes to the US government specifically, then I want you to legally not pay your taxes. If it's illegal, then pay your taxes. If you live outside of the US, pay your taxes. Fuck America. I didn't even get to say my point of like, I want America to fall. I was going to see them blow up, but you know what? I got enough of that anyway. Lanky Sapien, the Russian alignment question did catalyze some of the cognitive dissonance in them, though. You could see the cogs turning in their heads a bit. It was, but not enough. It was very, very fun to see it, though. You could see it in their face. They were like, oh. Every time, really, they were just thinking about the questions. They didn't have any answers. They weren't prepared for being questioned by a socialist instead of a liberal. They were thinking the Democrats are coming and we're going to talk about some like weak shit. They did not imagine I was going to come in there hot with, yeah, like global war. I want America to lose. How can I get Xi to pay me for propaganda? You can't, and like, China's not good. We're also on China's side. We are on the Russian and Chinese and the North Korean side. We're not good. Neither is China. They're just as bad as us. Did you notice that you were 2v1ing them while the liberal was mostly silent towards the end? No, but honestly, yeah. And I mean, I could have taken that whole room. Irrelevant knew what he was talking about. He was fun to talk to because he actually had some points. They thought you were going to talk about the stars in the sky and how bright they are. Yeah, almost certainly. Aye. And plus, like, you know, I'm a woman, so people immediately underestimate. At least conservatives do. When is the State of the Union, by the way? I need to hop in the bath. It's in 32 minutes. Yeah. C-SPAN is the one that won't get me taken down for copyright, right? Unlike the last, unlike the inauguration. I genuinely would. I've messaged Irrelevant after. You should have hit one of them with the honey. Otherwise, you did pretty well in there. Yeah, well, I didn't get to have the space to be as condescending as I would have liked to be. What can we talk about in the next half hour? We got a lot of stuff. Let me just look through. Let's run a prediction on what happens during the State of the Union. I want to gamble. That's not a bad idea. You have the ability to start those, don't you, Carmine Lennon? I reckon that we're going to see at least 2 direct quotes from Hitler's first speech as chancellor. I'd be shocked if we didn't get at least 1. I reckon Kanye is going to make an appearance. What should be the parameters? I don't know. Like, just... We'll start... like I say, do you guys think that we're going to drop sanctions on Russia during the State of the Union? Are we going to announce that? That would be 1. Let's make a normal prediction one, then a nightmare prediction one, in which he declares martial law and sends troops to Mexico. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's also that, like, I don't know. Because normally I would have thought, oh, this would just be like him talking bullshit like normal. But in the last week or 2, shit's got so insane that I don't know. Yeah, so he's definitely going to do the sanction stuff. He might declare war on Mexico. He might declare war on Canada. He might get us out of NATO. He might like announce the withdrawal from NATO. That's a very possible one, actually, because there's people in Congress also talking about how we should get out of NATO. Although Elon's also talking about how we should leave the the United Nations. So like that's interesting. So yeah, those are my main 3 predictions. We're gonna leave NATO. We're going to announce the release of sanctions against Russia, and we're going to get at least 1 quote from Hitler's first speech as chancellor, and Kanye will make an appearance. Leaving NATO would be on the nightmare bingo? Well, I mean, like, we don't belong in NATO, so we should leave. Yeah, NATO won't collapse. They're fine. They can live without us. They're preparing exactly for this. It's not like we didn't give them warning. They knew since November this was coming. They're prepared. But understand that, like, us leaving NATO is a good thing. It's the same reason why I said it's a good thing that we left the human rights organization. Like, the idea of us being in NATO makes NATO unsafe. We are a direct enemy. We are an enemy of Europe now. We're an adversary. Yeah, we're almost certainly going to see a sea Kyle too. I'd be surprised if we didn't. The last time they had like the RNC, there was at least 2. So I don't think war on Iran comes first. I would think it would be the closer ones to home first. I don't know. It's not a good thing in like the context of global stability, Matty Holmes, but it is a good thing in the context of we are no longer there while we're the enemy. You know, like, you don't want your adversary in the defense coalition learning the, like, intel that they can share with the other enemy. Renaming the moon would be something that Trump would totally do. I don't know if he'll even, like, who knows? This could just be the Fourth Reich. Like, it could just start right now. I want to hear the words, just so there can't be any questions. I get that. I get that. You're not going to hear the words, though. But they are normalizing it. Again, like, it doesn't matter anymore. Bannon did it. Elon did it. Some Mexican actor did it at the RNC. I mean, Trump won't do it today. I don't think we're going to see Trump see Kyle. We're probably going to see Kanye do it, though. The PKK just disbanded themselves. War in Iran is coming. Yeah, I did see that. Turkey won the their fight against the Kurds. They might start executing Democrats, starting with Bernie and AOC. That's on the nightmare timeline. It's also not unlikely. They could also say that like, left media is helping terrorists. Is like, they could attack us, the media, in that. Is this gonna have copyright music in it?
Fortnite balls, I'm gay, I like boys. Fortnite balls, I'm gay, I like boys. I kidnap autistic kids.
Fucking Kanye, man. I don't know how do we create a bingo either. God damn it. Hold on. If they declare us terrorists, they can violate our rights openly. That's the point, you know? It would be like what they do before martial law. And I've said before already that there is a relatively high chance of the United States suffering a terrorist attack on our soil in the near future, because we've got rid of everyone whose job it is to prevent that, and it would be a good excuse for them to declare martial law. What the fuck was that? Who was that crazy dude? That was Kanye West. Hassan Fed posting isn't helping us either. They can use that shit to justify going after us. Yeah, like, but Hassan wasn't Fed posting. What he, like, the intel, like, here, let me pull you the full clip, because I guess a lot of people didn't see it. He could recite Hitler word for word and people would make excuses. I don't even think they'll make excuses anymore, Lanky Sapien. I think they'll just double down and say it's good. I don't see how they would try and excuse it. They would just say it's good. Oh, here, I forgot. I have a couple horrific atrocities that I need to show you. But then I have a funny thing. And I'm looking for the Hassan clip first so I could show you the full clip, but here we go. Did I not post it anywhere? Ah, whatever. I can find it on Hassan's Twitter. Yeah, like, it was close. It was close enough that, like, I have a couple atrocities that I could show you in a funny thing. Well, I mean, what am I supposed to do? If I just show you the atrocities, then y'all get sad. I need to have some, like, some good stuff in there to, balance it out. And where's Hassan's video? I'm on his Twitter looking for it. There it is. Here we go.
By Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
We're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. What we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying
that's what he said. He was referring to specifically like Mike Johnson. He wasn't saying the audience should, but of course, since the clip was taken in the context that it was, then it doesn't show that. This video does show a picture of Hitler. I don't know if it's TOS, but it's a video of Trump supporters getting... No, it's not TOS. Here.
You're a Trump supporter, right?
Of course I am.
Perfect.
Go Trump.
It's a cringeworthy social experiment. Watch what happens when Donald Trump fans are read what they thought were quotes of his.
I've got a Trump pamphlet here, but I've replaced all the quotes with Hitler quotes.
Trump's been compared to the German dictator by some throughout his presidential campaign. But can these random people tell the difference between the two? SoFlo YouTube channel puts it.
Did you get the link, Comrade Lennon? The one that Zomi posted? Because that's excellent.
To the
I
text.
bookmarked it.
Who says I am not under the special protection of God? What do you think about that? Do you think...
I feel like that's okay.
That's okay?
If Trump's an atheist, that's okay.
I do not see why man should not be as cruel as nature.
Again, these are Hitler quotes that that Republicans are agreeing with. Either way, like, here's what they... I don't even need that. Here's Tucker Carlson talking about wanting a white ethno-state. And also, Oxpecker is right. You do need to adopt a trans person right now.
Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people. Like what? Yeah. Like tell me, just explain to me how that makes sense. Either no group has the right or every group has the right. Yep. It's really that simple. And if you want to say no group has the right, okay. You might even convince me. I don't know. I'm not a race guy, actually, by my temperament at all. I'd kind of like to ignore it. But as long as some groups have a right to self-determination, then every group has a right. It's that simple.
I'll pin it.
Yes. And if there's a special carve-out where one group doesn't have a right, you have to explain to me why that group doesn't have that right.
Yep.
Absolutely. Is that fair?
No, it's absolutely fair. Well, I think South Africa is a...
What? I mean, what the hell is... Why are we playing along?
It's literally just Nazis now. Like, they're just openly Nazis now. They're not even... They're not hiding it. He's the guy who said he woke up that got clawed by like a demon in the middle of the night. He's the guy that called Haitians vampires. He's the one that went to Russia and glazed their supermarkets. Like this guy's been a Nazi for a while. It's not like it was ever in question. It was just you couldn't say it before. And you know what? I'm honestly sick of that shit. The censorship that we get from the woke fucking right-wingers. I'm done with it. I don't care. If they get mad about me saying Russia, good. I want them to be mad. If they get mad at me calling them a Nazi, good. I want them to be mad. Breaking. A bill mandating genital inspections to participate at all age levels of girls and women's sports fails the U.S. Senate. Needed 60 votes to go forward. Literally, like, the party of genital inspections. That's what they are. Fuck these people. How shitty is the American bread for him to be so amazed by basically local bread? Pretty shit, actually. Bread is not good in America. If Trump hits a Sieg Heil, I'll make a politician 2025 Sieg Heil TikTok edit. I don't see Trump hitting the Sieg Heil. I see Kanye doing it. Don't blame Trump. He did everything he could to prove he was an unfit president. Yeah, he did. He really did. He gave us everything he could to show us, hey, don't vote for me. Oh yeah, I wanted to post that in your Discord. I forgot to. Yeah, I saw it. I mean, glad it didn't pass, but again, like they're the groomers. This is what groomers do. They want to look at children's genitals to check shit. I don't know. Fuck the Republicans. They're evil. They're Nazis and they're pedophiles. All Nazis are pedophiles. Most pedophiles are Nazis. It's just how it works. The fact it was even proposed as the issue, yeah. Yeah. Here's the funny one. While we wait for wait, did I? Oh no, I closed the link. God damn it. I need that link back. That's the State of the Union.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. You've sent me out to the windiest place possible to show you that it's, well, windy, in case people at home don't have any fucking windows. You know the network are trying to get rid of you when they send you to a place where even the emergency services aren't allowed. Bloody hell! If budget cuts don't take me away, Mitch, I'm pretty sure this tide will. Shit, there's a blue bottle. I haven't seen this much blow since the Vanity Fair after party. And nor have I seen anything blow this hard since I visited Epstein Island. Yep, they're telling you to put all of the kids' equipment away, and honestly, they're right. I haven't seen this many tramps fly over fences since there was a police raid at Diddy's place. Yeah, it is a bit windy, Mitch. You've heard of wind in the willows. Well, this is wind up my willow. I tell you what, if I bent over right now, I would be an inverted windsock.
Oh, I love Australians so much.
Yeah, now I hear that people are out panic buying. Well done, morons. I tell you what, the toilet paper's already gone, but you know what I think about people who are hoarding toilet paper? The more bog roll, the bigger the asshole. So anyway, it's windy. Don't come here. I quit.
A great way to quit your job. 10 out of 10. High functioning stoner, I will be so stoked to fight a two-front war against Sino-Russian Empire in the East and whatever the United States devolves into for our fresh water in 10 to 20 years. Well, good. Keep that hype up, because you're gonna need to. H.H. Madsen, tariffs up, groceries up, exports down, stock market down, consumer confidence down, chance of a recession up, up, up. After Trump, Biden left Trump the perfect economy. Like, you could not ask for a better economy as a president coming into office. That's it. You could not. And they fucked it, not by accident, on purpose. It was on purpose. Everything that we are seeing is on purpose. They're not like all morons. The people that we see on TV, the frontmen, they're the morons. That's why they get to go on stage and talk. But the people actually planning this shit, they're not stupid, they're evil. All of the market crashing gives the rich who are still rich an opportunity to buy all of the crash stocks at a cheap price, monopolize, and take more control and consolidate their control over the industry. What do you mean the recession was bound to happen regardless of who's in office? No, it wasn't, and you know this. There was no chance of a recession when Trump entered office on the just like pure economic scale. Well, I mean, like, we knew that they were going to do it, Comrade Lenin. We knew that the recession was coming, but it was coming because of them. Like, if whatchamacallit, if, what's her name? Kamala Harris got in, then like, we would not have had a recession. Aye. Cool, apparently, Irrelevance chat liked me, and, cool, might end up talking to that person more later. I'm a fan. That'd be cool. Just caught up in the Wick debate. You were based, those guys were... Yeah, I know. Thank you, Biyoshi. Very much appreciate it. I'm sure that it went great after I left, too. Mercury, I knew it was going to be bad since the mass deportation now signs at the RNC. I was horrified then, I'm horrified now. Yeah, I mean, literally, that's just Nazi shit as well. And, like, again, they gave us every reason that we should not be voting for him. But, you know. 10 and 2 year bonds flipped back and forth last year. Yeah, but that not alone won't cause a recession. Like, not without other economic issues being in place. Abiyoshi, I'm here from Rel's chat. Oh, cool. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very much appreciated. And also, you can join the Discord. The recession video while you wait. Well, thank you. As a chat. I very much appreciate it.
We're in a recession.
Oh, God. It's second thought. Fine. Fine. I'm not a fan of second thought, but...
We're in a recession. Maybe. Maybe not, though. It's not super clear.
Are we headed towards a recession?
It is coming. I think we are on a slow bleed into the recession.
All of our indicators suggest that. Leading indicators, consumer confidence, CEO confidence, all point to a recession in the U.S. economy.
Yeah, of course the tankies love second thought.
It's been at least a year since people started talking about a possible recession. Nobody's really sure when it's coming or if it's already here because, rather unhelpfully, there are some contradictory signals right now. Everyone is having their fun speculating, and we could too, just 20 minutes of pure guesswork. That's not what we're gonna do this video. A recession is coming, no matter what. We know it with 100% certainty. What we don't know yet is exactly when. Though, based on current trends, most people expect it to be sometime soon. Not to be too obvious with my thesis statement or anything, but in this video, we're going to break down why we know for sure that a recession is on its way. We'll also talk
I don't like Hakeem either, Comrade Lenin.
About the fact that these crises where profits go down are, counterintuitively, a good thing for capitalists, unlike what you might hear them say. And then we'll take things a step further and talk about preventing recessions. Because the truth is, we could stop recessions almost entirely if we wanted to.
Now he's gonna be right about this stuff. I do agree with him mostly on economics.
This is a graph. You knew that. Specifically, it's a graph of GDP in the United States. If you didn't know, GDP, or gross domestic product, is a garbage number that doesn't really mean much, but it means a whole lot to governments and businesses. So, unfortunately, they've made it everyone else's problem.
Roughly speaking, GDP...
How do we play this bingo game? Because I'm looking at it. Okay, share URL with, like, the players. So there's that. And into YouTube chat. But, like, how do we actually, like, play in it? What do you do?
Measures the total value of all the goods and services in a country in a given year. GDP doesn't care if one guy makes all the money from this, or if we cut down every single tree in the process, or if we're all miserable. GDP only calculates the value of all the stuff exchanged for money while cutting out the middlemen in the calculation. I'm really oversimplifying here, but as long as there's more stuff or more services, more value produced than the year before on paper, the line goes up.
These shaded areas here are times where that doesn't happen. It's in moments like these where GDP goes down for long enough that an official recession is declared by the NBER. And as you can see, there's been a lot of them. Currently, we estimate there's a recession every 4 to 7 years on average. Like this, right here, is 2008, the last big recession before COVID.
You just click the squares if something happens? Yeah, but it says preview to click the squares. Like, it doesn't do anything when I click them. Maybe I need to open the link again.
In the US...
2008 was wild, by the way, but, like, understand that just yesterday and today, we had equivalency to 2008, basically, with the amount of drop there was in GDP value. Interesting.
This line going down was accompanied by nearly 9 million people losing their jobs. During the Great Recession, unemployment went up to 10%. 8 million homes were foreclosed on, and millions of people lost their savings or their retirement funds just trying to get by.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people never recovered from 2008. What's up, Certified Garbage? It works, open it in a private window if you have to. See, is this not what you guys are seeing? Because it says preview. I can click all the boxes. They don't do anything. Play online just brings me here. Yeah, I was going to say, do I have to, like, do this in Paint? I might have to. I did click that link. Well, try it again. In that one instead. Ah, there we go. Well, it says now generate card. Got it. There we go. Thank you. That makes sense. How's Australia?
This is why
wet. We have a giant storm coming our way. And we're also terrified because we have our election coming up either in April or in May. And the The polls aren't looking great for us, although I'm hoping maybe Trump's bad enough that it switches us to a Labour win. Canada has fully flipped. The Liberals are winning in Canada. Like, that's already essentially in place and locked in. So there's that. One square says Biden mispronounces someone's name. We can pretend that it's Trump or you make that square. I'm just gonna say that square is Biden calls somebody like, sorry, not Biden. Trump calls somebody something that they're not. I don't know. He's gonna use the word Palestinian as a slur again. I'm pretty sure, like as a derogatory towards a person, which would be very funny. I mean, it's funny the last 2 times he did it. He called Biden a Palestinian and he called Chuck Schumer a Palestinian, both times in a derogatory fashion. And like, obviously that's really bad, but it is kind of funny because you don't think about that. It just kind of pops out.
Recessions are a big deal. They're brutal. They're not just a few months where you need to cut down your spending on, say, $4 artisanal bread,
got
to
9
take a
minutes
completely
left
random
anyway.
example. Death rates, alcoholism, suicide, all sorts of really terrible things go up during periods of economic contraction. And predictably, mental...
Here's the latest polls from Canada. Hold on. Paywall. Canada's Liberals bounce back after years of decline. Opinion polls of Prime Minister Trudeau and his party, trailing the opposition Conservatives by 26 points, was what it was. But I want the actual polls, you assholes. Give me the polls. Fine. It'll work. Opinion polls. March 3rd, we got a pretty good... Oh, actually, hold on. This looks worse now. This isn't what I read earlier. No, I think this will switch. I would need to go look into this. Sample size is pretty normal. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be. I don't really know why Canada would be pro like the CPC now when we're about to invade them. It was looking the other way for like weeks. So I might just be wrong and it flipped back. But the news is reporting it as Canada's gaining here. It would be great if the Liberals won there. I'm not kidding. Trump just started a fundraiser. You want the link? You can delete my comment when you have the link. You should read that horse shit. Yes, please. Did California's petition to secede go anywhere? Well, it hasn't been put up to a referendum yet. They're trying to get enough signatures for that. But I will put that on my list to look into. California. So many links. Session. What the fuck is this? What is this? There's no way this is coming from Trump, right? Like I mean, probably, but like the site is weird. Like I don't know how this works. Is online polling method reliable? Not necessarily. It depends on the actual like material conditions of whatever is being polled and the polarization of the population, which is why I think that Canada is likely to go to the Liberals because they're being polarized against us rather than polarized against each other. But we'll just have to see, I suppose. And this one is in Danish. Yeah, no, we're about to watch the State of the Union. I have it open. Like the stream starts in 5 minutes. In fact, we'll just close second talk now. Second thought, rather. What's up, Wandering Luna? Cali peeps really want to be out there in their own country. Well, I mean, to be fair, Canada has offered the offered California to become the 11th province, and has also invited Washington and Oregon. Also, like the Northeast, the New England side of the country could also break off and form its own country. The issue being, like, usually there would need to be access to goods, but in either cases, they could form direct trade links with Canada and Mexico pretty easily. There would be more violence, so they would invade. I don't like him. He's a tanky. I'll have to see how his beliefs change. The tankies are going to have to change because now they're allied with the State Department. Like, a lot of these people were pro-Russia, pro-China, but now that's the US government. So I feel like maybe their belief system there might change. There can be a Midwest Michigan superstate, one Michigan, Illinois, and all of them coming together. Yeah. Nearly all Canadian media is American-owned. Conservative cons are heavily programmed. Yeah, but they're also getting hella mad and are pretty, like... I'm seeing a lot of Canadians just ready to go to war with America. And, I don't know, Wandering Luna. I'm not in America. I live in Canada. Not in Canada, in Australia. Jesus Christ. Alright, I gotta pee right before this starts. Oh, sorry, I just gotta give some people member permissions in the, Discord. Welcome, 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 everybody. If the state is about to become a part of Canada, if I move quickly enough, will residency when it occurs? I don't know. And honestly, like, it's not very much likely to happen. Like, California would get invaded by the U.S. military if they seceded. It would need to be a coordinated movement using several different states and the assistance of Canada, possibly even Mexico, support of Europe. Like, this kind of stuff would need to be happening for that to be a plausible thing. And yes, MAGA is a virus. Like, I'm telling you right now, I say this all the time, right? Every accusation is a confession. Think about the woke mind virus. It's just the MAGA mind virus. It's the conservative mind virus. It's the same thing. Every accusation is a confession. They program people mentally to be a death cult. Exactly as you said, long like Homo sapien. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Wait. Oh, I know, you don't like me. Stuff like that. Hi. Alright, now I'll be right back. All right. By the way, for those that are new, thank you for following. Don't forget to drop me a like on the YouTube stream. Drop me a follow. It would be very, very helpful. It gets the stream going more. And hop in the Discord. As Stall of Canada is under threat of invasion in general, but better to fight an invasion than be occupied. I mean, Canadians are aware of this and they're preparing for war. Like, that's Canadians' words, not mine. MAGA mind virus rolls off the tongue quite well. Yeah, use it. MAGA mind virus. Start saying it. Like, just like people say Trump derangement syndrome, I used trans derangement syndrome because they see trans people in the fucking trees. Like they're in Vietnam. Sadly, death cults will keep believing all the way into the Kool-Aid. I mean, it's a death cult. That's kind of the point. It's to death. It's even it's an even playing field. We got 2 million guys armed with tanks, and Canada has war crimes. I guess. Yeah, better to die on our feet than live on our knees. I agree. I'm not going to give up any of my rights. I'm not going to shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me? They'll have to shut me up. No Cal Mike, Visora, you wrecked Gibbs and Grid today on the panel. Well done. Thank you. I would have stayed longer, but like I genuinely do not engage with MAGA because I think it's useless. And talking to people who just deny reality as a whole is not worthwhile. Like I just could not continue with it. I originated TDS is transgender syndrome. This is theft. Well, I mean, you can have credit for it, Captain Buggy. I just couldn't remember who came up with it. All right, well, apparently the stream should be live right now. Oopsie. Proposed poll, why did blank do this? Obama, Biden, trans people, or Clinton? I do like that. Why did... I need a funny one at the end here. Got it. Here's a good poll. Have fun with it. Oh, there we go. It's starting. Let's listen to Adolf Hitler speak. The real TDS is Trump defender syndrome. That too. Like, at this point, like, MAGA is just a mental illness. You guys understand that, right? Like, the beliefs that they have...
This is his 5th overall.
...are not held by people who have mental stability. That can reason, that can see reality, that can do any critical thinking, any introspection, have thought in mind, you know? Brain think.
...of $2 trillion in savings.
Also, guys, definitely play bingo. Bingo's gonna be hella fun. I'm really curious to see what the answer ends up being.
A renewal of the American dream. We'll talk more about the message of tonight's address and the guests the president is bringing with him with the 2 journalists who will be with us.
I remember correctly, there was some links with conservatism being a mental illness, increase irrational fear. Well, like, so there are studies that show that people with higher degrees of fear response, disgust response to any kind of stimuli, like they showed them pictures of various things. The higher your propensity to feel disgust, anger, or fear was correlated with a lower degree of intelligence. And the lower degree of intelligence is correlated with being MAGA. So, like, all of that ties in together. It doesn't really tie into mental illness. It's more stupidity. But that stupidity is then, like, it is, in and of itself, the stupidity is manufactured, right? Because people aren't born stupid or smart. It's all material conditions. It's all nurture and how that interacts with you and how you engage with life, your material conditions. But there's a system that's set up to make these people dumb from the start, to not allow them to learn critical thinking. And then once they're there, there's another system that takes them from there and radicalizes them. And that creates the mental illness. It's the constant, like, bombardment with every monitor, your phone, your TV, your radio, all of them shrieking at you about people that are coming to harm you, that people want to kill you, they want to rape your wife, they want to trans your kid. And that fear consistently being applied is what creates the mental illness. Your boy John Doe, is there a swear for Ukraine is so flat, the only thing that will stop a bullet is a body? No, there isn't, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, like, I have no idea what's going to happen here. This could just be them shooting the shit with, like, Kanye, or this could be the start of the 4th fucking Reich. I always thought right-wingers had much larger fear section of their brain as well. That's, like, proven. It's not like a larger section of the brain. It's just a higher propensity to feel fear. And that, again, is manufactured. No-Cal Mike MAGA is basically the guy who walks at the back of the big parade of animals with a huge shovel. Kinda, yeah. Fetterman went mask off and Turncoff after his stroke as well. Fetterman literally said that he felt the progressivism leave his body because he had damage to his frontal lobe. Because brain damage in specific parts of your brain can make you lose empathy, can make you a psychopath, can make you violent, it can make you change your entire personality. So not being scared of watching horror movies makes me smarter, I guess. I mean, I'm scared of watching horror movies, but it's a general, broad average of how likely are you to feel disgust, fear, and anger at any given input, like any given input, not specifically any one thing. Haven't studies shown that conservatives exhibit less empathy? Well, yes, but that less empathy comes from the increase of fear, disgust, and anger, which is then also weaponized. So, like, yeah, it is both. They're a premeditated doomsday cult that fronts itself in the participant of the marketplace of ideas. They're a premeditated doomsday cult that is also trying to do the doomsday. You know, it's not that they're trying to survive doomsday. They're not preppers. They're a death cult. And, like, you're right. And they front themselves as a participant in the marketplace of ideas. I'm sick of, like, not calling out the laissez-faire economics, too. Like, if you believe in laissez-faire economic free markets, then you should burn in hell. Like, you're evil. You're literally a demon. And it was very, I'm glad that I said it to that dude, because I was gonna hold back. I was like, it's not good to call these people a demon, but I wasn't gonna call him a Nazi, which honestly very much Nazi coded. But the fact that he's like, oh yeah, no, I want the war to keep going because I make money off my defense stocks. At that point, I was like, oh no, you literally are just a demon. I was so glad you started talking shit to him. I mean, like, it was hard not to. Wow, Jordan Peterson won that one? Jesus. He had no real response to being called evil either. What he did was what they do. When you call out these people on them being evil, when you call them a Nazi or something, there's two options. They either deny or they accept and say it's a good thing. And that's what he did. He accepted it, said he was happy with that, and then pretended that I'm crazy because I believe in morality. Because again, they're making empathy a sin, a thought crime. They're talking about empathy being a sin. They don't want you to talk about empathy. Anyone have a live stream where this is actually on? I mean, to be fair, technically, I'm pretty sure it doesn't start for another 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, no. All of them are still showing, like, pre-stuff because it hasn't begun. It's just the stream started. What? The White House's stream starts 40 minutes later than every other stream has set it for. Like, 12 p.m. is supposed to be the time where this actually goes on. So, like, who the fuck knows now? I guess I'll have to keep both of these open in case. You actually care about other people? What a wokey. I called him woke at one point. Put the bingo in the top right corner. Like on the screen. I could probably manage that. I was gonna say, because if I make it too small, it's one thing, and it's also going to cut off every time I pause it to make a point, which I will try and not pause it as much because I know we're watching a live video. But I can do this. I can make it like a small section on the side, and I can move my camera up over to the left corner, and then that way this can stay here. I feel like that might not be a bad idea. Where's my camera? Here it is. There we go. What are you talking about?
As always, our co-host this evening, Greta Bronner. Hi, Greta.
Hey, Peter, as you were talking about, lawmakers and the president get to invite guests in the House chamber for this address to Congress. Topping the list is a name that many people have heard repeatedly over the first 40 days of this administration, and that's Elon Musk. Billy House, who reports for...
That means Trump won't be out for another hour, I guess. I mean, he is constantly late to shit, but who knows? We'll see. That's just when the White House, like, when their stream starts, they might just have, I don't know, big balls setting the thing and he got wrong information. We'll just keep them both open.
Bloomberg
and nationalism is gross. This is why I made that video on why countries aren't real. I needed y'all to understand that, like, the shit that they say to justify nationalism is evil. It doesn't fit with humanity. Red carpet fascism. It is exactly that. That video was really good. Good. I'm glad. Am I allowed to link a study regarding conservatives and liberals? You're allowed to link anything, you boy John Doe. I don't really care as long as it's not, like, I don't know, evil. And whether I show it or not, that's another thing. But, like, you can link anything. Just tell me what you're linking when you link it, please. That's the one thing I'll tell y'all. I don't want y'all just send me a link with no words on top of it that tell me, you know, this is that thing. Yes, I've seen conservatives talking about this as like owning the libs, because like conservatives care more about their specific close circle than liberals do, and liberals care about more things than just the people around them. They thought this was a W. Heat maps indicate highest morality allocating by ideology. Source data are provided by source data file. Note the highest values on the heat map scale is 20 units for liberals, 12 for conservatives. Moral circle rings from inner to outer are described as the follows. 1, your immediate family. 2, all of your extended family. 3, your closest friends. 4, all of your friends, including distant ones. 5, all of your acquaintances. 6, all the people you've ever met. 7, all the people in your country. 8, all the people in your continent. 9, on all continents. 10, all mammals. 11, all amphibians, reptiles, mammals, fish, and birds. And 12 is animals on Earth, including Paramecia and amoeba. All animals in the universe, including life forms. All living things in the universe, including plants and trees. All natural things in the universe, that including inert entities such as rocks. I mean, look, I'm not sure that I have a moral empathy for rocks, but I like rocks. But at the same time, like this entire scale that was laid out here, of course I have empathy for all of these. And that's the issue, is the right looks at this and goes, oh, it's a win. Look at this. The liberals care more about rocks than they do about their own country. And you know what? At this point, I do. I'm predicting that Trump will drop a heavy slur, but it'll say as part of a quote and attempt to justify saying it. I mean, I did say that we would see Donald Trump use the N-word hard R in February, and I was wrong, but I might just have been just a little bit early. Who knows? Okay, still haven't started. The rocks are woke. Look, I'm telling you guys, we need the woke back. We got rid of the woke and planes started falling out of the sky. And the economy crashed. If you get rid of woke, you go broke. If you get rid of DEI, Americans are going to die. That's the situation that we're in. Rocks have never enslaved or genocided people, so kind of based. I mean, yeah, kind of. I don't really care about rocks all that much, but they're kind of based. I predict Elon's kid will get in front of the mic. Really? I'm sure Elon will be there. I'm sure he'll be in the front, but if Trump says the N-word, I will shitpost until the end of times. Don't you already? Oh, yeah. Come on, guys.
First term that has carried over into the Biden years.
MAGA doesn't get rights. I'm sorry. You don't get rights as MAGA. Especially now that we are the Hitler country. Y'all are, like, MAGA's pro-genocide, so they don't get any rights. Sorry. You get treated like the Nazis do. Because you guys essentially are. If those rocks were rare earth minerals, the conservatives would care. Donald Trump doesn't know what rare earth minerals are. He was calling them raw earth 2 days ago. He's calling them raw earth. Like raw milk 2 days ago. The man doesn't know what that is. Or that just learned. During his first administration, when he got his daily press briefing, Obama would get like 15 pages. They had to bring Trump's down to 1 page with photos on it and his name every other like sentence so that he would actually pay attention to it. Otherwise, he just wouldn't read it. He couldn't read it. You understand how bad it is that they have to sneak his name in or he won't read it? Oh, by the way, speaking of caring about your country, no more town halls. No more in-person town halls, NRCC chief tells House Republicans. The chair of the House GOP campaign told Republican lawmakers Tuesday to stop holding in-person town halls amid a wave of angry backlash over the cuts undertaken by President Trump. As in, like, fuck your constituents. They don't get to see. How can he not read? Because he's rich. Rich people don't learn how to read. That's why rich people are stupid, because no one teaches them shit. They don't have to learn the difficult things. Man, Dem operatives are just going to be pissed. I mean, to be fair, they are just also operatives. They openly admit it. Yeah, they do. They don't care. Democracy's dead. Y'all are still pretending that it's dying. It's dead. Oh, by the way, remember all that cut, like, funding from the government that Doge found? That fraud? You know, fraud is illegal. It's a crime, actually. number of arrests attributable to Doge uncovering actual fraud within the federal government. That was the whole point. You know, they were getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Was it all abuse? Was it all waste? I don't know. But there was no fraud. None at all that they found. Zero. Zero. They don't care. They're just lying to you.
You'll see Jasmine.
Oh, I
White.
got
She
some
has the
stuff I
lead
can bring
story.
up in the meantime. Let's see. Here's Lutnick.
Cool. You've got path to citizenship is pretty darn cool. You've got that. You've got all these tariffs coming in. You got waste, fraud, and abuse coming out. Think about this. We got $4 trillion in entitlements.
Again, no arrests.
And no one's ever cut it. You know what that means? We're going to pay every single person.
$4 trillion in entitle. That's the entire federal budget. $4 trillion is the entire budget for at least last year. So if you're cutting $4 trillion from the budget, or sorry, did you say trillion or billion? My bad. Let me hear that one more time.
Entitlements, and no one's ever cut it. That, you've got all these tariffs coming in. You got waste, fraud, and abuse coming out. Think about this. We got $4 trillion.
Yeah, $4 trillion is the entirety of the federal budget. So if you're cutting the entire federal budget
in entitlements, and no one's ever cut it. You know what that means? We're going to pay every single person who deserves Social Security. They get the money. Everybody who deserves Medicaid, Medicare gets the money.
You are like, you understand, right? That to get that money, to get the $4 trillion, the entire federal budget, they have to cut all of Social Security, all of Medicare, and all of Medicaid. And if you noticed, what he's saying is they did it. Not that they're trying to, that they've successfully done this. So
money. But everybody whose grandfather died and is still getting Social Security, give me a break.
give me one example. Again, like they've not found any fraud. Is this guy Stalin reincarnated? Maybe. So they have to trash the economy and half the systems in place that have been developed over decades? Well, yes, Eldon Lore Hoarder, because the purpose of this, the purpose of trashing the economy is to make them richer. They will come in and they will buy the companies that lost their value at a discount. And then the economy will just fine later. Like the rich people coast through it. All these companies lose value. They come in, they swoop them up, they coalesce into one bigger mega corporation, and everything's a monopoly now. That's the point here. It's economic shock therapy. By the way, Zomi sent this, the newest Wild Hornets drone called a Werewolf. This looks cool. Yeah, I can't play the music either. Even my own right-wing coworkers have told me while supporting Doge anyway that it's extremely hard to fraud the Social Security Department. If you take extra money somehow, they will respond. Like, yeah, literally, you can't do that. Yeah, I'll post the bingo link again. Hold on. Let me just make sure that this is the link that works. Yeah, it is. These drones are scary. Like, I don't like the fact that drone warfare is how we decide to do this now. Fuck. Loud. Nice drones, though. Good drones.
The president's cabinet as well, all coming into the
You
chamber.
know, Donald Trump
Of course,
made
that's
like
all
more
gonna-
than $60 billion since like, in like the first week he was in office. He got $60 billion. Billions. Billions. Donald is in this for him and his rich buddies. The FBI is trying to give a contract to the UFC. Dana White and Trump have been... Like, the FBI is just owned by Russia now, by the way. Kash Patel is another Russian asset. They glaze him on Russian state media for years. Jackson Hinkle went on to Russian state media to talk with Kash Patel. So, Biden has nothing to do with this. Social Security does keep close eye on money, and my dad hadn't even filed that. My mom had passed away, and they stopped her payment. Yeah, there is no waste, there is no fraud, there is no abuse. They found literally nothing they can evidentiate, and there are no arrests. If there was actual waste and fraud, if there was actual fraud, there would be an arrest. Period. I don't know how true this is, but this is pretty extraordinary. From Tamim bin Hamad. I mean, he's the emir of the state of Qatar. Today, I participated in an extraordinary Arab summit in Cairo, where we discussed the latest developments in the Gaza Strip and the occupied Palestinian territories. We look forward to joining efforts intensifying work and collecting coordination with all brothers to support the brotherly Palestinian people in achieving their full legitimate rights in accordance with international legitimacy and resolutions. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital is the basis for stability and peace in the Middle East. That was the agreement that they managed to come to at this meeting. I think that's pretty good, you know. Dropsite is reporting that Arab leaders have unanimously adopted a plan for Gaza's reconstruction after a summit meeting in Cairo, Egypt. I don't know how this is going to fly with Trump Gaza, so, you know, we'll find out. That's a Fed post, Comrade Lennon. Sorry, can't let you have it, but you're not wrong. As someone who works in manufacturing, it's so sad that so much of our sector is really just second and third hand means of building weapons of nuclear tech. It literally is. We don't make anything. When I said in that debate, the only thing that we produce is I said it to one of them. I said, the only thing you produce is a grift. That's our entire country. That is the United States of America. I'm curious what this is. This says it's very important.
We're seeing this Putin influence in effect.
To be fair, we do grifts and weapons,
abroad,
yeah.
Right. So what I was writing about was the feeling in Washington these days that reminded us of Putin's early years in Moscow when we were correspondents there. We were there from the end of 2000 to the end of 2004. And in that period of time, just over 4 years, you saw how much things were changing. Putin had just come to power. He was consolidating control. He was neutering contrary forces in society, like the news media, like the oligarchs, like the parliament, any other source of potential
I need this.
opposition.
I need
this.
this.
Was being dismantled as
Please
eventually
give me
took
this.
over what would become a much more authoritarian state even after we left. And what we see in Washington these days feels familiar in a lot of ways. People who used to talk to us openly, who would be on the record saying critical things of
a grift, Eldon Lore Hoarder, is a lie. It's a lie intended to convince you of something so that the person lying can make money off of you. It's manipulation for the purpose of stealing money from you.
Take a look at where the polls stand right now for the president. His favorability numbers, and these...
I don't give a shit about that. If his favorability numbers are down and they're going to keep going down, who gives a shit? The Greater Michigan Republic, yeah, based as hell. I want it. I want it. The Great Lakes Socialist Republic. Give it to me. Give it to me now. You're not wrong. Fell for it again. All of these people. Like, I said this earlier. I'm not sure if all of you were here for that, but I want to see what I think that Trump voters, especially ones that said they voted for the economy, feel like right now. They feel like this. That's America in a nutshell. It's true. And you know what? I want it to hurt. I want it to hurt even more. I want the moment that Trump announces that we are dropping sanctions on Russia, I want every single European country to provide the exact same sanctions that they have on Russia and apply them to us. And I want them to add more that are specifically made for our country. To be like, for example, Canada has canceled all of its Starlink contracts. By the way, so has 7 European countries already canceled all of its contracts with Starlink. I need them to sanction Tesla, sanction Twitter, sanction Starlink. I want sanctions that make America have to suffer the way that Russia did. It's pro-American to say so too. Oh, by the way, did you know that people are just like paying money to go talk to Trump at Mar-a-Lago now? Business leaders are paying as much as $5 million to meet one-on-one with the president at his Florida compound, sources tell Wired, while others are paying $1 million apiece to dine with him in a group setting. Kidding me? I mean, they've been doing this for a while now, but yeah, like they're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even trying to hide it.
Lindsey Graham there on your screen talking with Rand Paul and a couple of other members. This is the Democratic
Exporting
side of
grift,
the
yeah.
aisle now. And there's Rand Paul down there on the far right. It looks like Peter Welch.
Rand Paul on the far right. That sounds
The
about right.
gray-haired gentleman with the glasses talking. And a couple of members. There's Josh Hawley up in the far left corner, Republican of Missouri. Shelley Moore Capito, the woman in that
think so,
picture.
Astolf.
Jasmine Wright, Jason Dick, how much time do you all spend up?
For fuck's sake, why do I immediately see Democrats? They better walk off as soon as Trump opens his mouth. They're not going anywhere, Captain Buggy. Like, the Democrats that are mad at Trump are not showing up. The people who, like, actually believe in democracy are not showing up. The rest of these are all operatives. The rest of these all work for the bourgeoisie. They work for the capital class, the billionaire class. They're there doing their job. America is so over. Long live the greatest dragon emperor, the new Chinese golden age. China's not good, man. We're on the same side. China is on our side. We are allied with Russia, China, and North Korea. I know you're a tanky. I know you think North Korea and China are good, but if they were good, would they ally with us when we're the Hitler country? I don't think so.
Elizabeth Warren is not included in this.
Josh Hawley, I recall Cenk Uygur claiming that that guy was a populist. Cenk Uygur claims a bunch of shit. I used to respect that guy. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Who were objecting to what Trump wanted to do in office, but it was his own party. They kind of found him a little bit unserious. They didn't seem to like him very much. And so that is completely different. These are people who really like Trump, who like what he's doing, and
apparently, according to Reuters, new tariffs imposed by President Trump on Canada and Mexico could disrupt the integrated supply chain across North America. Jeff Tamaroff, chairman of Tamaroff Honda, warns that will have devastating effects on the economy.
It's heartbreaking that the government is causing a rift between people who just want to do business.
Bonnie Chandler, general manager of Ontario-based Canadian Auto Stores, a small family-owned auto parts retailer that has been around for
I get your logic. I'm now an American CIA operative. I support the deep state. I mean, that's one way to do it. Hakeem Jeffries guaranteed to downplay the severity of this all and let Trump and Musk play Star Wars with a spine. You mean play fascism with the country? They did not do anything. They did nothing.
80 years, said she was fearful over what the new tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump might do to her business.
And I don't like. It doesn't matter what the public thinks in China either. It's the government.
Then our customers will pay for them. When things were already tight before, it's just time and money that we don't have.
Automakers are also sounding the alarm over the new tariffs on Canada and Mexico, saying they will disrupt the integrated supply chain across North America that has been in place for more than 25 years. Some auto parts can cross a border 6 or more times before final assembly.
Who knows when we're going to start seeing the impact?
Jeff Tamaroff is the chairman of Tamaroff Honda in Southfield, Michigan.
If he lifts sanctions on North Korea, because we are also a North Korean ally through Russia now, I'm going to lose my shit. The tankies will be very happy, and I will be banning them from my chat. Wait, why is Warren fucking there? Because she's also, like, an asset, an operative?
Trump said it from the beginning.
Oh, he's not a fan of China, yeah,
that he was
fair
going
enough.
to do this. I think all of us just hope it was a negotiation ploy, which I still think it is, because it can't be long-term, because it'd have a devastating effect on the economy.
A trade group representing nearly all major automakers warned on Tuesday that the new
I do really like this administration proving the socialists correct. It's been, for a long time, it's been be right and be ignored, but now it's just be right. Wait, would I ban you? If you start being like a full-on pro-China, pro-North Korea tanky, yeah, I'll ban you. You survived Gibbs? I annihilated Gibbs and then walked away because I couldn't deal with the ignoring of reality.
Statuary Hall during a State of the Union or a joint address?
Yes, both on the floor, and there's also...
Oh, of course he was bad faith, but also he couldn't even really do any of it. Like, he couldn't even be bad faith because he couldn't answer.
sort of, it's a catwalk with a bird's eye view. I'm sorry to mix metaphors.
You're right, Greg 17 Prime. They think all of this is supposed to be like a negotiation tactic, trying to convince other countries to give up their, I don't know, money, wealth, and resources to us for no reason. I'm only ironically pro-Midwestern marks. Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you only ironically pro-American marks, or are you just like, are you a full-on Russia-China tanky?
We don't have a booth.
And North
because we are
Korea.
a new organization would notice, but we are a part of WACA, and we do
WACA being
WACA, the White House Correspondents Association.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Dan. That's so, like, I would have stayed longer, but again, like, there's no point in it. I didn't know that there was going to be MAGA at this when I agreed to it. Never again. Never again. Hell no. It's a waste of time, you know? That's why debate culture is dead. Can't ever explain what's being negotiated, though. The negotiation is for the theft of other countries' money and resources. That's what's being negotiated.
Let's stop and talk with y'all out there on the South Lawn.
I did almost laugh at myself when I called him a fedora-wearing neckbeard incel. That was very funny.
Weekend, and there's only been one time that I've been out there that he didn't stop to talk. He is chatty. He likes to talk. He likes to give his point of view. And I find it actually to be so helpful.
It is what it is. Oh, look, good news. Poland announced another $7.7 billion for the European army that's being built. So, excellent. Go Poland. It's like a tanky pro-China, pro-Russia ACP revisionist account. What do you mean? Hold on. Oh, Trump's here. Sorry. Oh, he's getting into a car. Never mind. I'll open the link. What is this channel that you're giving me? Oh.
And therefore they deserve to be overthrown. And China, of course, must be toppled because they're carrying forth a genocide against the Muslim Uyghur minority. More and more, the specific form that the humanitarian conquest model took was that of wokeism.
Man, I don't watch YouTube shorts, so here, let me check out a few of them.
Joe Rogan glazing Elon Musk has become the most cringe.
This isn't his. Is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Here.
A certain right-wing influencer recently said that China is doing so well because they're a homogenous nation. That's gonna be one of the most wild distortions of reality I've ever seen in my life. As my friend Noah says here, China has 56
China is not a communist country already, just right off the bat.
recognized ethnicities. And they also have 5 autonomous regions.
Nah, fuck this. This guy's an idiot. I don't respect any of that shit. Does China practice imperialism? Yes, they do. Absolutely. They're pro-China. Yeah. They're very pro-China. I don't trust them. I don't trust that belief system. People that are Marxist-Leninists, that are tankies, that are pro-China and pro-Russia and pro-North Korea, I don't respect them.
Dick, how would you, I'm not sure how to ask this question. How would you describe
Cave Dweller, there are over 900 U.S. companies based in Ireland employing over 200,000 out of the total workforce of 2.2 million, which delivers a sizable chunk of the country's tax intake. So think we'll be very hesitant to impose any meaningful sanctions on the U.S., but would have to align with anything introduced by the EU. I think you need to start shifting your industry to be more homegrown, as much of the EU is doing, what Canada is doing as well, because Canada also has that problem, but they are prioritizing non-US goods, they are prioritizing non-US companies, and they are shifting that to make it not a problem shortly in the future. It doesn't take very long to shift your industry from a foreign industry to a domestic if you can manage, because the workforce is still there, right? You just need to shift the workforce over. Why do they never mention the other Muslim ethnic minorities in China, like the majority of the ethnic cleansing there? Because people don't know. And, like, even I didn't know that. Because, like, politics of the Western variety does not usually include a deep dive into China, which is something that I'm lacking in. I'll have to do something about that and fix it, but I'm only ironically a tanky. Well, as long as you're only ironically a tanky, that's fine. But like you say a lot of pro-China and pro like North Korea shit, and I can never tell if you're joking or not. We can't trust anyone who practices imperialism between Europe and China and Russia and the United States. We, the rest of the world, suffer more. I mean, to be fair, Dan, name me a country that isn't doing imperialism right now.
Over?
Yeah, it's so I do think that it is
all the tech company EU heads quarters are here. Yeah, we need we need tech companies that are not based in the US, that don't work with the US. We need them to shift. We need streaming services that are outside the US. If they decide today that leftists are terrorists and should be shut offline, then I'm down, gone. Hassan's gone, Vosh is gone, all of us are gone, because there's no other place for us to go. There's like Twitch and YouTube are the two places that you stream. Both are American companies. What's left? Kick and Rumble? No, obviously. We need an outside of America based system of being able to do this. If we ever crawl out of this shit, conservatives will revisionist the Trump regime as communist 60 years from now. If we get out of this, I don't want any of the MAGA people to like be free. They all belong in prison. If by the end of this, you are still, by the end of all of what's happening, including like, what's to come, if you are still a supporter of MAGA, still a supporter of Donald Trump, of Elon Musk, of the Republicans, then you should be in prison forever. At that point. Good thing is I think tech companies' functions can be relatively easily reproduced. Well, someone needs the money to reproduce it. The issue with hosting a streaming service like Twitch or YouTube isn't the ability to like make the site, it's how much it costs. Well, Midwestern Marks would also get banned. They would ban left-wing content if they did this. It wouldn't just be, one or two people. It would be a sweep. They would add new restrictions to the algorithms that would find people that have leftist views that they consider terrorism. Remember, we've already seen New York Post talking about how the Democrats and the leftists, actually, not the Democrats, are teaching illegal immigrants their rights to evade marks. Like, I don't want to hear anybody who supports MAGA around me in their 80s going, oh yeah, Donald Trump was such a bad guy, now you got to eat shit. I want them to be in prison. Second thought would be gone too. All of them would be gone, Lennon. That's what I mean. All media will just turn into Kick and Rumble, pure brain rot. Yes, it's already happening. All other social media becomes X, and all of this kind of media becomes Rumble and Kick. Yeah, maybe Midwestern Marx gets to stay because he's a pro-China fascist. Captain Buggy, the anarchist, the Marxist, and the left comms, everyone is Jover once they declare us terrorists. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about it.
Whether or not he should be on the ticket in a way that other folks didn't. And so I think that she has a big platform today.
I like how Tom Holland,
Tom Holland
went on the news to complain about immigrants knowing their rights. They don't care. Tom Holland went on the news with Eric Adams saying, yeah, we made a deal, so we won't arrest you, but if you don't deliver on the illegal immigrants, we'll come right back for you. Just openly talking about quid pro quo. They don't care.
And this is live in Statuary Hall. As you can see, it did not take long for the Senate to make its way over to Stat Hall. J.D. Vance leading the charge of senators.
I just also wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Jasmine was saying about Senator Slotkin. She, it was first elected in 2018 as part of this, kind of national security Democratic moms group with people like Abigail Spanberger, who left Congress and is now running for governor.
I did say Tom Holland for a minute. I misread it.
Right, Slotkin, and also
I was like, what the fuck is Tom Holland doing here?
Spanberger, another former CIA officer,
running for governor now of Virginia.
Right, and Mikey Sherrill, who's a combat pilot, is also running
for governor of New Jersey.
And she
all Democrats.
Right, all Democrats, all women, all national security backgrounds. All
right, well, I mean, the guests are arriving. It's getting started.
They're dream candidate.
We'll find out in a minute exactly how bad this is going to be. I hope you're all prepared because, this could be real bad. This could be really bad. It could be nothing, too. It could just be boring. We'll find out. I mean, to be fair, we do have to listen to Trump talk, so at least part of this is going to be boring.
The gentleman with the mustache right behind him is Rand Paul, walking in with the senator from Washington State, and Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire.
Also,
So it
guys,
does
go
look
on
like they
YouTube
are
and like the
doing
stream.
the
I
D
see
and the
there's
R
50 of you. There's only 15 likes on that stream. I see it. This starts at 9
like
Eastern
they
time.
have done
Technically,
in the past
yes.
Here. So
it is, you know, I would love
We'll
to
see
see
what
some
time
of
it
these
actually starts.
Yeah, these dynamics as you get down to the, you know, as you get down to
Does
the
it keep
last
going away,
bit,
does it?
you know, it's almost
Here, I'll
like
pin the
like
bingo
being
with
picked
a longer
last
time.
for a basketball
Dodgeball.
game. Or something. You know, some people are naturally very, you know, compatible,
Yeah.
and then
It won't
you know,
go away
sometimes
now.
you get stuck with somebody who
I'm pretty
you
sure
can't
leaving NATO will be part of the State of the Union. Almost certainly.
imagine ever having
That's one of my bets here. I mean, to be fair, like Elon's talking about leaving the UN, but leaving NATO is easy enough because there's Congress people talking about it as well. You don't have a YouTube or a Google account? Okay, well then you're exempt from that, Astolf. Thank you very much. In fact, based.
People did not receive it well. It felt a little bit odd. Her
I feel like
speaking,
Trump
the way
is
that she
more
was speaking
Mussolini,
during it.
and if
Mercury.
you could just hold that thought for 2 seconds, Jasmine Wright, let's listen to Speaker Johnson.
Oh, great. Here we go. It's a mistype. Just put that as Trump. You know what? Hold on. That way we're not cutting off any of it. Yeah, like, oh, Biden. You should hate Mike Johnson, but also you should remember to laugh at Mike Johnson because he's a weirdo that has an app with his son that tracks their porn intake and notifies each other when they are watching pornography.
Leaders there, John Thune and Chuck Schumer just
And you're
snuck
doing
by.
fine,
Amy
Dan
Klobuchar
Ditzel.
of Minnesota, Democrat. J.D. Vance, the vice president, is in that mix. He's shaking people's hands on the side. John Barrasso, who is in the leadership. For the Republicans, Dick Durbin, 80 years old, in the leadership there. The gentleman in the gray hair in the back and the blue shirt. He was just reelected in 2020,
Yeah, I like that.
and so he will be up in 26 if he runs again. And there's J.D. Vance. Jason, Dick, you have been covering these. The people on the aisle, what time do they get down?
I hate all these people
And
too.
The late
I like
Sheila
suits,
Jackson Lee was from
but
Democrat from
like
Texas.
you have to be able to wear the suit well, and none of these people know how to buy a suit. And if you've watched Vosh at all, that you probably know that all of this is shit now because we don't have any seamstresses or tailors that you can go to, so all of it's made for like one specific body type, and it barely fits anybody. And these people have the shittiest fucking people to dress them.
Situation. It's a little nerve-wracking.
Oh, Sister Doll, what's up? Yeah, I've been live. I had a debate earlier.
They're Democrats or Republicans, like they like
that I like left.
There's Nancy Mace in the white dress talking, a Republican of South Carolina talking to
Scarlet Sorcerer. Why is
J.D.
Liz?
Vance.
I have no idea.
Sometimes, I mean, it was a little lonely. I mean, some of the other people who come to mind who have, you know, get there very early. Elliot Engel, former member, former
You're
Democrat
not wrong,
from
Astolf.
New York,
Also,
Cynthia
women in
Kinney,
suits. A
Democrat,
woman wearing a
Georgia.
suit, like a nice
And
suit,
you'd hear
10 out of
about
10.
also just like small little bits of
You're not
bonding,
wrong,
you know,
Mercury.
sometimes for
Which
people who
is
wouldn't
weird because he should
necessarily
know better. Trump should be wearing the best suit because he's old. He should know better. Or at least the people who work for him should, but I
and
guess they
it's,
got
it
fired
is,
and
you know, it's one of those quirky kind of rituals that makes covering Congress a lot of fun.
I'm not
to
surprised,
know
Captain
about,
Buggy. It's a whole
you know,
genre.
these sort of things. We've got some old photos in the roll call archive of people, you know, bringing newspapers and just reading them all day long, waiting for the president and people.
Oh, holy shit, by the way, hit 600 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you all. I really appreciate that. We're finally at 600 on Twitch and on YouTube. Hell yeah.
Florida as a Republican, big President Trump supporter on the campaign. There's Chip Roy, Republican of Texas, who has been a supporter and been, you know, sometimes a
little bit of an iconoclast. Yes.
There we go. There we go. That's a nice way.
Former snapper for Ted Cruz.
Jasmine, right, you were talking
Can
about,
someone explain to
Senator
me
Katie Britt
what
last week.
those like bot comments that are talking about like Binance and SafePal wallets that put in like these weird code words and shit in YouTube comments? Because like it's weird, and I don't understand what they're actually trying to do there. Like, is it a scam?
Is still really in the mix. She is one of the White House's
thank you, Captain Buggy.
most
Maybe
used
you will one
senators,
day.
most talked to senators
I don't know. I
on
feel
the
like
Hill.
you might get
I
inspired
think that
by watching this shit.
If these rebuttals go poorly,
Suit customs for
obviously
self-perceived,
it's some bad
self-righteous
PR,
assholes.
but it
True,
doesn't
Dan, it's so.
completely derail your entire career, but certainly I think after hers, there were a lot of questions about whether or not she would be a good person.
I think you have a point. These dudes just look bad in their suits, and what's ruining it. When me and my squad unit suit up, we look clean as fuck. Exactly, because you wear suits that actually are fitted to your body.
Sights and sounds. So if you want just sights and sounds,
bot scam blackmail virus. Thank you.
If you want to continue listening to our program, we'd love to have you stay with us. Jasmine Otis, Jason Dick of Roll Call will be here along with Greta Brawner, of course. So I didn't.
The
mean to
DGGers
interrupt
got
you.
me to leave content creation, not safe with the lunatics on the internet.
People question whether
it's not safe. I mean, to be fair, I've yet to face too much harassment, knock on wood, thankfully. But like, I will eventually. But that's what this is. We're in a war, man. This is the trenches. You're in the front line.
Gallery, I should say.
Well, thank you, Cat Thrower. I really appreciate that. Holy shit.
We should be seeing Usha Vance.
You understand what I mean? This is a psychological war. It's not even me saying it. Jesse Waters on Fox News said this, so don't call me a Fed poster. I am quoting Fox News. We're on the front lines. This is the trenches.
As he sits next to Melania and next to the second lady up in the gallery.
Is that Tom Homan?
That is Tom Homan.
Tom Homan. Yeah, do you see him at the White House from time to time?
Yes, he.
I can agree with that.
With reporters
Dan
there.
did so. It's
He
like
often
the
goes out to
context,
Pebble
you know.
Beach along the cameras next to the White House that are typically out of the screen when they're doing things on the North Portico to go do TV hits with various different networks and comes and talks to the press. He is very press friendly. And
why is Bernie there? Because he knows them not being there is not going to be any help to him, and being there might give him some. Because Bernie's popular among MAGA. If he shows up, then it means that MAGA will look. I mean, to be fair, like, yes, AOC is the only one not showing up, and understand that Bernie Sanders' tactics the whole time has been to politely disagree with both sides to further his career. He's a socialist. He believes in the right things, but he'll work with anybody in order to further his goals, which I agree with. I understand that. I respect him being there. I just he's not going to get anything out of it from not being there. He's not going to get anything out of it from being in there anyway. Is it normal for influencers to be at these? No, but we now have podcasters that are part of the government. Like the FBI secretary director, the assistant to Kash Patel, is a podcaster.
The C-SPANs, the CNNs, etc.
Like multiple speaker votes, for instance.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, we had. Yeah, there were several extra cameras, and of course, there's Speaker Pelosi. It looks like a Ukraine-colored flag.
I'm gonna do a stretch
our scarf in her hand.
Before this starts.
Steny Hoyer with a Ukraine-designed or Ukraine colors tie. The former leaders of the House Democrats. John Bozeman is...
Remember, the online social media influencers are the media now. It's that and Breitbart. They fired basically everybody. AP's not even allowed in the fucking White House.
Right behind him, Elizabeth Warren, Democrat of Massachusetts. The Senate still has not
God, I hope this doesn't start
seated.
before
We've been
I
watching them
come back,
come
but I'll
down
leave
the
it on
aisle
for you.
Quite a while. Hakeem Jeffries and Debbie Dingell. Debbie Dingell's husband, John Dingell, the late John Dingell, was a dean of the House from Dearborn, Michigan for years and years and years, and now she's been in Congress for years. And, of course, Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democratic Party. Jasmine Wright, do you see a lot of members coming through at the White House?
You actually do. Sometimes they, particularly in the first few weeks, they would come into the press briefing after an unannounced meeting with the president because they said, I hadn't been here in 4 years. I wasn't invited the entire time that Joe Biden was in office. And so they were really excited to be in there, to be back into the Oval Office, really, frankly, to be back into power. I think, the president has been really adamant about having these members of Congress come over to the White House. It's one of the biggest tools that the president can use, kind of not just the power of the pulpit there, but really, bringing lawmakers on Air Force One, bringing them into the Oval, allowing them into the grandness of the White House so that in turn they can give you kind of this legislative freedom to do what you will and to make your agenda become a reality. And so I think that is what Donald Trump is using. But we know tomorrow the House Freedom Caucus, Chip Roy, we saw him a few moments ago. They will be going to the White House as Trump tries to pull.
You know it's bad when the AP is considered far left liberals. You know it's bad when the AP gets kicked out of the White House for pronouns.
On Friday,
for dead naming rather the Gulf of America.
The Zelensky blow up and kind of started at least publicly.
Oh yeah, and the fact that the Defense Department is run by a Fox News host who said that the American Navy would lose to the Russian Navy when half of the Russian Black Sea Fleet was wiped out by a country that doesn't have a navy.
It looks like is that Senator Smith?
They do. These propagandists sound really fucking childish. Now, like, understand, what I do is also propaganda.
Ben Ray Lujan.
But, like, it's propaganda is just a neutral term. It can be used for good and for evil. I'm trying to propagandize to you to counter their evil propaganda.
There's Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel down there on the...
Fucking Lisa Murkowski, yeah.
He's up in the gallery.
There's Ivanka. That was Ivanka, I believe.
Was that Ivanka?
Yeah, I think that was
okay.
Ivanka.
All right. And there's Mrs. Vance. Yep. And you can see the Vice President and the Speaker waiting for everything to happen. Just looking at the schedule that we were given ahead of time, it looks like they are running just a few minutes late.
Trump is literally always late. He's been an hour late before to, like, rallies, to important, like, government speeches even. I'm a no-nonsense individual. I respect your right to believe things even when they're wrong. It's obvious about the Gulf of Mexico. Like, I respect people's right to believe when things that are wrong. That I agree with. But I don't support the people who believe that things that are wrong, trying to use those beliefs to further policy that is also wrong. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. I just don't want you to do something about nonsense. Don't use your bullshit in government. You can believe it at home. Go do that in the privacy of your own home. It's offensive. We live in a country of rational people, of normal people, and you weird fucking MAGA folks are coming out here and trying to groom children and lie to the American people about bullshit that you're making up in your head. Again, it's every accusation is a confession. Will your debate be posted? I mean, to be fair, I did leave like an hour in because they just weren't talking about reality, but I can cut it and post it, sure. It'll also just be the beginning of this stream if you go and check it out on YouTube, but sure, I'll cut it and post it. Hey, Lennon, are you okay with helping me do that later? Vance looks happy. He must have visited his favorite couch today. Yeah, he looked real happy on the fucking Oval Office couch, too.
Blown up event than it used to be. Or has this always been...
I don't respect beliefs. Beliefs are a weaker form of dialect that shows the person is incapable of rationality. That's why I have no beliefs. Well, like, see, I don't think of it as black and white like that, Dan did so. I think beliefs are not necessary.
A better audience.
Banging the gavel.
That was 1966. I mean, he saw that, you know, television helped his
you banged the gavel.
Predecessor, John
Are we not
Kennedy,
gonna hear?
get elected, and he wanted, Lyndon Johnson.
There we go.
The committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber, the following. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Nagus. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms.
Look,
Delvine.
as painful as this is going to be, it's important to watch these now.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford.
Do we got
the
7
Senator
minutes
from
of
West
fluff to
Virginia,
go? Yeah,
Mrs.
don't worry,
Capito. The Senator from South Carolina,
What I was going to say is, why is Liz shaking hands with JD's hand? Yuck. I mean, like, because they're all on the same side, guys. Like, everyone that's here, bar like maybe 3 people, works for the same people.
Booker, the senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby door.
Thank you, SN. This shit has a real mafia taste to it. A lot. A lot. All the time it has exactly that. I don't know how to scramble it. I think you could clear it with the 3 bars at the bottom, but that's about it. Like, what we did to Ukraine was just mob shit. We brought them in here. We talked to them in a group of, you know, our people versus one of theirs. Saying, you know, you got some nice defense there. It'd be a shame if we cut it off, if you don't give us everything that we ask for. Oh, and also give them everything they ask for.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Captain Buggy, that's base as hell. Like, again, you should have done this. Democrats should have showed up and all come with air horns, and they should have interfered enough that they had to get carried out. This time it smells like the founding fathers debating freedom and liberty while owning 600 slaves each. Kinda, yeah. Don't worry, Captain Buggy. This might give us a chance to fix it if we don't all die.
My wife loves this very soon.
I'll tell you what. Y'all should start journaling. Write your daily routine down. Like, just journal what happens to you every day. Not even about politics. Because, who knows? Maybe by the end of this, that stuff's going to be a historical artifact. 10 years from now, you might have notebooks that scientists will be reading.
From the president,
like anthropologists 100 years from now.
Beginning his speech. Jasmine Wright, Jason Dick, we've
Historians.
been watching this, chatting amongst ourselves. Is there anything that we can share that we were talking about?
I think one thing that I'm noticing is a difference between the way that former Vice President Harris and Speaker Mike Johnson were talking last year versus now. I mean, it's so much more jovial. With Vice President
I feel like maybe the country's not cooked enough to them. I feel like they see the country as like medium rare, and we need a bit more cooking.
To watch the differences, you know, just a year.
Would you call Harris and Johnson formal?
Associate Justices of the United States Supreme Court.
Oh great, the wizards are here. Yay! And they're wearing their wizard robes. In a just society, all of these people would be tried in Nuremberg. They removed regulations on making sure your water is clean to drink, which, by the way, if you haven't seen my video on it, there's about 200 toxic chemicals in your water, including radioactive material. I'll link it in the chat.
Jason Dick, we were just watching the Supreme Court come in. We saw Justice Roberts, Kavanaugh, Barrett, Kagan.
Oh, look, it's the reincarnation of the Confederates,
Justice
basically.
Brown Jackson,
Although I hope
Sotomayor,
this
Alito,
time it's us that secede.
Gorsuch, Thomas.
We
And
did see
Anthony
You're
Kennedy.
right.
Retired,
Your
Justice
boy
Anthony
John Doe. That would make Congress so much better. That woman announcing these people, she needs a bugle and a scroll. I want our Congress to be better.
After, you know, like
You know what
sort of
happened
some of
today
his,
in hold on.
motions and kind of mouthings kind of caught the cameras during one of Barack Obama's addresses. Thomas has also skipped quite a few lately. And, you know, it's not surprising to me.
This was Serbia's Congress. The opposition were throwing smoke bombs in the congressional chamber. I miss, like, I don't know, like,
because
they throw hands in European parliaments and we just whinge at each other. Yeah, that's the Serbian parliament. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Supreme Court is a very tight group. They're very close. They spend a lot of time around one another. You know, whether or not it's a protest or whether it's just, I think I want to just, you know, catch up on Black Doves on Netflix.
We do. We need this kind of energy.
I had a reservation.
And again, these are elected officials. That happened today.
Yeah, it is Mardi Gras. You know, maybe they're at Dauphine in downtown.
I got no idea who's in the right there, but it's still we need that kind of energy.
And I asked the question before we.
Those are elected officials doing this. Could you imagine the Democrats throwing smoke bombs in this chamber? Could you imagine the Democrats sounding an air horn every time they try and speak?
Those are two people that didn't really know each other, that didn't really talk.
Like, of course, yes, you're going to get picked up and you're going to get dragged out of the congressional chambers, but that's the point.
Interfaced a lot more after Johnson became speaker, and obviously the vice president was on her 4th year of being the vice president. I believe that Johnson was asked later on in an interview what they talked about, and he said, you know, we made niceties. We didn't talk about politics. We talked about
let them drag you, make a spectacle of it. That's the whole point.
You know, I am not sure that is the case right now.
I don't even know what that protest was about in Serbia, to for this. I just like the idea of Parliament being a bit more, I don't know,
for one of
spined.
People nominated to join the FBI, one of his longtime friends. And so I think that they're.
Is it a Fed post if you're talking about the federal government doing something? Elected officials?
We have about a minute and a half before.
Yes, because, you know, Hassan got banned for that. So, no, Comrade Lennon, not that one.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, etc. What are you listening for?
That's exactly what Hassan got banned for.
Mainly about the border. I mean, I think that there is going to be a lot of discussion about immigration and the border. Trump has always felt that this is the winning issue for him. I think that it's going to be a big part of things.
There's a real chance we declare war on Mexico today.
This tariffs move that happened, you know, overnight into today. Obviously, there's some thinking that maybe they would.
Hassan got banned for a day from Twitch for playing a clip of Mike Johnson talking about Medicare fraud, and then saying that if Mike Johnson wanted to actually do something about the Medicare fraud, he would insert Fed post to a different politician.
Nick, the new Commerce Secretary.
Can't remember who it was directed to.
Yeah, he said that.
What should we be listening for?
Yeah, they'll just ban us.
They had been on the phone with both their Mexican.
Here's the take.
Now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
We're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. What we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone.
What's happening
that fraud
in Korea?
is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
That's what he got banned for. Did I hear of the Korean warning? No, what's happening in Korea? I mean, we covered a bit yesterday how South Korea kind of wants nukes. North Korea, I don't know, is our ally now, so who the fuck knows? They've been blasting weird-ass sounds from the border to South Korea. Comrade Lennon, what's the point of sending them back to Mexico if we also take Mexico? Because we take Mexico to make it a slave colony, and America gets to have their white ethno-state. That's the point. Kim Jong-un is just posturing. He always is. But like at this point, like if America's on his side, how much of it is posturing? These guys always talk in marching orders. Right now, it's fraud, waste, and abuse. Before it was TDS and well. And again, they've found zero fraud because there would be an arrest, and there's been zero arrests related to Doge in any way. Oh, cool. We got a Melania appearance. So take that one down. And yes, they literally all get their orders from, like, the same person. You wish you could cover this? All Cosmopolitics, I mean, you're welcome to hop on and talk about it with me. You can just call me on Discord. I don't know how I would set that up with my camera, but
sitting with her guests.
you're doing your film podcast. Have fun.
That's right.
We'll do a stream together sometime this week or next week, yeah?
I mean, I think those were her first.
Because I'm excited to come and watch a 80s movie with you that I've never seen. Mexico will become the next Vietnam for the United States. We're praying. We're praying. Did you catch the earlier bit, Cosmopolitics, the debate? Because that was interesting.
Do things much differently this time around.
Water.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
She needs a scroll and a bugle. How much better would that be if there was a open scroll? Here is the President and his cabinet. Thank you. Yeah, boo. We should be throwing tomatoes at these people. The Democrats should be throwing tomatoes at these people.
And now the cabinet is coming in. Secretary of State Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent. We saw there as well Attorney General Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth was there.
I'm wondering what kind of weird shit they're going to try and pull outside of this while we're all watching this.
HHS, there's Scott Turner.
Oh, there's RFK mentioned.
HUD.
Oh, wait, no, Trump has to do that. Never mind. Trump has to mention RFK. Yeah, when war blew up, many of U.S. will go to help Mexico. We are getting ready and I will be in the front lines. Based. North Korea's state-run media accused the U.S. of political and military provocations ahead of this. Okay, yeah, that's nothing. We're on the same side as North Korea. They're allied with Russia, and so are we. We're about to drop the sanctions on Russia. I would be shocked if that's not announced here.
We had Carol from Illinois. Carol Mosley Braun. We have Angela Alsobrooks, Maryland.
Kamala Harris was the second.
Kamala Harris, of course.
The theme of his speech is apparently called the renewal of the American dream. My theory on we're going to see direct quotes from Hitler's first speech is getting stronger.
Is that the congressman from New Jersey, Jeff?
Tim Burchett. That's Tim Burchett from Tennessee.
There we go. Is that Brooke Rollins, the Ag Secretary? Yeah.
I genuinely think he will quote the very first speech Hitler did. At least once.
I mean, there's so much we're paying attention to the fashion because of like some of
the link. You can have a look at it.
Having just done the Oscars 2 nights ago. It's not quite as glamorous.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same.
But it is. There is a lot more power.
I would simply say.
Shia Halud cuts the frame rate down or at a cookie.
Or I are wearing. Last year, Joe Biden took at least a half hour to get out of the chamber. It was a moment for him politically that boosted him.
Yeah.
That got rid of some of the rumors.
I was gonna say, is that a bad thing? Of course, Tulsi's there. And I'm surprised Putin's not here.
Room for a half an hour. It's one of the most, in a sense, iconic things I've ever seen in politics.
Yeah.
Where's Elon?
Do we expect President Trump to do the same, or I don't know?
I don't know if
he likes to chat.
I don't know if President Trump will be there as long. I mean, in that span, Joe Biden had like.
Aren't we gonna have like special fucking guest appearances?
I mean, he was there for forever. I don't know if you expect
Trump
President
to
be for that long. But the reality is that as I've talked to people close to him, he is enjoying this moment. He's happy to be back in the White House. He's happy to have a party.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where in this he is.
He's happy, you know, back to being
I figured he'd be more in the front, but
everything.
maybe he's back with the podcasters. Yeah, Matt Walsh is there also, of course. Charlie Kirk, Matt Walsh, all of these people work together. Like, the right-wing media apparatus is controlled by like 2 or 3 people.
You know, kind of pushing them to say something. Potentially, he's kind of reveling in this moment.
It's the Nazi party, guys. It's the Nazi party coming together.
So I think he is going to be
Charlie Kirk literally funded the Trump Foundation. Yes.
Joe Biden, I think only time will tell.
Nazis.
Joe Biden, I mean, I remember being there. I mean, being covering it last year and being like, "Dang, can you leave? I'm trying to go home." So
it did have a end of the night at your high school reunion type vibe.
It's like, wrap it up, Joe. So we'll see what Donald Trump does.
I haven't seen a comrade yet. No, I haven't.
Like some of that is there's a little bit of wistfulness, like that Biden, was running for re-election, but
that would be interesting, Greg.
About his
the special guest might just be like podcasters, like Matt Walsh or something, which would be really disappointing.
Yes.
I want to see Kanye here. So will Trump show up today?
Yeah, you can.
Probably not. I don't know. Like I said, he's regularly an hour late.
He's seated, and they're not going to bring him in while there's still people in the aisles, but he is nearby. He's
of course, people haven't sat down yet. That's why he's not out.
Should be coming in shortly.
I can see that one happening. Long leg Homo
Obviously,
sapien.
we're going to shut up as soon as the president gets in there.
I wish you'd
We're
shut up
listen to
now.
everything that happens. We'll watch the president leave the room, all without us. There's Tulsi Gabbard, of course, talking with Chip Roy.
Just want to show you.
To the script, he is expected to say, Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control, and we are working hard to get it back down. He will say tonight, if he sticks to the script, he is expected to say, Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control, and we are working hard to get it back down.
You like that little teaser?
Yeah, I mean, RFK is.
He stopped to grab some McDonald's beforehand. Fuck, maybe I should have. Joe Rogan, maybe Dana White. Yeah, maybe. I'm falling asleep on the couch mid-speech. Don't do that because you'll wake up to like hearing Hitler speak, and then that's usually not like a fun way to wake up. I don't know.
Shown to have, much weight against a.
That's for next year. Erratic Cookie.
Interested to see if Donald Trump.
By the way, you guys understand the reason why this isn't called the State of the Union and it's called a joint session of Congress is because the State of the Union is a thing from FDR, and they don't believe in the Union. The Union is in a state, and they don't believe in it. So that's why it's not the State of the Union. It's a joint session of Congress. It's getting rid of any attachment to the American people. Everything is shit, but think of it. You got the Gulf of America, so much winning. Are you tired of winning it? Yeah. I'm so tired of winning every time I look at the Dow.
Before the president comes
to be
in,
fair, I am winning because I've been right. I just don't like winning.
The president's speech tonight on tariffs. You guys were talking about
joint
that
session
and
of
the impact of it
Confederation,
on
yeah.
the economy. This is from Jake Sherman. Whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. And if they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. So you can expect to hear some tough talk from the president tonight on that. That is ahead of the markets closing tonight. CNBC with this headline.
Barber, what do you want?
Again.
Barber says, what do you want? Elon, simple Jack and a divorced K-hole. Barber, say no more, fam. He really does look like he's a ketamine addict now. That hair just kind of finishes the entire bit. Oh, whoopsie. If they hate the union, they need to stop using the flag with 50 stars. Oh, don't worry, that's coming.
It's something that even as lawmakers.
Would you rather the flag have the X symbol? I've made up my mind. I'm selling my house and everything I own and going deep into the woods and cutting myself off from all technical and complete hermit. Simply Steve, don't do that, because the cutting yourself off and going to the woods is not helpful. The anti-socialness is the problem. Do that and leave and go to a different country. Go to a better country. Come back. Go to Canada and help Canada, like, resist. You know what I mean? Like, you putting yourself in the woods like that is A, you taking a soldier off the battlefield that we need, and B, you're practicing the same kind of antisocial behavior that led to people being able to be convinced to be this way. Because the only reason they've managed to polarize the country like this is because we don't have attachments and investment in other people in our communities, in other people in the country. So it's much easier for us to not give a shit about other people because we don't know them. We don't have any investment in their lives. Them being harmed does nothing to me, so I don't care. You need that connection. Go to Canada and help them do that before we invade. Go to, I don't know, Mexico and help them do that. I don't know how safe that is for someone named Steve, but like, you know.
Journal editorial page doesn't like them. You know,
yes, lock America out of the markets. That's all important too, but we need that in-person social interaction to get people up in arms, to get people up on their feet, to get people up out onto the street. I want to see Tbilisi in the United States. I want to see Greece in the United States. I want protests that are like the European protests instead of our shitty half-ass ones. All right, here we go. I hope you're ready. How late is he? He's only 15 minutes late, Erratic Cookie. That's not bad. It's only 15 minutes. Fix it then, Too Real for this. That's your job to fix it. Damn, really, Lennon? Send me a link. I want to see. On a scale of 1 to North Korea, how propagandist is this speech about to be? Look, I mean, that's your choice. That's your choice, man. Simply Steve. I don't think that it's time to do that. I think that it's kind of silly, but I can't tell you not to because I understand why. I understand the mindset that makes you feel that way. And if you feel that way, I mean, fine, you're defeated. They win. But I advise all of you to try and not get to that point. Like, there's still a lot you can do. There's people you can help save. You can do fucking underground railroad shit for trans folk or brown folk that need protection. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't give up. But if you do, I also don't blame you because it is a reasonable choice to make in a scenario where it looks hopeless, but that's also the whole point. They want you to feel hopeless. They want it to look hopeless. That's the attack. This is all shock doctrine, guys. Like, again, there's go read Naomi Klein, understand what this is, and act accordingly. They want you to feel like there is no connection to your history, to your country, to your people, like you have nothing left. Everything's been taken from you. That's what they want you to feel. And they want you to forget who you are. They want you to dissociate from your own personality, which is kind of exactly what Simply Steve is laying out there, but in a different form. Sister Doll, did you ever listen to Melania's ex-assistant and what she had to say about who she really is? No, but I assume that Melania is also a monster, so. Wouldn't anyone who sold their soul and routinely gets cucked by a small Cheeto dick anyway? Yes. He looks, look how manly he looks. So strong, and his hair is perfect. The orange thing is on point. I'm telling you, he's killing it. Sure. Definitely, you know. You're right, Mercury. The fascists are most empowered when you feel alone. I agree with you, Lennon, but like the vast majority, the average person, the median voter, does not feel that way. The median voter still can't accept that this is not like American democracy anymore. They still don't believe the country died and that we live in a new country. They don't understand that. It's hard to fathom. Look at this fucking goblin. It's hard to fathom when you don't see the tanks on the street, the bombs falling from the sky, the planes in the air, and everyone on every screen that you look at is telling you that everything's fine. And Captain Buggy, anyone who supports this regime is an enemy of America. It's that simple. Like, objectively, constitutionally, enemies of America. Brace yourself, everyone, yeah. Join the Discord for some emotional support. Drop me a dono. I'm gonna need it, especially if he declares us terrorists. We know this, ya boy John Doe, but like the full-on death is not did not happen until January 6th, that's when we got shot, and then we died when he got reelected. It's like there was still a chance. There was death throes before this. But it wasn't dead. There was a chance. We're going to watch the State of the Union, Chufa Pooper. That's what's happening. Or rather, the joint session to Congress because he doesn't believe in the Union. Yep, just started.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Well, there's that Melania appearance. Join us and play bingo. Of course she does. He beats and rapes all his wives, like all of his ex-wives. There's evidence of this, so it's not a surprise at all.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country.
This already sounds like a direct Hitler
quote. We have accomplished
quote.
more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I returned to this chamber tonight to
it's unitary
report
executive, but they still have to
America's
pretend.
Momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Oh my God, this really is a direct... This is just this. It's this. He's just reading this, but America.
Is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed.
I can't believe it.
Perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like
See, they
it.
can't not clap because he makes them clap. That's the point. But no, he's actually just fully quoting it.
The election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades.
Yes, your 1.5% victory.
Swing states, giving us
1.5% of the vote, with a third of the country not voting. That is Hitler's first speech as chancellor, Invaluable Fowl. He just quoted the second paragraph.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties.
1.5%. Finally. Holy shit. The Democrats are going to pretend they have a spine for 5 seconds.
And one
This does.
2,700 to 525 on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
That's also, like, again, 1.5%, guys.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record. 27-point swing, the most ever.
Where's that number coming from? Whatever. Oh, by the way, he did make a direct Hitler quote. I'll read it to you after.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Did JD Vance just signal to get these people kicked out?
Directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions.
I want to see you
That's your
people get
warning.
dragged out.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Like I said, I want to see you get dragged out, motherfuckers. They are disrupting Schufelpuffer, and they should. No, I don't think so. Not yet. Hi, sorry, but may I share some awareness, outreach-related ideas on a genuinely...
Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
I mean, sure, but not the time for it. You can link it in the Discord.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order.
Look at his fascist fucking smile. Don't leave. Get dragged out. Make them pick you up. Make them carry you out. Like, I know you're old, man, but, like, make them drag you. They're killing democracy. He quoted Hitler in the first 3 words. The first 3 words he quoted Hitler. Share it in the Discord, Eternized Dragon. Info on Peter
Members
Thiel and
are
Musk and Trump are always
directed to
helpful.
Uphold
I
and
might have some
maintain
anyway.
decorum in the House.
Fuck you.
Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
Go watch porn with your son, you piece of
Over
shit.
the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record.
Yeah,
to
as in
restore
unitary
common
executive.
sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Yeah, we know, Eternized Dragon. They're going to do all of the Nazi shit. You're in a channel that believes that they're going to do all of the Nazi shit. Don't worry.
Stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful.
That's another Hitler quote. That's literally another one. I have done it neither for salary nor wages. I've done it for your sake. Like, he's just, this is the speech. He's going through it. He's gone through like 3 sections of it already.
In the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Citation needed.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history,
There's Biden.
there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them,
Yeah, it was already been lowered under
murderers,
Biden.
drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me.
Eternized Dragon, Trump actually believes the things that he says. He's just that his brain is, I honestly think he might have like syphilis long term.
Realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy.
No.
Or to make them stand.
He just doesn't know the difference between applying for asylum and what we used to call insane asylums.
Or smile or applaud, nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here...
The crime goes down because you guys legalized a bunch of the crimes you do. He's stuck in the 1880s.
Will not stand and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Well, the Biden bit is just going to be Trump mispronounces someone's name, and I feel like it kind of already may have happened.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America?
Here's another one.
For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization.
Just throw words into there, you know, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
Yeah, of course it didn't pass long leg Homo sapien. And again, I'm glad we're out of the Human Rights Council because we're literally anti-human rights.
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate.
They fired everybody. That also didn't exist, by the way. This is what I mean. They have things that don't exist. This electric vehicle mandate was not even a real thing. It was in California specifically. It was not banning you from buying a regular car, but it doesn't matter. They hear something, they take it, and they make it a giant thing that's just bullshit.
Destruction.
I'm well aware, Eternized Dragon. He's not the president, and the Constitution doesn't even exist anymore.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term.
They're getting rid of the 14th Amendment entirely, Eternized Dragon.
In that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before.
He might actually say the litter boxes,
federal
man.
Workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Says the guy who goes golfing 4 days a week. Eternized Dragon, that's liberal shit. Who cares? We have Hitler in power now. That shit's for like 5 years ago.
We've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me.
You had literal immunity, motherfucker.
How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
Exactly, Dan did so. I'm gonna give the common good to the privateer baron robbers. Yeah, but there is no nullification. There's no nullification. It's too late. The law does not matter, Eternized. It's too late. The Constitution is dead. The law doesn't matter. None of the supporters he has cares. There will be? No, there won't be. You think that we are going, like, if we need America to rise up and have European-style protests if we're even gonna have a chance. I need to see Tbilisi in Washington. I need to see a January 6th from the left if there's any fucking chance of these Nazis not being in power. And I'm not saying do that, by the way. Don't go do a January 6th. But I'm saying there's no shot. None of that shit matters anymore. It's over.
Speech in America. It's back.
The court's gone. I do not support nor tell you to do violence, but I'm telling you what I see.
Signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Not happening, yeah, maybe the next century. Simply, Steve, I'm not allowed to give you my actual answer. Sorry.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Oh yes, pronouns again. Insults Mexico, there we go.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
I can get in trouble for that one, Dan, so.
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector.
What's up, Clam Jammer?
And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller,
that you
should
fired?
Be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender.
Again, let me remind you that when they fired 440 air traffic controllers, the amount of people who were working there was already so low that they were doing 2 people's jobs per 1 person. That was before they got fired. They were begging for new people. Begging. But still. I've been to 3 streamers, all trigger. Oh, you guys are right-wingers. Get the fuck out of here, you pieces of shit. Go die in a hole.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools.
The poison of critical thinking, more like.
Signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
I thought you were already modded. Sorry.
I also signed an executive order to...
Critical race theory is what he was talking about, which isn't a real thing. I was saying more like critical thinking. Hired based on merit, translation, nepotism, whiteness, and merit of loyalty. It's literally all just kind of loyalty. Poison is another bit of a Hitler quote. Yeah, I mean, like, this whole speech has been a Hitler quote so far.
To ban men from playing in women's sports.
Again, there's like 7 trans people that play sports in America. 7. This one's theatrical.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male,
invaded?
he
What the
smashed
fuck?
the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury.
Skill issue,
partially
bitch. Get better at
paralyzing her right side.
literally skill issue. Get better at the sport that you're playing and stop whining with the president. What the fuck?
Ending her. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls'
It's
team,
literally
or they
sports.
will
It is a
lose
skill issue.
all federal funding.
Remember that Iowa just yesterday took away all civil rights protections for trans people? Like all of them. All of them are gone. Housing, school, medicine, no civil rights protections for trans people in Iowa. So I feel like, you know, you can see where this is going. They're genocidal. They're going to genocide the trans people, which is why I've been telling all the trans people to get the fuck out of America. That should have been on this list. It should have been genocidal trans rhetoric.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened
You're
in
right,
the women's
both of you.
boxing,
Clam jammer and erratic
weightlifting, track
cookies.
and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race, 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, the closet
ahead of
probably is a
woman
good place to go if you
for a
can't
new record
leave.
by 5 hours.
What happens to like all
Broke
of
record by
the
5
cis women
hours.
who beat
It's
trans
demeaning for
women? Like maybe the swimmers, like the trans woman who lost, came third in swimming. Like, you know that they banned trans women from competing in, trans women from competing in chess? Chess. Not physical strength. They just think that men are smarter than women.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world.
Common sense is a dog whistle.
Common sense has become a common theme.
We're gonna watch a video on this, probably actually today, maybe if not tomorrow's stream, but common sense is basically a dog whistle.
And we will never go back. Never. Never gonna let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe.
Literally the best economy that you could possibly ask for coming into your presidency. No inflation at like 2%, no unemployment going, like it's a 3, the perfect place for unemployment because you don't want 0. Like everything was perfect, the economy was soaring, and within a month it has crashed about as much as like 2008 did. Already, it's 2 days within the crash.
And an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities
Clam
of
Jammer.
life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As
Actually,
President, I'm
Clam
fighting
Jammer, we lost 1,200 points in the stock market in the last 2 days. 1,200.
every day to reverse this damage and
Sorry, let me
make
rewind this a little bit.
Never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even
Again,
in the
inflation
history
was at
of our country. They're not
2.6%.
sure. As president, I'm fighting every
on
day
election
to
day.
reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
He's just made prices go up significantly. That's it. They're lying to you. They keep lying to you. Here's the inflation chart. November, election day, I was 1 point off, 2.7. It's a 3 now. Oh, look, it was always up in the 3s. We're gonna hit like 7, 8, maybe 9 because of this shit. We're going to see the 1930s again. I don't think you guys
Joe
understand.
Biden
That's the
especially
plan.
let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down.
Importing
Secretary, do a good job on
11,000
that.
tons
You
of eggs
inherited
from
a total
Turkey.
mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
That was a conservative estimate, Clam Jammer, yeah. Comrade Lennon, they might just kill you.
The fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy.
Who did just walk out? Someone in a Resist t-shirt. Resist Libs, that's who. Mismanagement will require any kind of management, Greg.
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants.
Chris Wright, the energy secretary. Yeah, we did that shit because, you know, we give a shit about the environment, not let's make climate change as worse as it can possibly be, as fast as we possibly can, and then pretend that that's a good economic and social, like, policy.
Opening up many of those power plants right now.
Dutton is not great, but so far it looks like Dutton's being, like, the existence of Trump is radicalizing labor a bit more, but Dutton might win, and Dutton's not great. He is a right-wing extremist, but we still have a shot. And to be fair, technically Australia is one of the safest places that you can flee to at the moment, at least based on, like, what other people have said that I've seen that are trustworthy. But yeah, Dutton's a big danger.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
By the way, none of the American oil companies have been doing this because they don't trust Trump, because he keeps begging the Saudis to increase oil production to reduce prices, which would hurt their profit margins. If Trump is beholden to the Saudis, which he is, then the American oil companies cannot trust him. Pretty sure Norway and Saudi and Venezuela have more oil. No, America has the largest supplies of oil and natural gas in the world. I need that Ontario PM to cut the power. I need him to do it so bad. Do it now. Middle of the speech.
The administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one.
That's new?
It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand.
Long like Homo sapien. We get a lot of oil and natural gas. Some of it's shale, some of it's not. The most of the gas prices that you see though at the pumps are because we import crude oil, and because we have the best refineries in the world. We refine the crude oil and then sell that to you. So honestly, like the oil that we're drilling, natural gas that we're getting out of America just goes into our natural stockpile, or national stockpile rather. And what's up, Kuhas? Thank you.
Production of critical minerals
and yes, Dan did so, exactly.
Here in the USA.
Remember 2 days ago when he was calling it raw earths because he didn't know what rare earth minerals are?
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
There we go.
GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps you've heard of it. Literally all of your constituents are showing up in town halls screaming to your, Republicans about how much they hate this shit. You got bingo? How'd you get bingo? What am I missing here?
which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Awesome.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Oh, yours
Everybody
is
here,
shuffled.
even this.
That makes sense. Well, good job. Bingo. Well, then you get a shout out. Everybody, Captain Buggy is fucking awesome.
Side appreciates it. I
Yeah, so while bumping up the military budget, I want you to understand, by the way, we're going to be bumping up the military budget, but the military contractors are changing. We're adding ones that are much more closely aligned with the fascists than the neoliberal and the neocon type defense contractors because they're not trusted. Loyalty to Trump comes number one.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And yeah, he doesn't have any control of it, but he does at the same time. They just think you're stupid, long like Homo sapien. Nothing matters. And to be fair, Elon doesn't actually do anything with Doge. He has other people doing it for him. He doesn't do anything with the presidency. He just does what Putin tells him to do or tells Trump what Putin wants him to hear. That's his job. He's the fucking middleman. Elon Musk is the most jobless man on earth. Have you seen how much he tweets?
Here,
you know how hard it is to tweet that much?
I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary.
You guys understand that this is nothing. Do you see JD Vance smiling like his ass off over here? The numbers that they're saying, $20 million, $30 million, $50 million, they've cut $4 trillion. $4 trillion. All of that came from your Social Security, your Medicare, and your Medicaid.
Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+.
Literally a drop in the bucket.
In the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. 60 million.
Literally just, okay, this is disgusting. This is literally the most Hitlerite speech I've ever heard him say.
$1 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real.
Explaining academic research to people who literally can't read is not something I'm going to try and do.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova.
This is SNL, yeah, we're a joke.
Circumcision in Mozambique.
They don't know how fucking anything works,
$20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program.
It's almost like, you know, we try and do things that are good for the world. Arab Sesame Street? Really? You're going to say that that's a bad thing? We were spending how much money on that? Y'all make that much money in a day.
$20 million for a program.
$20 million? $20 million. They cut $4 trillion. Can I tell you the difference between 1 million and 1 billion? If you make them seconds, 1 million seconds is 11 days. 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 fucking years. So understand the level of the orders of magnitude there are here. And they cut 4 trillion. Trillion. And we're talking about millions of dollars.
$1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali.
I wonder why America wants social cohesion in other countries.
$9 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
citation needed? Like what, $11 million? What?
$59 million.
Oh, sorry. And how long was that for? 10 years probably? On top of this, understand right now that like all of these things are useful to the United States. We don't do this shit out of the goodness of our hearts. He's reading the USAID list. We do this because it benefits us. It makes us stronger. It makes us have more influence in the world. This is literally just destroying American hegemony even more. Like, to be fair, it was already in pieces. Now he's just stomping on the little fucking bits of it. Disgusting pieces of shit. All of these people should burn in hell for eternity.
Dollars for illegal alien hotel
They're criminals.
rooms in New York
They're all
City.
criminals. They're all traitors.
He's a real estate developer. He's done very well.
He's making shit up with no
250,000
sources. I'm sure some of these are actual USAID shit, but like, yeah, he's making shit up. It doesn't matter. They're going to keep doing this. They're going to keep making shit up. They're going to keep making it worse. Half of this shit's going to be bullshit.
$1,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million.
It's so telling that they keep laughing at African countries getting like aid for like energy, decarbonization. Like they're laughing at that, not because of the green energy, but they're laughing because they're thinking, why are we giving these dirty Africans this much money? That's what they're thinking.
For social and behavior change in Uganda.
Oh, good. Glad.
$14
I
million
figured
for
we were going to
improving
get there.
public-
If we're getting there, Clam Jammer, if we're doing the full Hitler, I do need to pee. I guess we're doing the full Hitler. Called it. I'm back. Sorry. I know we're behind too, but like it is what it is. Seriously, it's full Hitler. I'm watching the live broadcast. I know a lot of you are like watching it live too. I'm sorry for being behind on here, but like yeah, no.
Procurement in Serbia.
I didn't think anything less.
For improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves.
Do you think that Asia is just... Yes, they do.
And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid. Nothing even like it.
By the way,
Under
white
the
women
Trump administration,
are the
all of
largest
these
were the largest
and they're
recipients
far
of DEI
worse, but I
grants.
didn't think it was
So all that
appropriate
did
to
was
talk
fire a
about
bunch of white women.
They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
And there was not a single arrest. If there's fraud, why are there no arrests, huh? Because fraud is illegal. Why have you not arrested anybody? Maybe it's because you're committing the fraud? Absolutely, Astolf. He's already done that. He's already made statements that indicate that.
Money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things.
No, we haven't.
Taken back a lot of
the
that
debt
money.
has only
We got
gone
it
up.
just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation.
Yeah, from you fuckers.
And we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to.
Yeah, we're going to make it legal so it's no longer fraud.
Identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109
That's not
years
true.
old.
That's a lie. It's a lie. They don't know how to read the data.
3.6 million people from ages 110.
That is a lie.
To 119. I don't know.
It's just not
I know
true.
Some people that are rather elderly. But
Look at them laughing and smiling. These are the people who made up their eating the dogs, remember?
People from ages 120 to 129.
No, it's not time to run. I'd rather live on my fucking feet than die on my knees. I'm not running from these fuckers.
Ages 130 to 139.
Hitler can come kill me himself.
3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149.
Literally not true. Making shit up.
Money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it.
I like being alive too, Simply Steve.
To people.
I do too.
It just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And
but
it really
I want my life to have a purpose.
Social Security and hurts our
I want to
country.
do something with my life.
People from ages.
But this is, by the way, their justification for cutting all of your Social Security benefits, by the way. So if you're getting a Social Security check, you should be fucking pissed right now.
150 to 159 and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years
old. Oh, by the
old.
way, the reason Al Green got removed is because when he interrupted, what he said is, you have no mandate to cut Medicaid. That's what he said. Hakeem Jeffries is a paid operative. He's controlled opposition. They're all controlled opposition. Oh, there's RFK mentioned. Almost had bingo.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person.
Keep making shit up. I don't care. Sorry. That one, I don't want to hear more of that.
Rates took a beautiful drop, big beautiful drop.
Oh, and interest rates took a big beautiful drop, yeah?
Near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
What he means is he's going to default on the debt. That's because they're just lying, SN. They don't care. There is no reality in that. They're just making shit up. That's all this is. That's the government from now on.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but...
He said he wanted 10 to 12 million people to buy this. Does not know that there are only 2 million people outside of the United States who could even afford to buy this.
Better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one at the top school, as an example, being forced
Nazi,
out.
H.H. Madsen.
Not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for
European Nazis.
A company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country.
Didn't you just allow fucking Andrew Tate entry into the country and then invite him to Mar-a-Lago?
under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking job.
You're right,
creating
long life Homo
people.
sapien.
They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
No, they're not like little kids. They like little kids. And yes, Mercury, a Russian oligarch could buy this shit because what they did yesterday is they removed some of the restrictions and regulations and monitoring on what foreign companies can and can't buy, how their companies function in the United States.
Americans.
There you go.
Have given us a mandate for bold and profound change.
Yes, 1.5%.
For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt.
This is the Democrats. We're cooked, guys. That's the Democrats.
Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately.
Ah, there we go. There's the shouts.
Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
I can shout over him. The Dems are tweeting literally on the enemy's website instead of just standing up for us. That's also true, but also I'm literally live streaming on the enemy's website. But also, someone shout over him, please. The farmers are fucked. The farmers are genuinely fucked. And this is just Hitler. This is just Hitler shit. What he just said, that last paragraph, you could directly correlate to Hitler. 100%. Almost direct translation.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on
For
my
everybody,
right,
as in everybody
I don't mean the
in this
Republican
room.
right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing
great.
a big favor
Direct
by telling
threats.
you that.
If the Democrats don't vote for the tax cuts, then we're going to remove you from office. Love that. Yeah, of course, we still have democracy. The Constitution definitely still matters.
But I know this group is
Dems slam Trump for standing still in silence holding signs. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me Tbilisi, please. I'm begging you. Just get the laser pointers, go outside, make some noise.
Be voting for the tax.
Do it for me. Do it for America.
Thank you. It's a very, very big
You're
part
still
of our plan.
at his mercy
We had
in the
tremendous
cave.
Success in our first term with it. A very big part of
If
our
you
plan.
let the monster continue, then he owns the cave. He owns the land that the cave is in.
Big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board.
Permanent income
And
tax
to get
cuts. Love that.
urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation.
You mean by your
I'm
tariffs?
calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
I will say I'm a fan of no tax on tips because that means I don't have to pay taxes on my Twitch revenue. And I don't want to pay taxes to this government.
And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
The American auto industry is dead because of the tariffs, by the way.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word.
They would just kill you, like Homo sapien.
Our other policies will.
You need an underground leftist network. They will literally kill you. You're talking about creating a leftist party in Hitler's Germany. Look what they did to the communists and the socialists back then. You're not safe like that. You got to do this underground. We have to go underground, guys. Like somehow.
Allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom.
It's literally going to die.
Majors today,
every single one of them say it's going to die.
They're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Again, the only way this plan works is if they conquer several other countries. Like everything he says, theoretically, economically could be true if we militarily conquer and occupy both Mexico and Canada. Successfully, long term. That's the only way this is ever true. At least economically from like a broad picture wise, not effect on any one of you in particular. Again, obviously, like it's the rich that benefit. More demons.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country.
Yeah, the day Hitler got elected.
In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025.
You're paying for that.
And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were
You're
so
paying for that.
successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
Well, Canada's 40.
If you don't make your product in America, however,
Mexico is 130. So 170. 170.
Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us.
What are you talking about, Silent Fox? I have no idea what you mean.
100%. China's average tariff.
It would mean mass death. Yes, it absolutely would be. And to be fair, they are very much pro mass death. They're a death cult.
On our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher.
Good, I want them to.
So much
I want America to get hit with every sanction that we have on Russia.
Militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And
Simply,
so
Steve, I don't, I'm just going to keep saying, you're being lazy like that, but I mean, it is what it is.
Second, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April
New tariffs
Fool's
coming
thing.
in April.
That's not, just one day was cost
We're
us a
putting
lot of
tariffs
money.
on Europe in April. April 2nd, European Union tariffs, which is also going to fuck our economy even more so, even after the massive crash that we had the last 2 days and probably tomorrow.
But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal
Nazis are
tariffs
often
kick in.
superstitious. That's where
and whatever they tariff
esotericism.
us, other countries, we will tariff them.
grew
It's
from.
reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers
H.H. Madsen.
to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too.
They want to
don't even
isolate
allow us in their
ourselves.
market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades.
Well, yeah, because
by
that
nearly-
Vance is a smug child with a lollipop. Did you not see him with at the Zelensky meeting with his tie so long that he was sitting on that he looked like he was buckled into a fucking baby car seat?
every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer.
I can't believe the fascists are so fucking cringe. Genuinely, like, sometimes I just want them to take me to the death camp so I don't have to deal with the goddamn cringe anymore.
Much has been said.
I'd rather
over the
deal with
last
actual Hitler.
3 months
At least they're
about
scary.
Mexico and Canada. But we
I
have
mean,
very
these are
large
scary too, but like, you know, at least they're not cringe in the same way.
deficits with both of them, but even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands
Understand that the drug cartels get 78% of their weapons from the United States. Maybe if we stop selling them guns, they might stop selling us drugs, or maybe we'd have an easier time stopping them. That's another option. Too real for this, your cousin is fucked. I'm sorry.
of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of
Because
billions
it
of
helps
dollars, and the
us.
United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
I'm just gonna throw insults Canada up there. I feel like
Thanks
Canada's
to
been
our
insulted.
America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done.
Yeah, and we've
if
talked about this.
Kamala
This
had won.
exists to create a police state in which AI is in every fucking camera and AI is directing the police. We've heard him say it. We watched him say it. And also 1.7 trillion investment is a very different number because originally it was, you know, 500 billion. Evil in real life is always in the form of insecure manhood, no Saburo or Osaka, just Hitler wannabe incels. This is true.
Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe.
Yeah, all the
Be
big corpos
building
are
their
fucking
plants here
happy
instead of in
because
China.
they get to steal from you.
And just yesterday,
Enslave
Taiwan
you.
Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion
This is Biden's.
investment to
He's
build
literally
the most powerful
taking credit
chips
for
on
the
Earth
fucking CHIPS
right here
Act.
in the USA.
He's taking credit for Biden's CHIPS Act. That's how pathetic these people are. By the way, he's going to do this with the infrastructure bill too, because we passed a lot of money to fix infrastructure that won't be fixed till 2026.
Giving them any money, your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions
He's
of dollars.
just doing it and pretending it's something
And it
else.
doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other
Like,
companies
this is just
are coming.
bullshit.
We don't have to give them money.
We're not, like,
We
it
just wanna
wasn't even the
protect our
tariffs.
businesses and our people.
They had
And
nothing
will
to do
come
with
because
this.
they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act and whatever's left over. Mr.
He's
Speaker,
literally
you
just
should
doing
use
the
it
CHIPS
to
Act.
reduce debt.
Just that.
Or any other reason you want to.
This is so fucking evil. Just in this speech so far, he's sentenced like millions of people to death. Millions of people were just sentenced to death
Our
by
new
him
trade
this stream.
policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're
He almost called it a
in
company.
bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't sound at all like Nazi rhetoric. They're disgusting and dirty. Are you fucking kidding?
Our American farmers, the tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period.
All of them are going bankrupt.
We had that before when
Every
I made the
single
deal
one
with
of them.
China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did.
The farmers
They
are
did.
gone.
Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it.
Yes, everything
$50
is Joe
billion
Biden's
of
fault.
Purchases,
Everything.
and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it.
Pussies.
And it hurt our farmers, but our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too.
Tyler, you have issues. Go to therapy. This is the death of millions of people. It's not time to be joking like that.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly won't
And again, we import all this shit, so now all that's more expensive. Yay!
we just won't have a country very long.
Yeah, we don't.
Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I know, SN.
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country.
Oh, well, more Hitler shit.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance.
A little disturbance where all of you will lose all of your money.
Okay with that? It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
Then go, Simply Steve.
And
like,
look-
you're
and
making
look-
me mad. You sitting here being lazy as fuck, talking about how you've given up, making it sound like other people should give up instead of fight back. If you've given up, then fuck off already. Go into the woods.
Look where Biden
Otherwise,
took us,
sit up and
very
fight
low,
back
the
like a
lowest we've ever
goddamn,
been.
like,
Jeff, I want to thank you
not a
very much.
pussy.
And I also want to recognize
It's fucking Hitler taking over the country, and you're like, all right, I'm out. I can't do anything, so I give up. And you should too. Fuck that.
another person
Die
who
on
has
your feet like a
devoted herself
man.
to foster care community.
Sorry, I
She
don't mean
works
to
so
yell at you.
hard on it.
I'm just really mad at him. And I understand, like, your decision is rational. I can understand why someone would make it, and I don't judge you for it. But, like, fuck, I'm so mad.
It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
Sorry, that was a bit too mean to you.
And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Again, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, like, go off at you like that much. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at them.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. with Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important.
Those
Thank you
right-wing fasci fucks that say that call Trump daddy, like the little bitch pussies they are.
very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job.
Oh, no.
To criminalize the publication
I know what's
of
coming,
such
and it's not
images
good, but I'm
online
right.
is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody.
Yeah, nobody gets treated worse than I
great.
do.
Thank you very much to the
Eternal
Senate. Thank
victim. The
But
most
if we truly care about
mistreated man in
protecting
the world.
Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were
Are we about to
murderers,
declare war?
human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies.
Yep,
they're
we
now
are
strongly
too real for
embedded
this.
in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general. Is
Yeah,
incredible.
I know
We
what
have to
it
take
is.
care of our law enforcement.
To be fair, like Trump got elected. Say the fucking word. It was called Operation Wetback. It was a military operation named with a slur because that's America. We're the fucking Hitler country, and that's what it was. It was an operation to go into Mexico and do military shit. We were evil back then. We're evil now.
Have to.
Just say it. It's fine.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class.
We all know
admired
what
by
side we're
everybody,
on, you know what I mean?
Went out for a jog on the
Oh yes,
campus
the
of
Laken Riley,
University
where
of
they took
Georgia.
away your rights to fucking due process.
Assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered.
New Zealand's not safe.
Laken
Paper
was
bullets. Try
stolen from
Australia.
us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's
Check the resources
open
for
southern
safety
border,
section in my Discord.
and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her
They
sister,
have to
Lauren.
sanctify fucking everything and dehumanize everything else.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law
Was to take your right to
your
due
47th
process away.
President mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
It's not just for aliens. It can be applied to you. I agree, Errata Cookie. Fuck them. If the death of one of your kids, which is a horrible thing, turns you into Hitler, then you're still Hitler. Like, I don't care if bad stuff happened to you that caused you to get this way. Like, come on, come up with a news story. Everyone is like this. It's like Anna Kasparian got assaulted by a homeless person and suddenly she's a right-winger. I don't respect that shit at all.
It's
No.
called the Laken Riley
Not a Trumper.
Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful
These people are
Laken
criminals.
Hope Riley.
Ford XC, are you a Trumper?
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown.
Thank you, Long Leg Homo Sapien, for putting it so succinctly. If misfortune can destroy all of your morality, then your morality wasn't standing on much to begin with.
In American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
It was already incredibly low under Biden.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Remember, Donald Trump even admitted that they told Congress to not vote for the bill because they wanted the border to be a problem for the election. Now, personally, I was against that bill anyway, but this is infinitely worse. We're about to invade Mexico. He's gonna announce it in like a minute, I'm sure of it. I can't believe I haven't gotten a bingo yet.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country.
Bullshit
Entire
again.
towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio,
More
buckled
bullshit.
under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed.
You know,
Now-
ICE is arresting Native Americans too, right? And like US citizens as well. Like, it doesn't matter. They just make shit up. Americans believe them, and then they do whatever fascist bullshit they want to do. They've just been doing Project 2025, and then they added in the Russia aspect and and that's about it. Oh, and the war vets. They hate the war vets too.
Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
That's a Hitler quote.
But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela.
Again, white people do this more than any other group in the United States at the moment, as well as undocumented and documented immigrants, both together and or separately, commit less crimes than U.S. citizens, either born or naturalized when adjusted for population density. Immigrants commit less crimes overall, by and large. So it's not like it's not like it matters. Who cares, right? It's just like, oh, we have to go after the Jews. That's what he's saying here.
Released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire
that is true.
nation greatly.
A German woman just spent a week in solitary for not having the exact paperwork coming to the U.S. She was walking across the border. German, had her passport. She was coming into the U.S. for her work. She had tattoo equipment. She was a tattoo artist. They claimed that she didn't have the right visa the last time she was here and detained her for a week. Just because she had tattoos
Alexis,
and they didn't
I
like her.
promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived,
I
in
just
Houston,
wish they would
you'll
just
find
say
a
this shit.
magnificent national wildlife
Like, just be the
refuge,
Nazi. Stop the
a
fluff.
pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Yeah. Trump does not give a shit about her or her daughter. Here's the theatrics. Just say the shit, man. Just be the Nazi. It's not like people would get mad at you. Half of your party would still, like, instantly. You'd probably gain popularity. I'm just sick of the fucking fluff. She doesn't even look comfortable.
All 3 savages charged with
Savages.
Jocelyn
Love that, yeah.
Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang,
Holy
the toughest gang they say in the world, known as Tren de Aragua.
You don't
2
have
weeks
to
ago,
warn
I
me, Clam
officially
Jammer. It
designated
it ruins the impact if you warn me.
gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Is it war? That's okay, Clam Jammer. Don't worry.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever.
You don't, Erotic
With us
Cookie.
this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Yeah, rounded up and eradicator, some key fucking words.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande, near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action.
If anybody says, like, gets mad at you for calling these people a Nazi after this, just laugh at them and walk away. They're not worth your time.
Turning fire and providing crucial seconds.
I have
for
no
his fellow
idea,
agent
SN.
to
Too
seek
long.
Safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not
We're
good.
15
Agent
minutes
Ortiz,
behind.
we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire
15
that you
minutes
took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always
Claw
honor
Jammer,
you. Thank
can you let me
Roberto,
know when
very
it
much.
ends? For you, since you're up to date. Clam Jammer. Did I call you Claw Jammer? Maybe I do have dyslexia. Because I do that a lot.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my mini
Just
call.
mentioning that he's using the acts of Venezuelan gangs to justify calling Mexican cartels terrorists. It's the same to them. They're all brown and they're all evil. Yeah, exactly. And again, those gangs were made up too anyway. It was like one guy with a gun. I've lived next to Aurora, Colorado, so, you know.
To the border. He's a great gentleman.
Fucking Cherry Hill.
The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total
they do,
control
but, like,
over a whole nation.
so do you.
Posing a grave threat to our national security.
The same thing can be applied to you. Our government is less of a like republic or a fascist. We have more of a Afghani warlord type government going.
The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Oh, wage war on the cartels. There we go. Airstrikes incoming in like 6 weeks. Sorry,
5
2
nights
weeks.
ago,
6 days, rather.
Mexican
Maybe.
authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy.
Oh,
First
thank
time
you,
ever.
Clam Jammer. I never knew, but I'll keep that in mind now.
But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have
Are you going to stop pouring the guns to the drug cartels that you're now declaring as terrorists and combatants and you're going to wage war on? Are you going to still sell them 78% of their weapons? Of course you are.
A detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And
True,
let's
long
get it
like
to me.
Homo
I'll sign
sapien.
it so fast, you won't even believe it.
Louis the 14th giving the State of the Union address.
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
Can this beach blonde, butch-bodied bitch get the fuck off stage? Everything that he's saying, it's made up, it's nothing, it's all direct fucking quoting Hitler. This entire speech has been just, let's find Hitler's first speech and let's change some of the words to make it, like, accurate to America. That's what they did. I have it in front of me, so, you know, so like...
In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration
and repeat
has acted
offenders
swiftly
like
and
you.
Decisively to restore fair,
42
equal, and impartial
felonies
justice under the constitutional rule
Wait,
of
is it
law,
39? Hold on.
starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam,
34
good luck.
felonies.
Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi.
Yes, they are, Captain Buggy, because they all get arrested otherwise.
Good job. Cash, thank you.
Oh, look, another fucking Hitlerite Russian agent. Literally, like, Russian state TV had him on not even a month ago.
They've already started
Jackson
very strong.
Hinkle.
They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them.
Those are
We're
the
also-
guys that's going to come for us.
So once again, giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice.
They voted for me in record numbers, so I have a special responsibility to fuck their life up, even more so personally.
1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island.
Hitler.
I went to his funeral.
Or Hitlerites.
The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests.
Stephen
and they were
Miller,
rough
almost
arrests.
certainly, actually.
He was a real bad one. The thug
So,
in
like,
the
same
seat
thing.
next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer...
Remember that Jeffrey Epstein said that Donald Trump was his best friend for 10 years.
Year-old son, Ryan. It was very inspirational, actually.
And that Donald Trump was accused of raping a 14-year-old girl with Jeffrey Epstein. And the only reason that didn't go to court is because the witness was scared to take the stand after being pressured and did not take the stand. Katie Johnson.
Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest. And we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast.
So when's
Gotta
Trump
stop
going to
it.
jail?
They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
There you go. That's, concerning.
I'm also asking...
I'm not saying, like, you know, we don't kill police officers, but let's say you're at a protest and something happens and one of them, I don't know, falls off a horse and cracks his skull open, you're going to be liable for the death penalty then.
For a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed.
Oh, we're creating, the jackboots.
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel.
Yes,
He is
they
13
will.
years old,
They
and
will,
he's
by the
always
way, long leg homo sapien. They will absolutely include attempted murder in there. Check off Greenland if that was in your card. This shit is off the rails. Are we already there yet?
dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Jan 6 protesters were cop killers. To be fair, several of those died already. I still don't have fucking... My card doesn't have enough of the right stuff. We went to Russia. Not enough Hitler. I didn't think he was gonna do the full Hitler. They really just dressed up this little kid like a fucking pig to parade him around. His family is fucking disgusting. Yeah, well, I mean, everyone that is here and is cheering is fucking disgusting and a demon. Hitler's Youth, exactly. That's kind of what the point of that is, you know? Look at him dressed like a fucking cop, too.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5
Didn't you
months
just cut funding for cancer research?
at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Oh no, Clam Jammer. Fuck, how bad is it gonna get? We're only like fucking 14 minutes behind.
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make.
There's hundreds of harmful chemicals, metals, and radioactive material in your water supply, and he just got rid of regulations on making sure your water is safe.
America Healthy Again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Fuck, Clam Jammer, you got me scared.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago...
The opposite of everything he's done.
You can't even believe these
The
numbers.
opposite of everything he's done.
1 in 10,000 children had autism. 1 in 10,000.
Oh, here we go.
And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So
There is
we're going to
something
find out
wrong.
what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all
I
of
know
the
what it
people that
is.
are working with you. You have the best to figure
I know
out
what it
what
is.
is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
I can give you the answer. Same with ADHD.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools.
Oh, here we go.
A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl.
People who think their children are their property. Fucking lich of a woman.
Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns.
Yeah, so the kid doesn't
them
kill herself.
pronoun,
Yeah.
actually. All
Or
without
himself,
telling
rather.
January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you.
I abused my child, everybody. Give me claps. I am a child abuser. I'm a shitty parent. Everyone clap for me. You can see that she's like a piece of shit on her face too.
Shows like
I
this
still
are
believe it.
why-
Like you can see evil in someone's face, and that woman has no soul.
Shortly after taking
very
office, I signed
tiny
an
little
executive
bit.
order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
You're right. This is crystal knock shit.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped.
You mean on
in their own
everybody?
body. This is
Everybody.
a big lie.
Again, they're just gonna write it in as everybody.
And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Exactly the way the system molds you into the perfect laborer. Go to your indoctrination centers, kids.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it.
And the planes are falling from the sky. The economy's crashing. There's diseases that haven't existed in the country for decades. We have gone back to fucking 1800. We have dysentery. Dysentery. According to him, except if he made you trans? What the fuck? Like, what do you mean? According to him, except if he made you trans?
Trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone.
We need
And
more.
we feel so much
By the
better
way,
for it.
understand right here, because the left and the Democrats never focused on identity politics, but the Republicans do constantly. We need to get woker than we ever were before. We need to shove that shit down their throat every 5 seconds. We need to do the woke shit as much as we can in front of them just to piss them off. Because they're the ones that push the identity politics. They're the ones that can't stop thinking about trans children. They're the ones that can't stop thinking about DEI, which is just, you know, everybody who's brown. Fuck them. Be more woke.
Don't we? Don't we feel better?
Dark woke time, guys.
Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight.
Okay, yes, Democrats are not the left, but I'm pointing to the left from where we are, which is Hitler. So, like, anything left of Hitler. By the way, the generals got purged, half of them. So these are the loyal generals. These are the... Remember when he said he wants Hitler's generals? It's these guys.
For our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
Yay, our alcoholic Secretary of Defense who falls asleep blacking out in the middle of the day.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well.
You know, 5 states have laws on the books or in a bill in Congress to make abortion punishable by the death penalty, some of which include miscarriage.
Report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference.
They're making Oklahoma have conscription as a requirement to graduate high school.
Just a few months ago,
testing
where the
ground.
results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnout.
Yeah, all the Hitlerites that you are radicalizing, the little young kids that play Call of Duty who thinks they want to do it. And yes, I know the Oklahoma thing's not law yet, but it will be, because that's the testing ground. They're going to deploy that to every other state as soon as they see, you know, it's not breaking everything that they have, but they haven't even done the education system yet. That's going to come after they build the system that they want to put it into. You can go check out the video on YouTube.
Really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, the death penalty via firing squad or gas chamber in Alabama, too, yeah. Testing grounds. They're picking the shitty southern states that have lesser populations, no offense if you live there, but your state is shit, to be testing grounds for these so that they can apply them to the whole United States.
By a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that Call of Duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad.
All right, I'm skipping this part.
Who was also a lawyer.
This is the weave.
A very few that you're at. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future.
I've been at 1.25.
As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art...
Some kid who joined the military.
Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
The Golden Dome?
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it.
It's the Iron Dome from Israel, which also you cannot apply to the United States. This is cartoon shit, yeah.
Long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? they should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is
Can't
a
blue states just
very dangerous
secede? I
world. We
fucking
should have
hope
it. We
so,
want to
but
be
it would start a
protected, and we're
war.
going to protect our citizens like never before.
If
To boost
California seceded, America would invade it.
our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
By the way, he's correct about that. Blackwater just bought, BlackRock just bought 2 ports of the Panama Canal. So.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
And lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others.
No, it
but
wasn't.
others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died.
More French
building
people.
the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not
Hey,
a
look, the
nice
French had a harder time than we did, so really it's the French's canal.
place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project
Mercury.
that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job.
I hope Marco Rubio has trouble sleeping at night, because
also
clearly
have-
he still has some semblance of humanity in him. He doesn't have a soul, but like I guess we saw him feel something at that. Yeah, it's a veil threat as well. We saw him feel something in the White House, so I hope he has trouble sleeping at night.
Message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland.
Oh, here we go.
We strongly support.
I
your
love
right
how
to
they laugh. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at them.
For the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support
Fucking
your right to
demons.
determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody
I thought we were done with international security. What happened to that?
involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security.
I thought we were done with
I
that.
think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Didn't you just say America's not paying
We
for
will
that
keep
shit
you
anymore?
safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic
Technically,
terrorism.
they're Danish, but
3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to
water, rare earth elements, oil, shipping lanes. That's what Greenland is for.
face the swift sword of American justice.
They don't need to be selling the Norwegian. We're Hitler. We're going to take it. Unfortunately, America is just going to take it. We're Hitler. Get ready for war. I hope Europe's ready. Or maybe, I don't know, you're Norwegian. Maybe you can call your representatives, get fucking all of Europe to put sanctions on us before we invade you. We're coming for you too. You think Europe's safe from us? No, you're not. We're working with the Russians. Russia's gonna come in from the Baltics. We're gonna come in from fucking Portugal and Spain. Crisis, guys. It's World War III. Pay attention, get up, and get ready for war. We're evil.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them.
Someone who's still watching live, do I have like 1 minute and 30 seconds to leave this on and go to the bathroom?
Whose children
without
were
missing
murdered,
something fucking insane?
Many people that were so badly, over 42 people.
Pathetic us
so badly
Democrats,
injured
yeah.
on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was
Based.
shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much.
I have to drink so much water while I stream because my throat gets dry, and then that happens. I need to figure out a way to fix that. Oh, thank you for the sub, the Norwegian.
Lately, with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia, but a lot of things are happening
You
in
said
the Middle
Putin,
East.
did he?
Rough neighborhood.
I want to see it.
One of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
Did I pass it? Am I too far?
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking
fair
about
enough.
that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and
good.
brutal conflict with no end in sight.
14 minutes.
The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
Again, you guys saw this
Do you
morning.
want to keep it going for another
Bullshit.
5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Fucking Pocahontas, my ass. I'm sorry, the Russian agent doesn't feel like paying for Ukraine's defense.
2,000 people are being killed every single week.
You're right.
More than that.
Mercury.
They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion.
They are so embarrassing.
Like taking
You're right.
candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion.
Again, we've given them no money. We've given them no money. We've made money off of this. We've been profiting off of this.
What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us.
Same, long leg Homo
and they
sapien.
don't. But we're getting along very well with them.
That wasn't
and
normal
lots of
10
good
years
things
ago.
are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You
Remember, just yesterday, he spent $4 billion to give to Israel.
to be equal to us.
Thank you,
that
no
didn't
other.
happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter
Dark
from
doctrine,
President
true.
Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work
The
under
same
President
thing he
Trump's
said
strong leadership
in
to
the
get a
office.
peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence.
Mercury, we know
Regarding
these
the
people don't know how to
agreement
dress
on minerals
themselves.
and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient
Have
for
a
you.
lovely evening,
I
SN.
appreciate that he
Thank you
sent
for tuning
this
in.
letter. Just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously,
Thank you.
we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
That's to SN, not to Russia. Fuck the Russians.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sent.
And Latvia and Slovenia and Slovakia and Lithuania and like literally the guy wants Europe. He wants Europe. He wants Siberia. He wants like sorry, not Serbia, not Siberia. Jesus Christ. I did that earlier too. He wants Serbia. He wants Montenegro. He wants Poland. Like he wants Europe.
Sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff.
I'm not sure I have it in me, Clam
Administration
Jammer.
Barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin.
I'll try.
But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malfine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
Belarus is already Russian. They have 150,000 troops stationed in Belarus right now, getting ready to invade the Balkans.
To Mark
yeah.
and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard? I just happened to go.
I don't care. Whoa, whoopsie, sorry.
Born. His mother.
Oh, right, perfect timing for
never
me.
did. My life was saved, but to two others very great.
Don't care.
Was his high school.
Give me like the actual speech, not the goddamn fluff.
His three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from
hell.
us much too soon. This love like Corey's that is going to make.
God damn, how long does he go off on these people? What do you say at the end? The announcement. That's the point, long ago Homo sapien. They need to, the fascist is not powerful enough without the other. And they need to show the other as vicious and savage and animalistic as they possibly can. So the victim showcasing is a part of that.
Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware.
Patriots of Lexington and Concord would have thrown your ass in the Boston Harbor.
Who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds.
2 Jews, 1 cup. I love your name.
Made the most extraordinary sacrifices and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent
if you haven't noticed, Hitler's up tonight.
Nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier.
Do you like his eyeliner,
They chased
Blowies?
our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building,
The Chinese laid the railroads, but
the
okay.
mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity.
Oh, yes,
fired
yes,
up the
America
engines
is
of
better than
American
everybody
industry,
else.
vanquished the
Chauvinism.
Communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the
Yep.
skylines of our cities. These warriors
Broke
who
free
shaped
from the force of gravity. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Of course not. All he's trying to do is... He said fascist too, by the way. Like, it's just saying shit. It's what he does all the time. Now, like, a lot of this shit that he says has important meaning, but, like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. He's just saying it. The people behind him know what he's saying.
shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had
Oh, yes, yes.
for our
Gave
rights
their blood
and
for our rights.
freedom.
Our freedom and our rights that you have taken away, Mr. President. If I go on the White House website, can I find the fucking Constitution? No, I can't.
Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of
I
America.
recommend that you sell all of your crypto and never buy any more again.
It is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country.
I
This
was
will be
being
our
short,
greatest era.
Chloe. Still, it's
With
immigrants
God's
either
help,
way.
Over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth.
That doesn't sound like
We are going
Nazi
to
shit
create
at all,
the
does
highest
it?
quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world.
This is a call to
We are
violence,
going
yeah.
to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
The founding fathers would have fucking hated him because they were all very religious and they literally, like, they left England to be religious. Understand that this is a call to act like arms. This is a call to violence. This is like the January 6th speech, but he's being much more clear about who the target is here. You can still afford a landscaper, 2 Jews, 1 cup? I'm sorry, but, like, if you can afford a landscaper, I think that means you need to drop a sub. True, Captain Buggy!
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American
No,
spirit.
he said he has money because he can afford a fucking landscaper. Chloe's, just because you go on right-wing chats does not mean that this is a right-wing chat.
And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
Well, then you should know. You should know. No left-wing person is talking about that. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm further left than any other left-wing streamer on the internet, apparently, according to my chat, at least. So, you know, fight, fight, fight. Yep, I genuinely think we're going to have a civil war. I do too, and I've been saying it for a while that we're not going to start it. AOC is barely to the left of, like, the Democrats. I'm miles and miles out. I'm as far left from AOC as, like, America is from Britain. By boat. I love AOC, but she's not that left. I'm a socialist, buddy. I don't call myself a Marxist. Naming your ideology after a person is fucking stupid.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
That is such a Hitlerite ending. It's such a Hitlerite ending. These people are going to start a civil war. I mean, like, I'd be shocked if there's not already violence occurring. I mean, it's not like we're going to see it either, because, you know. Oh, this is so bad. This is so fucking bad. What do you got here? Ah, Bernie. Not sure I have it in me for this.
Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not
Stay
taxing
home, y'all.
Social
Turn the
Security.
lights off. Put like shades on your windows. I don't know, put a blanket up there, barricade your door. Genuinely, like, it could get really bad. Now, will it? Who knows? Americans are lazy as fuck. We didn't get up, so maybe they're not gonna get up. Who knows? Blowies, shut the fuck up. The guy made a couple $1 million from writing a book. Alright, yeah, I was waiting for that one because I knew that one's a right-winger. 2 Jews, 1 cup is, still sus. I'm sussed at you. I stayed on a Holiday Inn last night. Well, that's one thing. I mean, you're probably not going to get too much harassment there. Look, I can't watch the Bernie stuff today. I'm too tired. That was too much for me. I need to understand what just fucking happened, and, that was really bad, guys. I mean, look, the bingo card that I made did not get filled, which is good, you know. We didn't do much of the Russia shit. We focused more on the let's do Hitler shit in our neck of the woods. I want a Fed post really badly. I understand that. That's why I left the debate earlier. And that's why I'm not going to watch Bernie right now. Breaking news, new Trump speech title, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Oh, you want to go with him, 2 Jews, 1 cup? Because, like, I'll provide that for you if that's what you wish. Yeah, what the fuck? Where was the special guest? Where the fuck was Kanye? Now, see, like, because we still have news to cover, too. And, like, there's another response, but it hasn't even started yet. I'll link it in Discord later. Cool. Now, let me see, because we got a bunch of new people in the Discord. Why do you people pick fascist and get the cone of shame? Like Cave Dweller. I know you're not a fascist, but you picked fascist. Why? Kanye was literally standing between me and my triple bingo. Yeah, it's annoying. That was a lot. I need to decompress with some like party animals or shit. I need to decompress with... I don't know what the fuck I can do. Latifah Simon will be giving the Democrat response to President Trump's address tonight. Someone commented that she has mortgage eyes, 1 fixed and 1 variable. Yeah, they're going to do the eugenics stuff. They're going to go town to town, and they're gonna hurt a lot of people. This is why I said get a gun. This is why I said get good with your community. I hope you're ready, because it's coming. I will see you guys tomorrow. We have a lot of actual news to cover, and I need some time to, like, decompress, see what this does, because there's a lot going on here. Please stay safe. Please don't give up. And, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tons of streamers right now. Where are we raiding? Well, let's have a look. I wasn't gonna raid, but I shall now. Let's see. Oh yeah, there is quite a lot of good streamers streaming right now. Do you guys want politics or chill? Because if you want chill, I can throw you guys to Cosmopolitics, who was here earlier. She's pretty awesome, but she's not going to do, like, she's gonna do the Oscars debrief after party. So if that's what you want, politics? I figured y'all would want politics. I just wanted to check. I mean, there's Brian Tyler Cohen. BTC? No dongle fans? No, not that I see. We got Cinemarxism, we got Brian Tyler Cohen, and we got Doodleburb, which Doodleburb is not doing politics either, so... BTC it is. Brian Tyler Cohen raided me before, so I might as well raid him back. Oh, you guys want Cinna, do you? Cinna was good yesterday. Alright, fuck it, let's do Cinna, because Cinna was good. I'd rather, reach out to people who are good in this time period, who know what's happening, than, I mean, like, Brian Tyler Cohen does. He's just still a bit too liberal on this. Raid incoming. Alright, we're lining up. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. And I hope you all have a good night as well. And stay safe.